Great Xia Year 120. Northern Frontier. The Prince of Jinbei's estate. Snow fell from the sky like a thick shroud, turning the world into a blur of white and gray. The wind howled through the courtyards, sounding less like a storm and more like the crying souls of the dead. Inside the mourning hall, the atmosphere was heavy enough to crush a man's spine. 9 black lacquered coffins sat in a silent, suffocating row. There was no weeping here, only the crushing weight of death. The Prince of Jinbei and his sons had been warriors. They died as they lived, fighting until the very end at Yinmen Pass. An entire family of heroes, gone in a single battle. I knelt on a cold prayer mat, my forehead pressed hard against the rough stone floor. The biting chill seeped into my skull, but it couldn't drown out the chaos exploding in my mind. I had 2 sets of memories fighting for dominance. One belonged to Yama, the top instructor for China's elite special forces, a life of steel, fire, and tactical precision. The other belonged to the original owner of this body, Xiao Chun, the 9th son of the Prince of Jinbei. He was a frail scholar, a man of books and sickness who trembled at his own shadow. The memories clashed until my head felt like it was being split by an axe. Damn it, I'd traveled through time. And of all people to inhabit, I was stuck in the body of a weakling who couldn't even lift a chicken. Talk about starting the game on hell difficulty. My father and 8 older brothers were all lying in those coffins. I was the last male heir left in the entire estate. The hall was silent, save for the crackle of burning spirit money and the muffled sobs of my sisters-in-law. They knelt before the coffins, their slender frames trembling under white mourning robes. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing voice shattered the silence. It wasn't a voice of grief. It was arrogant, high-pitched, and sounded like a challenge. I slowly raised my head. Deep within my confused, scholarly eyes, a flicker of cold, lethal light, the light of Yama, flashed for a split second. A plump, pale-faced eunuch walked in, clutching a scroll of bright yellow silk. He was flanked by 12 imperial guards in gleaming armor. I scanned them instantly. Their stances were loose. Their breathing was uneven. They looked flashy, but they weren't battle-hardened veterans. The eunuch looked at the room, full of widows and orphans with zero sympathy. He looked at us like we were property. A decree from His Majesty, the eunuch squeaked, his voice dripping with fake pity. The House of Jinbei has served with loyalty. However, the North cannot be without a commander. Starting today, Deputy Commander Li Mu will take control of the Jinbei army and oversee the defenses of Yinmen Pass. The words hit the room like a thunderclap. Take control? My father and brother's bodies weren't even cold yet, and the emperor was already stabbing us in the back to seize their power. Lu Hanyin, my eldest sister-in-law, stiffened. She looked up, her beautiful eyes burning with a rage that could melt the snow outside. But the eunuch wasn't finished. He had a cruel smirk on his face, enjoying the pain he was causing. Furthermore, he continued, His Majesty worries for the grieving widows. You are all to travel to the capital with me immediately. The Ministry of Rights will settle you there. Plenty of good fortune awaits you in the city. He lingered on the word settle with a disgusting, suggestive chuckle. This wasn't just about taking the army. They wanted to uproot the Xiao family entirely and drag these noble women into a life of humiliation. My fists clenched inside my sleeves. My nails dug so deep into my palms that I tasted blood in the air. I finally understood the old saying, when the birds are gone, the bough is hidden. When the hounds are no longer needed, they are cooked. Impudent. A cold, sharp shout rang out. Lu Hanyin stood up, her tall figure looking like a blade in her white robes. Her hand was already white-knuckled on the hilt of her sword. The scabbard hummed with her fury. My husband and father-in-law are not even buried, she hissed, her voice laced with killing intent. And you, a mere eunuch, dare to come here with such filth? Do you think there is no one left in the Xiao family? That's right. Zhong Lian, the 4th sister-in-law, barked as she jumped up. She was the firebrand of the family. She grabbed a heavy wooden pole from a mourning banner and slammed it into the floor. Thud! The stone cracked under the impact. She glared at the eunuch like a mother leopard protecting her cubs. Clang, clang, clang. Outside and inside the hall, the remaining loyal guards of the Jinbei estate unsheathed their blades in unison. The air turned frigid with the collective killing intent of men who had crawled out of mountains of corpses. The Imperial guards turned pale. They took a step back, their hands trembling on their hilts. The eunuch's face went from white to green. What? Are you revolting? This is a royal decree. Disobeying it means the execution of your entire 9-generation clan. Lu Hanyan let out a cold, hollow laugh. My clan, the men of the Shao family have already died for this country. Who is left to execute? Today, if anyone takes a step forward, I will see them bleed on this floor. The tension was at a breaking point. One move, and the hall would turn into a slaughterhouse. Stop. The voice was old but incredibly steady. It wasn't loud, but it commanded the entire room. The old matriarch, the head of the family, slowly stood up from her seat at the head of the hall. She gripped her dragon-headed cane and struck the ground once. Boom. The noise seemed to swallow the chaos. Everyone turned to look at the silver-haired woman. She didn't look at the eunuch. She didn't look at the guards. Her eyes, deep and sharp despite her age, were fixed entirely on me. I felt her gaze like a weight on my back. For some reason, the focus of the entire room had shifted to the weak grandson kneeling in the front. It felt like she was looking past my frail skin and seeing the soul of Yama hiding inside. The matriarch spoke, her voice echoing in the dead silence. Xiao Chun. The room held its breath. From this day forward, she said, each word deliberate, I am handing your 8 sisters-in-law over to you. My brain went numb. Handing them over? To do what exactly? I stared at her, the world spinning as the weight of her words began to sink in. The old matriarch's voice suddenly spiked. It wasn't just loud, it carried a desperate, almost crazed resolve that brooked no argument. She pointed her dragon-headed cane directly at me, as if it were a commander's baton leading 1,000 troops. I am ordering you to take them all, she declared. You will marry them. You will plant the seeds of the Shao family and ensure our bloodline continues. The words hit the silent hall like a lightning strike. The air froze. The wind outside seemed to stop, and even the burning paper money in the braziers ceased to flicker. Everyone stared at the silver-haired woman in the high chair as if she had lost her mind. The request was insane. I was Xiao Chun, the 9th son, the weakling, the scholar, the one who looked like a stiff breeze could knock him over. And she wanted me to take the widows of my 8 heroic brothers? To marry my own sisters-in-law? I knelt there, my brain short-circuiting. Back in my old life as a Special Forces king, I had seen some wild things, but this old lady was fiercer than anyone I'd ever met. My current body was a joke. I'd probably need 3 breaks just to run half a mile. If she forced me to carry the load for 8 women, she might as well send me straight to the afterlife to join my brothers. A dozen gazes cut into me like knives. My sisters-in-law looked at me with shock and disgust. The soldiers were baffled. The eunuch's supervisor didn't even hide his mocking grin. The silence didn't last long before the hall exploded. Grandmother, what nonsense are you talking? It was Lu Hanyan, my eldest sister-in-law. Her face was deathly pale, and her knuckles turned white as she gripped the hilt of her sword. Her voice trembled with pure, unadulterated rage. My husband's body isn't even cold. How can you suggest something so absurd? This is a humiliation to our husbands and a spit in the face to all of us. To her, being told to marry a man who fainted at the sight of blood was a fate worse than dying on the battlefield. The old matriarch must have lost her mind from grief. Zhongli Yan, the 4th sister-in-law, barked. She slammed her mourning staff into the ground and put her hands on her hips, her wild eyes scanning my thin frame with contempt. Him? This sickly brat can't lift a bucket or carry a load. He isn't fit to tie my husband's shoes. Her words were like a physical slap to the face. In a family of lions, I was the runt. My 8 brothers had been legends, while I spent my days with ink and paper. The idea of me replacing them was the world's worst joke. 4th sister, watch your tongue. A soft, calm voice intervened. It was the 2nd sister-in-law, Shin Jingshu. She was the intellectual of the group, a woman from a scholarly background. She pulled the youngest widow, Xiao Linger, into a protective embrace. While she spoke gently, her eyes studied me with a doctor's precision. She seemed confused. My aura felt steadier than the weakling she remembered. Meanwhile, the fifth sister-in-law, Wenryu, remained silent. Her eyes were cold and calculating. She wasn't blinded by anger. She realized the matriarch was playing a dangerous, desperate game. By tying these 8 women to the only surviving Shao male, she was trying to force their powerful families and military factions to stay loyal to the Shao name. It was a gamble using their lives and reputations as the chips. "Oh my, I've truly seen everything today," the eunuch's supervisor finally chimed in. He covered his nose with his sleeve, acting as if the room smelled of rot. His shrill, mocking laugh cut through the tension. "The Shao family customs are certainly unique. Marrying your own sisters-in-law? If this scandal reaches the capital, the court will drown you in spit." He let his eyes wander shamelessly over the widow's figures. "Ladies, you should just come back to the capital with me. The emperor is merciful. He'll find you much better homes than this." His words were pure poison. Lu Hanyin looked ready to draw her blade and paint the floor red, but then something happened that stopped everyone in their tracks. I stood up. I moved slowly, using one hand to push off the floor as if the effort drained me. But once I was upright, I didn't stagger. I calmly brushed the dust off my knees and straightened my oversized mourning robes. My movements were steady. The chaos in the room died down as I found my footing. I didn't look at my angry sisters-in-law. I didn't look at the matriarch. I just stood there, letting the silence settle. I turned around. My eyes, which used to be filled with cowardice and confusion, were now as calm and deep as an ancient well. I started walking toward the eunuch. 1 step, 2 steps. My footsteps echoed in the dead silence of the morning hall. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see what this sickly young man would do. Would I break down in tears and beg for mercy? Or would I wet myself in fear? Under their intense gaze, I stopped directly in front of the eunuch. I was half a head taller than him. My body was thin, but I stood as straight as a spear. I radiated an invisible pressure that made the smirk on his face freeze. He looked at me, clearly unnerved, and instinctively puffed out his chest to hide his growing fear. What do you think you're doing?" he barked, his voice trembling. "I represent His Majesty." I didn't answer him immediately. I remained silent for a moment, my cold gaze cutting through him like the king of hell himself. Then I spoke. My voice was raspy from my long illness, but it was incredibly clear, as sharp as a surgical knife slicing through the tension. "Eunuch," I said softly. "This imperial decree, it was drafted by Prime Minister Qin Song, wasn't it?" The eunuch's mockery vanished instantly. His pupils shrunk. He reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, letting out a shrill shriek. You're framing me. The decree is the emperor's word. How dare a child like you speculate? You have a lot of nerve." The more he screamed, the more I knew I was right. He was all bark and no bite. My last shred of doubt vanished, replaced by a cold clarity. The emperor was suspicious by nature but obsessed with his public image. He wouldn't openly seize power and rob a grieving family while the bodies of their men were still warm. This ruthless, hurried tactic, trying to stab the Shao family in the heart, had the fingerprints of Prime Minister Qin Song all over it. The emperor had given a nod, and the prime minister had picked up the blade. "Whether I have nerve or not can be discussed later," I said. I ignored his shouting and took a step forward. The invisible weight I carried forced him to stumble back half a pace. "I'm just curious. Prime Minister Qin is a scholar, a model for all civil officials. How could he draft a decree so full of traps and obvious blunders?" "Blunders?" The eunuch laughed as if I'd told a joke, though his voice was thin. "Ignorant brat. You dare criticize the decree?" "I don't dare criticize it. I'm simply stating facts." I slowly raised one finger. It was long and pale, but it carried an undeniable weight. My speaking pace quickened. "First, according to the laws of our great Xia, when a first-rank official dies for the country, the entire nation mourns. His family must observe a 100-day mourning period. During this time, military and political matters involving the family are not discussed. This was a rule set by the founding emperor. Eunuch, by coming here today with a vague decree to seize the military tally, are you trying to force His Majesty into a position of being unfilial and unrighteous? Do you want him to be remembered as a heartless tyrant for 1,000 years? The eunuch's face turned white. Great Xia was built on the foundation of filial piety. This law was absolute. Usually, no one dared to use it to challenge the throne, but I wasn't playing by the usual rules. I didn't give him a second to breathe. I raised a second finger. My voice grew colder, like a wind blowing from the northern borders. Second, my father was the Prince of Jinbei, a title granted by the late emperor to be passed down forever. The military tally in his hand was a gift from the late emperor himself. To see the tally is to see the sovereign. To reclaim it and appoint someone else, military law requires three things: a handwritten document from the new emperor, the official tally credentials, and a transfer order from the Bureau of Military Affairs. Tell me, eunuch, did you bring even one of those three? The eunuch looked like he'd been struck by lightning. His mind went blank. He didn't have any of those. He only had a vague, verbal-style decree that could be interpreted a dozen different ways. It was a dirty job, rushed out by the Prime Minister to catch us off guard. It couldn't withstand any real scrutiny. You. His lips began to tremble. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Third, I took a violent step forward. My eyes were like two unsheathed swords piercing his deepest fears. The decree says to take my 8 sisters-in-law back to the capital for proper placement. That's an interesting word. Does it mean granting them estates and titles to live out their lives in honor? Or does it mean throwing these widows into the cold palace to be slowly devoured by the wolves at court? Why doesn't the decree state it clearly? If the emperor truly cares for them, why be so vague? If the prime minister is using this chance to seize power and frame loyal subjects, who will be the scapegoat when the emperor needs to calm the public's anger? Will it be your head, eunuch? Or the prime minister's precious head? 3 questions. Each one was more ruthless and devastating than the last. I didn't mention rebellion once. I stuck to the law, the rules, and the emperor's reputation. I wasn't just arguing. I was holding a knife to his throat and telling him that one more step meant total destruction. The eunuch was completely broken. He collapsed, his legs giving out as he nearly hit the floor. The arrogance was gone. Only bone-deep terror remained. He was just a dog delivering a message. He didn't want to die for his master's scheme. The entire hall was deathly silent. Everyone was frozen. Was this really the 9th son? The weak, useless boy who used to blush just talking to a stranger? This eloquence, this logic, this murderous gaze. He was a completely different person. My eldest sister-in-law, Lu Hanyan, and my 4th sister-in-law, Zhongli Yin, stared at me with their mouths open. Their anger and contempt had turned into pure shock. My 5th sister-in-law, Wen Ruyu, had a strange light in her eyes. She realized she had misjudged me. I wasn't a harmless sheep. I was a wolf that had finally woken up. At the head of the room, the matriarch's old, cloudy eyes burst with a brilliant light. She gripped her dragon-headed cane so hard her knuckles turned white. Her chest heaved with emotion. The hidden dragon of the Shao family had finally opened its eyes in the midst of their blood and tragedy. I looked down at the shivering eunuch. The killing intent in my eyes slowly faded. Dealing with a coward who relied on someone else's power was easy. Now, the real game was beginning. I knew I had to break the eunuch's spirit first before giving him a way out. I had to use thunderous methods to snap his spine, then offer him a ladder to climb down. When I saw the timing was right, I shifted my tone instantly. I took a step back and bowed deeply to the eunuch. My attitude became humble and respectful in a heartbeat. The official can see clearly, I said, my voice soft but firm. We have no intention of defying the imperial decree. It is simply that the contents conflict with the laws of Great Xia and the traditions of our ancestors. We wouldn't dare act on our own, for fear of tainting the emperor's vast benevolence. This sudden shift was like a lifeline to the broken eunuch. He grabbed onto it desperately. Then in the 9th young master's opinion. What should be done? His voice was trembling, and he unconsciously started using honorifics. A tiny, almost imperceptible smirk tugged at the corner of my mouth. I had finally lured him to my real goal. We are willing to obey His Majesty's wishes, I started. However, my father and brothers have just passed. As sons, we must show filial piety. I beg you to report back to the emperor and the prime minister. Allow the Shao family to observe 100 days of mourning. After those 100 days, Whether it is handing over the military tallies or my sisters-in-law entering the capital, we will follow the imperial will without a single word of protest. The logic was airtight. I gave the emperor a massive face while upholding the sacred rules of mourning. No one could find a flaw in it. Most importantly, I had turned a death trap that required immediate execution into a 100-day delay. Those 100 days were the Shao family's only chance to breathe, to plan, and to flip the board. The eunuch's mind raced. This proposal was perfect for him. He could tell the emperor that the Shao family had accepted the decree, but just needed time to follow the mourning customs. He cleared his throat, trying to regain his dignity. Well, the ninth young master has a point. Very well. I shall speak to His Majesty on your behalf. After 100 days, I hope you all know what's best for you. He flicked his whisk, not daring to look into my eyes again. He led the terrified guards away, almost tripping over his own feet in his rush to leave. A disaster that should have destroyed the Prince of Jinbei's estate had been dissolved by a few of my words. Only when his figure disappeared into the snow did the people in the hall wake up from their shock. They looked at me, the thin, supposedly weak boy standing in the center of the room, with expressions of pure disbelief. The matriarch, old Lady Shao, kept her eyes fixed on me. Her voice was raspy and trembling with a mix of emotions. "Chun'er, come here." The crisis was temporarily over, but the atmosphere didn't lighten. As the heavy wooden doors groaned shut, the room became even more stifling. The last bit of daylight was cut off, leaving the hall in a dim gloom. The only light came from the flickering soul lamps, casting long, twisted shadows of the black coffins against the walls. They looked like silent mountains pressing down on our hearts. The matriarch dismissed everyone. Soon, it was just the two of us, surrounded by the 9 spirits of my fallen family. She didn't speak immediately. She sat in her chair, hands folded over her dragon-headed cane, her hawk-like eyes scanning me from my hair down to my shoes. She wanted to see right through me, to see if her timid grandson had truly changed down to the bone. The silence was terrifying. Only the occasional pop of a candle flame broke the quiet. I stood my ground, my expression calm. Inside my head, my tactical mind was running at full speed. Target, Shaoqin. Status, exhausted, grieving, desperate. Heart rate, 110 BPM. Micro-expression analysis, tense jaw, lowered eyelids. She was performing a final evaluation. She was gambling. She wanted to know if her only remaining chip was a piece of scrap metal or a sharp blade. Suddenly, she slammed her cane into the floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Raise your head," she commanded. It was the voice of a woman who had run a palace for decades. I looked up, my eyes clear and unafraid. "I ask you," she said, leaning forward like a hungry tiger. "I just forced you to marry all 9 branches of this family in front of everyone. What do you think of that? Tell the truth. If you lie to me, I'd rather beat you to death now than let you ruin the Shao family name later." The killing intent was thick, but I just let a cold smile touch my lips. I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I took a step forward, looking her straight in the eye. "Grandmother, I only have one question for you. Do you still believe in human nature?" She flinched, her pupils shrinking. "What do you mean?" "I mean that your move was brilliant," I said, my voice as cold and precise as a scalpel. "And it was incredibly cruel. My father and brothers are dead. The 300,000 soldiers of the Jinbei army are leaderless. Right now, the Shao family is a mortal threat to the court and a piece of meat to the other noble families." I pointed toward the closed door. "My 8 sisters-in-law are family in name, but they represent 8 powerful factions. The eldest sister-in-law's family controls the Ministry of War. The 5th's family is the richest in the south. The 7th's family has the bloodline that unlocks the northern grasslands. Right now, we are united by grief. But how long does that last? Once the emperor offers them riches, or threatens their original families, or orders them to remarry, how many could stay loyal to a cold funeral hall?" I took another step closer, my eyes like lightning. If they remarry and leave, they take their connections and the army's loyalty with them. The prince's estate would become an empty shell. You forced me to take them all as my wives because you wanted to use marriage, the most primal, brutal bond, to chain them in their power to this sinking ship. You wanted us to live or die together. Even if you had to be called a senile old fool, you were going to force this through because it's the only way the Shao family survives. My words hit like a series of thunderclaps. She stared at me, looking at a face that was familiar yet completely foreign. She thought she had hidden her darkest, most ruthless scheme deep inside, a plan she wouldn't even admit to herself in the middle of the night. And here I was, a supposed bookworm, stripping it bare and laying it out in the light. In her clouded eyes, the shock turned into a massive, surging wave of realization. My words shattered the last of my grandmother's defenses. She clutched her dragon-headed cane so hard her knuckles turned white. Her thin chest heaved like a broken bellows, gasping for air. For a long time, she said nothing. Then, as if the strength had been drained from her bones, she slumped back into the cold chair. She exhaled a long breath full of exhaustion, despair, and a tiny spark of relief. She closed her eyes. 2 lines of tears finally escaped her deep wrinkles. "Heaven has eyes," she whispered. "Heaven has eyes. My son, do you see this? Our Shao family might still have hope." In that moment, she wasn't the iron-fisted matriarch anymore. She was just a grieving mother who had lost a son and 8 grandsons, a lonely old woman struggling to hold a falling sky. She didn't need to know why Shao Chun, had suddenly changed. In this world of man-eating courts and bloody battlefields, only a wolf could survive. Only a devil could fight a devil. Her trembling hand reached deep into her inner robe. After a long moment, she pulled out a pitch-black token. It wasn't made of ordinary metal. It was forged from meteoric iron. It felt cold, disturbingly so. The surface was covered in tiny scratches and dark red stains. That was the blood of generations of northern princes. On the front, a single word was carved in an ancient style, Shao. The edges were smoothed by years of handling, yet it still radiated the chilling aura of 1,000 battles. This was the symbol of the Shao family head. It was the only command the 300,000 soldiers of the Northern Army truly recognized. The matriarch opened her eyes. With a solemnity I'd never seen before, she held the token out to me with both hands. Her hands shook. This wasn't just a piece of iron. It was a century of Shao family glory. It was the lives of our entire clan. "Your grandfather gave this to your father," she said, her voice steadying but filled with a final, grim resolve. "Your father was supposed to give it to your eldest brother. With this, the treasury, the power, and the personnel of this estate are all in your hands. Every officer in the Northern Army who owes us loyalty will see this as seeing the commander himself." She paused. Her gaze became as sharp as a blade, pinning me down. "Your 8 sisters-in-law are all phoenixes among men. They are proud. The eldest is fierce. The 4th is hot-headed. The 3rd is deep and calculating. I can use their reputation to tie them to the house, but whether you can conquer their hearts, whether you can make them willing to serve you, that depends on your own skill." I looked at the token. My mind immediately began constructing a mental map, calculating 1,000 ways to move resources using this single piece of iron. I reached out, palms up, but just as I was about to touch it, the matriarch pulled her hand back. She stared into my eyes, using every bit of her remaining strength to ask one last question. "Chun'er, I am placing the glory of the Shao family, the lives of 300,000 soldiers, and the future of your 8 sisters-in-law on your shoulders. This is the heaviest burden under heaven. Can you carry it?" Her voice echoed through the empty funeral hall. It felt like the 9 souls in the coffins behind me were all asking the same thing at once. I took a deep breath. I didn't answer with words. I reached out and gripped the token firmly. It was freezing. It was heavy. The cold seeped into my marrow. For a second, I thought I could hear the neighing of warhorses and the clashing of swords. My fingers tightened until my knuckles turned white. I held that token like I was grabbing the throat of this chaotic world. I looked up. The hesitation was gone. In its place was the absolute confidence and dominance of a king. "Grandmother, watch me," I said. "From this day on, I carry the responsibility of the Shao family. I alone will command the 300,000 men of the Northern Army. As for those 8 sisters-in-law, even if they are wild horses from heaven, I will tame them one by one. If I cannot pull this family out of the mud within 100 days, If I cannot make the ones who killed my father and brothers pay in blood, then I, Xiaochun. I turned toward the 9 black coffins. My voice sounded like iron striking stone. Will offer my own head to join them. The wind and snow grew heavier. Outside the prince's estate, the world was a void of white. The north wind cut like a knife against my skin. A black carriage crushed the fresh snow, racing toward the northern army camp 30 miles outside the city. Driving the carriage was my eldest sister-in-law, Lu Hanyan. She had traded her white mourning robes for dark red soft armor. A long sword named Red Sleeve hung at her waist. Even with a white mourning band still wrapped around her head, she looked every bit the fierce warrior woman she was. Her face was as cold as ice. "Whoa!" she shouted, pulling the reins hard. The carriage skidded to a stop on a snowy slope. She turned back, her voice chilling through the curtain. "Xiaochun, the northern camp is just ahead. It's not too late to turn back." I pulled back the curtain, revealing my pale face. I was wrapped in thick fox furs, clutching a hand warmer. I looked like a pampered rich kid out for a stroll in the snow, completely out of place next to this killing machine of a woman. "You don't think I should go, sister-in-law?" I asked softly. I adjusted my collar. This body was pathetic. A few minutes of wind, and I was already shivering. I made a mental note to have my second sister-in-law brew some strong medicine later. I couldn't have the king of the underworld freezing to death before the real work started. "It's not that you shouldn't go," Lu Hanyan said, her words as sharp as her blade. "It's that you don't deserve to go. The northern camp is home to the Black Armor Flag and the Vanguard Battalion. Those commanders crawled out of piles of corpses. They only respect the strong. They only respect heroes." She took a sharp breath, pain flashing in her eyes. "Our commander is dead. Morale is shattered. Those soldiers are full of rage with nowhere to vent it. You go in there holding grandmother's token? To them, you're just a joke playing at being a leader. Being insulted is one thing, but losing the Shao family's face is another." "You're right," I nodded. I didn't argue. In my current state, I really am a bit of a joke. She blinked, surprised I'd admitted it so easily. "But," I continued, my lazy eyes suddenly flashing with a cold light. A playful, dangerous smirk tugged at my lips. "Sister-in-law, do you believe that sometimes you don't need a knife to kill? And sometimes you don't need a whip to tame a beast? Just drive into the camp." I dropped the curtain. Lu Hanyan gritted her teeth. I could almost hear her thinking that there was no saving a man looking for death. "Fine," she muttered. "If you want to humiliate yourself, I'll let you see what a real army looks like." She snapped the whip. The carriage shot forward like an arrow toward the steel beast waiting in the snow. The northern camp should have been full of blowing horns and waving flags. Instead, it was buried under a deathly silence. White banners hung from the watchtowers. The patrolling soldiers had bloodshot eyes. They gripped their spears tight, but the spirit was gone. Their commander was dead. Their leadership was wiped out. For an army, the sky had fallen. "Who goes there?" a voice roared. "Intruders will be executed." As the carriage approached the gates, a dozen heavy crossbows were instantly raised. Cold arrowheads locked onto us. "It's me," Lu Hanyan shouted. Lu Hanyan stood tall on the carriage, her back straight and her expression cold. She snapped her whip in the air with a sharp crack. "Move," she commanded. "It's the first young mistress," the guard captain shouted. He recognized her immediately. I saw a flicker of respect in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a wave of bitter grief and rage. "Mistress, you've returned at the right time," he said, his voice trembling. "The generals are all gathered in the main tent. Word has spread that the imperial court is sending some eunuch to seize control of our army. The brothers won't stand for it. We're ready to rebel against this pathetic great Xia dynasty." "Don't talk nonsense," Lu Hanyan snapped. Her voice was sharp, but I caught the hint of exhaustion underneath. She knew the situation was spiraling out of control. The carriage rolled into the camp. No one blocked our path. We headed straight for the heart of the command center. Before we even reached the main tent, the sounds of chaos reached my ears. I heard the unmistakable crash of wine jars shattering and the guttural roars of angry men. "Damn them all," a voice bellowed. The old prince was a hero his whole life, and now he's just a corpse wrapped in a horse hide. Now the court wants our command tokens? I'm done. I'll turn this whole empire upside down before I hand them over. Exactly, another voice joined in. Let's gather the cavalry and march back to the capital. We'll ask that dog of an emperor if his conscience was eaten by scavengers. Each roar hit Lu Hanyin like a physical blow. The army's spirit wasn't just broken, it was turning into a wildfire. She glanced back at the carriage, her eyes filled with doubt. That was my cue. I reached out with a pale, slender hand and pushed aside the curtain. I stepped down onto the frozen ground. The snow crunched under my boots, a small, crisp sound in the middle of the storm. I wasn't wearing armor. I was still dressed in my thin, scholarly robes. Standing among these battle-hardened, bloodthirsty soldiers, I looked completely out of place. I looked like a stray lamb that had wandered into a den of starving wolves. The ninth son, I heard them whispering. That sickly brat who only knows how to read and paint. What's he doing here? Their eyes were full of disdain. I ignored them. I calmly straightened my sleeves and gave Lu Hanyin a polite nod. Sister-in-law, I said softly, lead the way. She stared at me for a long second, said nothing, and flipped open the tent flap. I followed her inside. The smell hit me instantly, a thick, suffocating mix of cheap wine and old blood. A dozen massive generals were huddled together, surrounded by the wreckage of broken jars. When they saw Lu Hanyin, their shouting died down. They stood up and cupped their fists in greeting. Even in this chaos, she held authority as a frontline commander and the widow of the eldest son. But when their eyes shifted to me, the respect vanished. It was replaced by raw, unfiltered contempt. One man, built like a black iron tower with a thick, messy beard, didn't even bother staying on his feet. He slammed back into his chair, picked up a bowl of wine, and let out a cold snort. Well, if it isn't the ninth son, he sneered. What's the matter? Get tired of your study? This is a military camp, not a poetry club. This was Lei Lai, commander of the Vanguard Battalion. He was famous for his explosive temper and his absolute loyalty to my father. It was exactly because of that loyalty that he couldn't stand the sight of a useless heir like me. Lei Lai, mind your manners. Lu Hanyin barked. Manners. Lei Lai slammed his wine bowl onto the table so hard the liquid splashed everywhere. His eyes were bloodshot. The prince and the 8 young generals are dead. We're the failures who had to carry their bodies back. Now the court wants to destroy the Shao family and the Northern Army. And this kid? What can he do? Can he kill enemies on the battlefield? Can he lead us to revenge? If he can't, then tell him to get lost back to the manor. Don't let him ruin my sight. Get out. The others started chanting. This isn't a place for you. They radiated a killing intent that would have made a normal man's knees buckle. Lu Hanyin's face went pale. Her hand moved toward her sword hilt, ready to force them into silence. I placed my hand gently on her shoulder. Sister-in-law, I whispered. Let me. My voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the noise. I walked past her, heading straight for Lei Lai. My pace was steady. My body looked frail, but as I moved, the system in my mind was already running at full power. Asterisk target, Lei Lai. Personality, reckless, loyal, blunt. Current state, extreme grief, self-loathing for failing his commander, intoxicated. Weakness, absolute loyalty to the Shao name and hatred for cowards, asterisk. I stopped right in front of him. There wasn't even a foot of space between us. He sat there, glaring up at me like a cornered bear, his muscles tense to strike. What are you looking at? He growled. You think I won't? Slap. The sound was like a whip crack in the silent tent. Everyone froze. Lu Hanyin's mouth dropped open. Lei Lai was stunned. He touched his cheek, staring at me in pure disbelief. I had actually slapped him. You. Lei Lai surged to his feet, towering over me like a mountain. The tent seemed to shake with his rage. You dare hit me? I'm hitting a coward, I said. I didn't back down. In fact, I leaned in. My eyes, usually calm and lazy, were now burning with a cold, ghostly light. It was the look of a man who had seen death and didn't fear it. My father and brothers are dead. Their bodies aren't even cold yet. And what are you doing? I pointed at the shattered jars on the floor. My voice was like a blade of ice. Drinking? Throwing tantrums? Cursing like a peasant? This is the Northern Army? This is the Great Wall that made the barbarians tremble? You don't want revenge. You're just scared. You're pathetic, useless failures. Bullshit. Lei Lai roared, his hand flying to his sword. I'm not afraid to die. I'll go out right now and throw my life away against the Black Wolf tribes. Throw your life away? I let out a mocking laugh. Look at you. You're drunk and broken. You want to go out there just to give them another head to put on a pike? If you die, who guards the pass? Who protects the families behind us? Who avenges my father? You think dying is loyalty? No, that's the coward's way out. I grabbed Lei Lai by his collar. I was half his size, but in that moment, my aura was so suffocating that the giant of a man actually flinched. Lei Lai, look at me. I screamed into his face. Is the Shao family gone? No, I am still here. As long as I am breathing, the flag of the Northern Prince will not fall. If you still consider yourself a soldier of the Shao family, then pull yourself together. Sharpen your blade and wait for me to lead you to the slaughter. But if you think you're a failure, then get out. My army has no room for spineless cowards. The tent fell into a deathly silence. The generals stared at me as if they were seeing a ghost. This wasn't the ninth son they knew. This ferocity, this sheer will, it was exactly like my father in his prime. Lei Lai's chest heaved. The drunken haze in his eyes began to clear, replaced by a mix of shame, shock, and a tiny spark of hope. I let go of his collar. I reached into my robes and pulled out the pitch-black iron token. I held it high. The word Shao, engraved on the metal, caught the dim light of the torches, gleaming with a cold, heavy authority. The cold light gleamed off the metal, sharp enough to pierce the soul. The Prince of the North's token is here, I declared. My voice was raspy, but it carried an authority that couldn't be questioned. Generals, heed my command. The response was instantaneous. Lei Lai was the first to react. This mountain of a man, who had been a raging beast only moments ago, suddenly collapsed to one knee like a falling tower. His eyes were bloodshot. General Lei Lai greets the young commander, he roared. Greetings, young commander. Greetings, young commander. Inside the tent, over a dozen generals dropped to their knees in unison. The sound of their heavy armor hitting the ground was dull and powerful, like an ancient oath being reawakened. Lu Hanyan stood to the side, watching me. I stood in the center of them all, my frame thin and frail, yet I looked like I was holding up the entire roof of the tent. Her hand trembled against the hilt of her sword. The disdain in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a shock and a confusion she couldn't quite name. She was clearly wondering just how deep her brother-in-law's secrets ran. The tent fell into a tomb-like silence. These blood-soaked men, who were ready to kill moments ago, now kept their heads bowed low. It wasn't out of fear. It was a mix of shame, awe, and a long-lost sense of belonging. That black iron token was the spine of the Shao family. As long as it existed, and as long as there was a Shao man brave enough to hold it high, the soul of the Northern Army would never scatter. Lu Hanyan's body shook slightly. Her knuckles were white as she gripped her sword. She looked at my back. In the flickering firelight, I looked weak, almost sickly. But for some reason, I gave off the illusion that I could support the entire world. Was this really the cowardly ninth son she knew? That ruthlessness, those words, it was like a carbon copy of my father in his prime. Stand up, I said, breaking the silence. My voice was still hoarse, but that fiery, world-burning aura had been pulled back. I was as calm as a deep well again. It was as if the madman who just slapped a giant and called a room full of veterans trash had been a collective hallucination. Young commander. Lei Lai looked up. The slap mark was still vivid on his bearded face, but his eyes were burning with a new fire. He didn't stand. Instead, he slammed his fist against his chest plate with a heavy thud. I have sinned. I await your punishment. We await your punishment, the others roared. The sound nearly took the roof off. They weren't asking for punishment for their defiance, but for their own cowardice and loss of direction. Punishment. I let my gaze drift slowly over every face. My eyes were terrifyingly calm. My father and brothers haven't been avenged. The northern border hasn't been secured. I don't have time to play games with you. I paused, my tone turning cold. A soldier of the Shao family can die in battle, and he can bleed out in the dirt. But he can never kneel like a piece of trash waiting for death. Now stand up. That last sentence was a sharp, biting command. Yes, sir. Lei Lai and the others jolted. They scrambled to their feet, standing straight as spears that had finally found their target. The atmosphere had shifted completely. If their kneeling was out of respect for the token, their standing now was out of a growing awe for me as a man. I didn't waste time with a grand, emotional speech. I just watched them, studying these elite generals as if inspecting my own weapons. After a long silence, I spoke my first order as the holder of the token. "Pass down my command," I said. It wasn't loud, but it reached every ear. "From this day on, I am moving into the northern camp. For the next month, I will eat what you eat. I will sleep where you sleep. I will train how you train. Inside this camp, there is no young commander. There are only brothers in arms." Silence fell again. If my earlier actions were a shock, this order was pure insanity. No, the first one to object was Lei Lai, the man I'd just slapped into submission. He turned bright red, waving his massive hands in a panic. "Young commander, you can't. You or your body." He wanted to say my body was made of paper, but he swallowed the words. "The camp is full of rough men. It's freezing. The food is hard enough to break teeth, and the barracks are drafty. The training alone will kill a man. New recruits collapse every day. This is suicide." "General Lei is right," another general chimed in. "Young commander, you are the backbone of this army. You can't take such a risk. Please, reconsider." This time, they weren't being defiant. They were genuinely worried. Lu Hanyan's face went pale. She thought I'd lost my mind. She stepped toward me and lowered her voice, her eyes full of urgency. "Ninth brother, do you know what you're saying? This isn't the backyard of the manor. You will die." She knew better than anyone how brutal the training was. It was designed to keep men alive on the battlefield by pushing them to the brink of death. Even she ended every day exhausted. I looked at her anxious face, then at the bewildered generals. I cursed inwardly. I knew I might die. This body would probably give out after a 1,000-meter run. But in my world, there was no such thing as backing down. If I didn't squeeze every bit of potential out of this body, if I didn't turn myself into a wolf, how could I ever lead a pack of alphas? I took a deep breath and pushed Lu Hanyan aside. My gaze turned sharp again. "You think I'm doing this for fun?" My voice turned cold, and that suffocating aura returned. I walked up to Lei Lai and looked him dead in the eye. "Lei Lai, you said I couldn't lead you to revenge, right?" Lei Lai's lips moved, but he didn't dare speak. "You were right," I said firmly. "A general who hasn't bled with his men, who hasn't shared their meals and their beds, has no right to order them into a charge." I turned to face all of them, my voice rising. "I want to know where my soldiers' limits are. I want to know their strengths. More importantly, they need to know me. They need to see for themselves if the man leading them to slaughter the Black Wolf tribes is a coward hiding in the back, or a commander who will rip the enemy's head off with his own hands." I, Xiao Chun, was willing to follow them into hell, but I was also the only one who could lead them back out alive. My words were like a bucket of boiling oil poured over a dying fire. The general's blood, which hadn't yet cooled, ignited instantly. The logic was simple, but the weight of it was crushing. I looked around the room, taking in every expression. Then, I spoke the words that made the entire tent freeze solid. "Who is in charge of training the new recruits?" I asked. A middle-aged officer with a sharp, capable face hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. He cupped his fists. "Reporting to the young commander, it is I, Zhao Hu." "Very well." My gaze locked onto him. A cruel, almost predatory smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. "Starting tomorrow morning, I am just an ordinary recruit under your command. You must use your harshest training standards on me. If you hold back, you will be dealt with according to military law." The room went silent. It felt like everyone's brain had short-circuited at the same time. Lu Hanyan looked like she couldn't breathe. She stared at my pale, crazed face as if the world had stopped making sense. To her, this wasn't confidence. It was a suicide mission. Zhao Hu's legs actually went weak. Young commander," he stammered. "That is impossible. It will kill you. Those standards are for the elite of the Northern Army." "What?" My eyes turned cold. "Are my orders no longer valid?" "No, it's not that." Zhao Hu was breaking out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, Lei Lai, who had been silent, fixed his massive eyes on me. His chest heaved. He saw it. In my weak, scholar-like eyes, he saw something he had only ever seen in my father, the old king. It was a madness, a ruthless drive that treated one's own life as nothing to achieve a goal. This was how a man of the Shao family was supposed to look. Damn it! Leilai let out a roar like a wild beast. He ripped off his cloak, revealing muscles like coiled steel. What are we afraid of? If the young commander isn't afraid to die, then what the hell are we trembling for? He turned to the other generals, his voice booming like a temple bell. Pass down my orders. From tomorrow, every officer above the rank of captain will join the recruits training with the young commander. If anyone slacks off, I'll be the first to rip his head off. That was the spark. The bloodlust in the room exploded. We're with you, young commander. Let's do it. Who's afraid of a little training? The tent shook with their shouts. I looked at the scene, and a flicker of satisfaction finally touched my eyes. I knew that from this moment on, I had driven the first nail into the heart of this iron army. I didn't say another word. I simply nodded and turned to walk out. My back remained straight, my posture unshakable. But the moment I lifted the tent flap and stepped into the freezing snow, a wave of dizziness hit me like a sledgehammer to the skull. Everything went black. The world spun. The exhaustion I'd been suppressing rushed back like a broken dam, swallowing my strength whole. My knees buckled. I was about to collapse in front of everyone. Suddenly, a warm, strong hand grabbed my arm. It was Lu Hanyan. She had been watching my back with a complicated look, and she moved the instant I wavered. Most of my weight slumped onto her. My face, which had just been full of authority, was now as white as paper. A thin trail of blood leaked from the corner of my mouth, where I'd been biting my lip to stay conscious. Sister-in-law, I whispered, my voice so weak she could barely hear it. Don't let them see. Lu Hanyan trembled. She glanced back at the tent. Inside, the generals were still cheering, lost in the excitement of the upcoming training. No one noticed us. She looked down at me, this fragile man who looked like he might shatter, yet held a fire in his eyes that wouldn't go out. The strategist who had fought with words in the morning hall and the boy currently clinging to her, unable to even stand, blurred together in her mind. Her heart raced with a confusion she had never felt before. What was I trying to do? Are you insane? She hissed, her voice low like a lioness protecting her cub. She wrapped one arm around my waist and slung my arm over her shoulder, basically carrying me. I was lighter than she expected, but I was burning up. My staggering body heat and my ragged, wheezing breath told her exactly how close to the edge I was. It was a terrifying contrast to the commander who had just spoken with a voice like thunder. She half-dragged, half-carried me into the commander's private quarters and practically threw me onto the bed. I curled up on the cold tiger skin rug, coughing violently. Every breath felt like I was inhaling hot coals. Deep in my mind, the Yama map was flashing red, signaling a total system collapse. This body was a wreck. Back in my old life, I could march 200 kilometers with full gear and still crack jokes. Now, just talking tough was enough to put me in a coma. Lu Hanyan watched me, her anger fading into a panicked frustration. She turned to get water, but I grabbed her wrist. My hand was ice cold, but surprisingly strong. Don't call the medic, I gasped. My eyes were half closed, my hair matted with sweat against my forehead. Medics talk. If word gets out that the new commander collapsed right after acting tough, the army will fall apart. Lu Hanyan let out a sharp, angry laugh. You're worried about your reputation at a time like this? It's not reputation. I gritted out, my fingers turning white as I gripped her bracer. It's morale. Help me. Go back to the manor. Find second sister-in-law. Lu Hanyan paused. My second sister-in-law, Shin Jingshu, came from a famous family of physicians in the south. She was the only one who could help me now. My second sister-in-law, Shin Jingshu, was known as the living Hua Tuo of the army. Her medical skills were legendary, bordering on the supernatural. Seeking her help was 1,000 times better than relying on military doctors who only knew how to patch up sword wounds. Fine, wait here, Lu Hanyan snapped, her voice harsh even now. If you die, I'll just line you up right next to your 8 brothers. She flung my hand away and vanished. Despite her cruel words, she moved like a gale of wind. The tent flap fluttered in her wake, leaving a trail of cold air behind. Less than 15 minutes later, the curtain pulled back again. A faint, elegant scent of medicinal herbs cut through the biting chill of the snow. Shun Jingshu entered, wearing a simple green cotton robe under a snow-white fur cloak. She carried a vintage rosewood medicine box. Her pace was quick, yet she showed no sign of panic. She moved like a clear spring flowing under moonlight. Lu Hanyan followed close behind, her face pale with worry. "Second sister, look at him. He just collapsed," Lu Hanyan urged, her voice trembling with an urgency she didn't even seem to notice. Shin Jingshu didn't say a word. She walked straight to the bed and sat down. She studied my complexion for a moment, her usually gentle eyes narrowing. Then, she reached out 2 fingers, white as jade, and pressed them lightly against my wrist. The tent fell silent. The only sound was the occasional pop of the lamp wick. I struggled to keep my eyes open, looking at this woman who was as soft as water. In my memories, she was always in the background, brewing tonics or stitching wounds, like a timeless ink painting. But now my internal Yama map was running at high speed. Through its analysis, I caught a fleeting glint deep in her eyes. It was sharp, precise, like a surgical blade. This woman was far more complex than she appeared. After a long silence, Shin Jingshu withdrew her hand. "Well?" Lu Hanyan demanded immediately. Shin Jingshu didn't answer. She pulled a silk roll of silver needles from her box. Her movements were fluid, leaving blurred afterimages in the dim light. Stab, stab, stab. 3 needles, thin as cow hair, were driven into my crown and temples with terrifying precision. They sank deep, not a hair's breadth off target. Suddenly, a rush of icy cold air flooded my mind like a celestial river. The pressure in my skull vanished. The agonizing headache eased instantly. Our 9th brother has suffered a massive mental shock. It triggered his chronic weakness, causing his blood and energy to flow backward, Shin Jingshu said calmly as she packed away her needles. In simple terms, his mind is moving too fast for this broken body to keep up. I felt a chill of realization. My second sister-in-law was incredible. She had seen through me with a single glance. "Then, what do we do?" Lu Hanyan asked, her voice tight. "He has to lead the morning drills tomorrow." "He's not going to a drill. He's going to his death," Shin Jingshu said. She turned her head, her gentle eyes now cold and serious as she stared at me. "9th brother, eldest sister is right. In your condition, you won't just fail the drill. Running 2 laps around the field would kill you on the spot. As a doctor, my professional advice is to return home immediately. With expensive herbs and rest, you might live a few more years. And if I don't go back?" I leaned against the pillow. My voice was weak, but I made it as hard as stone. "If you don't?" Shin Jingshu let out a soft, mocking laugh. "Then I'll just have to prepare a high-quality coffin for you. Your 8 brothers are already in the mourning hall. You can make it a set. You'll be the 9th. The words were vicious. They didn't sound like the peaceful woman I knew at all. I actually smiled, though the blood staining my lips made the expression look desperate and ghoulish. I forced myself to sit up, staring directly into her eyes. "Second sister, I know you have a way. The Shin family's 13 ghost needles can snatch a soul back from the underworld. I don't believe you can't fix a little exhaustion." Shin Jingshu's pupils shrank. "Who told you that?" Her voice turned icy. The Shin family did have secret techniques, but they were forbidden to women. She had learned them in secret. Even her late husband hadn't known. How could I, the brother who spent all his time in the study, possibly know? I didn't actually know. The tactical map had deduced it based on her needle technique and the specific scent of herbs on her clothes, combined with rumors from my previous life's memories. "It doesn't matter how I know," I gasped, fighting for breath. "What matters is that the Shao family needs me. If I fall, what happens to my sisters-in-law? What happens to the army? You don't want to see our family destroyed, do you?" Shin Jingshu stared at me for a long time. The shy, blushing brother-in-law she once knew was gone. In his place was someone foreign. My gaze was that of a wounded lone wolf, still baring its teeth. Finally, she sighed. The coldness vanished, and she became the dignified sister-in-law again. "If you want to gamble with your life, I can't stop you." She reached into a hidden compartment at the bottom of her medicine box. She pulled out a small black porcelain bottle and poured out a dark red pill. It was the size of a longan fruit and smelled faintly of blood. She held it to my lips. "This is the bone-piercing pill. It's a violent medicine. It will force every bit of potential out of your physical body. For 12 hours, you won't feel fatigue or pain. Your strength will even double. But once it wears off, the agony will return tenfold. And every time you take it, you permanently drain your remaining lifespan. Lu Hanyan's face went white at the mention of draining my life. She reached out to stop me, but I didn't hesitate. I leaned forward and swallowed the pill dry. I didn't even need water. I gulped it down as if it were the nectar of the gods. Ninth brother, Lu Hanyan cried out. I closed my eyes. A surge of molten lava erupted in my stomach. The heat tore through my limbs like a wildfire. The body that had felt like lead just moments ago was suddenly overflowing with power. I opened my eyes. The bloodshot veins were gone, replaced by a wolf-like clarity. Thank you, second sister, for granting my wish. Shin Jingshu looked at me with deep complexity. Is it really worth trading your life for one day of strength? I didn't answer. I threw off the covers and got out of bed. My movements were sharp and efficient. The illness was gone. I walked to the tent entrance and pulled back the heavy curtain. The freezing wind and snow blasted inside, whipping my long hair across my face. I looked out at the endless darkness and the flickering campfires in the distance. Second sister, eldest sister, I said, my back to them. My voice was calm, as if I were talking about someone else. If I don't do this, the Shao family will be buried by this snow. Silently. Forever. I'd rather burn like the brightest fire for a single day than live like a coward while our enemies celebrate and our family suffers. I paused, a wild, arrogant smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. What does a little lifespan matter? At least I, Shao Chun, will choose to die standing up, rather than live on my knees. The night was far from over. It was barely 3 a.m. The winter nights in the north felt eternal. Outside, the world was pitch black, and the wind cut like a serrated blade. But for the first time, I felt ready. Snow mixed with ice whistled against the tent, whipping the fabric with a sound like snapping strings. Then, the drum started. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy, thunderous beat of the great giant drums exploded through the camp, tearing the pre-dawn silence to shreds. That was Lei Lai's signature roar. Get your asses out of bed. The young commander has ordered assembly. If you're late, you don't eat breakfast. I hadn't slept a wink. The power of the bone-piercing pill was more violent than I had imagined. It felt like I had swallowed 2 pounds of glowing red coals. Heat surged through my veins with a deafening roar. In my mind, I had already rehearsed today's training plan a dozen times. I knew every movement and every breath I needed to take. I dressed quickly. I didn't reach for the furs or the fine silks. I put on a standard set of common soldier's leather armor. The leather was cold and stiff, biting into my skin and making my joints feel heavy. There was no charcoal heater, no hand warmer. Just a standard issue long blade hanging at my waist. The cold iron pressed against my thigh, a constant reminder that this was a battlefield. When I stepped out of the tent, the parade ground was already filling up. The soldiers stood there with their necks shrunk into their collars, hands shoved deep into their sleeves. They were bleary-eyed and cursing under their breath. Their white breath vanished instantly in the freezing wind. Assembling this early? He's crazy, one muttered. It's probably just for show, another whispered. I bet he comes out wrapped in 3 layers of cotton, says a few pretty words, and then heads back inside to the fire while we freeze our balls off. The whispering died instantly as I approached. I wore only that thin leather armor. In the howling wind, I looked small, almost fragile, but my steps were steady. Every stride was measured. My back was as straight as a spear. My face was still pale under the torchlight, but my eyes were cold enough to freeze the North Sea. Lei Lai, Zhao Hu, and the other officers were already waiting. When Lei Lai saw what I was wearing, his eyelids twitched. Young commander? You're really wearing just that. He pointed at my thin armor, his throat bobbing. This won't keep out the cold. The wind will go right through you. Enough talk. I didn't climb the command platform. I walked straight to the front of the recruit formation and took my place at the end of the first row. Zhao Hu. Step forward. Zhao Hu jumped, his armor clattering as he ran toward me. Reporting, sir. Start the drill exactly as we discussed last night, I said. My voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the air like an ice pick. Treat me like a recruit, not the young commander. If I catch you going easy on me, I'll strip you naked and throw you outside the pass to feed the wolves. Zhao swallowed hard. I could see the sweat on his neck turning to ice. He turned to the groggy recruits and the watching veterans, drawing a deep breath. Everyone, warm up. 20 laps around the parade ground. If you don't finish, you don't eat breakfast. Or lunch. 20 laps. One lap was nearly a mile. 20 laps meant almost 20 miles. For these new recruits, it was a death sentence. 20 laps? Is he insane? Before the complaints could even start, I moved. I shot forward like an arrow leaving a bow. I didn't sprint. I kept a perfect, steady rhythm. I matched my breathing to my steps. Every time my boot hit the frozen earth, it made a dull thud. I ran straight into the swirling snow. Lei Lai and the others stood frozen for a second before snapping into action. What are you looking at? The young commander is running. Unless your legs are broken, get moving. Lei Lai roared, kicking a lingering recruit in the ass and leading the officers after me. At first, everyone thought I was just acting. They expected me to run 2 or 3 laps and then fake a collapse. Everyone knew I was a medicine jar, a man who couldn't walk 10 steps without gasping for air. But 3 laps passed. 5 laps. 10 laps. I didn't slow down. I was like a precision machine, locked into a fixed frequency. No pauses. No staggering. Even the swing of my arms never wavered. Only Lei Lai, running right behind me, could hear the truth. My breathing had become a ragged, high-pitched whistle. Every inhale was a scream from my lungs. Every exhale was a suppressed groan of agony. My lungs were failing, begging for oxygen. Sweat poured down my forehead, freezing into tiny icicles before it could hit the ground. They hung from my eyebrows and lashes like frost. I looked like a demon carved from ice. Young commander, stop. Take a break. Lei Lai panted. He was terrified I would drop dead right there. I didn't look at him. I didn't even blink. My entire will was focused on the tactical HUD screaming in my mind. Heart rate, 185 BPM. Body temperature, 103 degrees. Lactic acid buildup, critical. Warning, body at breaking point. Suggest immediate cessation of activity. Shut up, I roared internally. I knew the pill was burning my life away, but I had to finish. This wasn't just a run. I was using my own life to forge a new spine for this broken army. I had to show these 30,000 men, and the whole world, that a son of the Shao family was never a coward. By 15 laps, the recruits were dropping like wheat before a scythe. They lay in the snow, wailing and gasping. The veterans who had been laughing earlier weren't laughing anymore. They stood by the track in dead silence, their eyes filled with a terrifying respect. By 18 laps, my legs felt like they were filled with molten lead. Every step felt like dragging a mountain. My throat tasted of thick blood. My vision was turning black, flickering with strange hallucinations. A hand reached out to steady me. It was Zhao Hu. He couldn't watch me suffer anymore. Get lost. The words ground out from between my teeth, sounding like sandpaper on stone. I shoved his hand away. My body swayed violently, nearly toppling over, but I forced myself upright through pure, inhuman will. My feet carved deep grooves into the frozen ground as I pushed forward. The last 2 laps were silent. The entire camp, thousands of soldiers, stood perfectly still. The only sounds in the world were my heavy, dragging footsteps and my agonizing, ragged gasps for air. When my foot finally crossed the white finish line, I didn't collapse. I leaned forward, hands gripping my knees, my body bent like a drawn bow. I stood there, my chest heaving, refusing to fall. I felt like a whale dying on a beach, gasping for air. Thick steam rose from my body, clashing with the freezing air to form a white mist that swirled around me. I must have looked like a demon rising from the fog. I was still standing, though. My legs shook like reeds in a storm, but I refused to let them buckle. Lei Lai was the first to reach me. This man was made of iron, a hardened veteran, but when he saw the state I was in, his eyes turned red. His voice cracked, thick with emotion. Young commander. I slowly lifted my head. My face was a mess of frozen sweat and dried blood, but I forced my parched lips into a smile, a twisted, ugly thing that probably looked more like a grimace. Using the last ounce of my strength, I croaked out a single question. Breakfast, what are we eating? In that moment, I saw it in Lei Lai's eyes. He realized that this sickly commander was more ruthless than any general he'd ever seen charging into the fires of war. When Lei Lai heard my question, he looked like he wanted to slap himself. Breakfast? Was the food in the northern camp even fit for humans? The scene at the mess hall was grim. A massive iron pot sat over a fire in the snow, filled with a millet porridge so thin you could see your own reflection in it. A few withered, black vegetable leaves floated on the surface. Next to it sat a basket of black flour buns. They were frozen solid in the wind. You could probably kill a dog with one if you threw it hard enough. This was the reality for the Northern Army. The imperial court, specifically that old fox, Prime Minister Qin Song, had withheld our pay for 3 months. The supplies they did send were nothing but moldy grain and dust. I didn't say a word, and I picked up a chipped wooden bowl and took my place in the back of the line. When it was finally my turn, the cook's hand trembled so much he could barely hold the ladle. He looked at me with pure desperation. Young commander, he stuttered. You should go to the main tent. The eldest madam saved some meat porridge for you. Serve the food, I said. My voice was quiet, but it was as cold as iron. The cook didn't dare argue again. He shakily ladled out a scoop of the watery broth and picked out a bun that looked slightly less burnt than the others. I took my bowl and walked to a corner near a wall to block the wind. I didn't care about the snow. I just sat right down on the frozen ground. The soldiers around me watched in silence. Their expressions were complicated. Suddenly, the hard buns in their own hands seemed even more difficult to swallow. I took a bite of the black bun. It was hard, icy, and coarse. The taste of mold hit my tongue, mixed with the gritty crunch of wheat husks and sand. My teeth ground together with a sickening noise. Inside my head, the Yanwang system flared to life, scrolling through data. Food analysis: black flour bun, 150 grams. Ingredients: low-grade flour, husks, sand. Nutritional value: negligible. Long-term effects: 30% drop in physical strength, 50% drop in endurance. Increased risk of night blindness and scurvy. It wasn't that the soldiers were weak. It was that the logistics were rotten to the core. How can an army fight when they can't even fill their bellies? I kept my face expressionless, chewing the sand as if it were a delicacy. I broke the bun into small pieces, soaked them in the watery porridge, and swallowed the whole mess, sand and all, in one go. It felt like a cold stone sitting in my stomach, but the medicinal power of the bone-piercing pill was still working, forcing my body to endure. I knew I couldn't build a legendary army on spirit alone. These men needed meat. They needed fat. They needed the strength to kill. But where would the money come from? I couldn't count on the court. Qin Song wanted the Northern Army to starve to death at the border. My gaze cut through the morning mist and locked onto a figure inspecting the barracks in the distance. It was my 5th sister-in-law, Wenryu. Even here, in the mud and the stench of the camp, she looked regal. She wore a luxurious, deep purple skirt and a silver fox fur cloak that shimmered in the light. She was holding a thick ledger, arguing with a few logistics officers, her brow furrowed in frustration. I scraped the bottom of my bowl, stood up, and wiped the dried blood from my pants. I walked straight toward her. 5th sister-in-law. Wenryu turned around. When she saw me, covered in filth, blood, and porridge stains, her sharp eyes flashed with shock. She quickly masked it with a professional, distant smile. "Oh, if it isn't our hero, the 9th brother," she said, her voice laced with sarcasm. "Tell me, how does the humble fare of the camp compare to the delicacies of the prince's manor?" The sting in her words was enough to kill a man, but I acted like I didn't even feel it. I pointed toward the soldiers huddled in the cold, gnawing on their frozen buns. "Is this the best your logistics can do?" Her smile vanished. Her eyes turned cold as ice. "Are you here to interrogate me? I'd like to see you cook a meal without rice, brother. The court has cut us off. The quality of the grain they send is getting worse by the day. The only reason these men have anything hot to eat at all is because I'm draining the family's private treasury. Do you have any idea what it costs to feed 300,000 mouths? If you're so capable, why don't you just conjure some silver out of thin air?" She was fuming, the weight of the family's survival heavy on her shoulders. "I'm not blaming you," I said, my voice eerily calm. I want to talk business. Business? She let out a dry, mocking laugh. You? Since when do you know anything about business? Besides writing poems and wasting money, what can you actually do? I can make your money grow, I said, stepping closer. I lowered my voice, my eyes locking onto hers with an intensity that made her flinch. I can turn every cent of your dowry into 100 times the profit. Sister-in-law, have you ever heard of a war bond? When Ryu froze. Her mind, sharp and calculated, raced to find the term, but she had never heard anything like it. Hey, what? To put it simply, we treat this upcoming war as the biggest business deal in the world, I explained, my eyes burning with ambition. We have no money, but the wealthy merchants of the world do. We use the 100-year reputation of the Northern Prince's mansion as collateral to borrow money from them to fund the war. We promise them that once we win, we'll pay them back double using the livestock, minerals, and spoils of war we take from the barbarians. That is a bond. When Ryu's breath hitched, she frowned even deeper. You're dreaming. Who would lend money to the Shao family now? We're a sinking ship. It would be like throwing silver into the ocean. A sinking ship? I let out a cold, disdainful laugh. That's only how they see us now. I'm going to make them believe the Shao family is still the same power it always was. She sighed. The idea is fine, but look at our situation. We lack grain. That's the biggest problem. If you want people to believe in us, you have to solve that first. Credibility is built on strength, and we have none. I didn't argue. Instead, I reached into my robe and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper, warmed by my own body heat, and handed it to her. It was a blueprint. The drawing was intricate, filled with sketches of various pipes, containers, and complex mechanical parts. What is this? When Ryu asked. Her eyes were instantly glued to the paper. The startup capital for our big business, I said calmly. It's called a distiller. It can take the lowest quality, sour military wine and refine it into something sharper than a blade and warmer than fire. I call it burning knife liquor. I looked her straight in the eye. Sister-in-law, you understand business better than I do. In this frozen northern territory, how many sheep and cattle could a single mouthful of strong spirits buy? How much gold could it move? Tell me, are you in or out? When Ryu's pupils contracted sharply, she stared at the impossible blueprint, her breathing becoming rapid. In the north, strong liquor wasn't just a drink. It was life. It was a currency harder and more valuable than gold. She looked up, her gaze shifting. For the first time, she was looking at me with genuine focus, reevaluating everything she thought she knew about her weak brother-in-law. It's a deal, she said, a sudden smile breaking across her face. It was a complex expression, shock, admiration, and raw excitement all mixed into one. She tapped my chest lightly with her account book. If this works like you say, it's the fastest way to make money right now. I'll take the job. She paused, her business instincts resurfacing. But, brothers or not, we keep the books clear. After costs, I want 30% of the profit. Sister-in-law, I don't want a single cent, I replied. Money is more useful in your hands than mine. I only want one thing. I want my soldiers to have meat in every meal and the strength to kill the enemy. That's it. When Ryu froze, then burst into a fit of melodic laughter. She shook her head, looking at me with a gaze that was finally warm and even a bit flirtatious. Fine. A man who just wants his soldiers fed. Deal. If you can actually produce this burning knife, I'll get you whatever you need. You want dragon meat from the sky? I'll find a way to get it for you. Night fell. The noise of the northern camp had long since died down. The only sounds left were the faint clinking of patrol armor and the rhythmic slapping of wind and snow against the tents. Inside the commander's tent, the lamps burned bright. I was curled into a ball on the cold bed, twitching like a shrimp thrown into boiling water. The effects of the bone-piercing pill were receding in the most brutal way possible. The berserk strength that had allowed me to run 13 miles and intimidate the generals was gone, leaking out of me like air from a punctured balloon. In its place came a backlash of pain 10 times. No, 100 times. Worse than anything a normal person could endure. Damn it, I hissed through gritted teeth. The veins on my forehead bulged. Massive beads of sweat mixed with blood rolled down my skin, evaporating instantly from the unnatural heat radiating from my body. This wasn't the sharp pain of a blade or an axe. It was an agonizing, crawling ache that started deep inside my marrow. It felt like 10,000 ants were chewing on my bones. Every nerve ending was screaming. My lungs felt like a broken bellows. Every breath brought a searing burn and the thick taste of blood. In my mind, the Yama system was in total chaos. Red warnings representing organ failure flashed frantically before the screen flickered and went black. This pathetic body couldn't even support the high-speed processing of my mind anymore. Am I going to die here? No. I am Yama. I decide who dies. I don't let death take me. I bit down on my own arm with every ounce of strength I had left. I sank my teeth deep into the flesh, trying to use one sharp pain to suppress the deeper, more soul-crushing agony. Blood trickled from the corner of my mouth, staining the tiger skin rug a dark crimson. Just as my consciousness was about to be swallowed by the void, the tent flap was pulled back. A faint medicinal scent drifted in with the cold air. Shin Jingshu entered silently, carrying a steaming bowl of medicine. Behind her, Lu Hanyin and Wen Ryu followed, their faces pale with worry. They stopped dead when they saw me. The man who had stood like a demon god on the training grounds earlier that day was now shaking like a helpless infant. Ninth brother, Lu Hanyin cried out, rushing forward. Don't touch him, Shin Jingshu said. Her voice was calm, but her usually gentle eyes were heavy with gravity. She walked to the bedside, set the bowl down, and looked at me. Do you still want to continue? Lu Hanyin and Wen Ryu were stunned. How could she ask that now? Second sister, find a way to save him. Lu Hanyin's eyes were red. Even when Ryu was frowning, her heart tightening at the sight. I had just promised her a business empire. She couldn't let me die yet. I slowly let go of my arm, leaving a row of deep, bloody teeth marks. I looked up at Shin Jingshu, my eyes bloodshot and wild. This is nothing, I rasped. My voice sounded like it was being dragged over broken glass. Compared to the death of my father and brothers, compared to the survival of the Xiao family, what is this little bit of suffering? Shin Jingshu remained silent. She knew that words of comfort were useless against a will like mine. I gasped for air, my body convulsing again. But I didn't look away. Second sister, I need a way to completely change this body. Relying on drugs for strength isn't a long-term solution. Next time, I might not be so lucky. I knew the truth. I survived today half because of the pill and half because of the iron will I brought from my past life. But this body was a wreck. It was like putting a fighter jet engine into a rusted tractor. A simple run had almost shaken the frame to pieces. If I went to a real battlefield, I couldn't afford a single mistake. I needed a body that could keep up with my soul. Lu Hanyin and Wen Ryu looked at me like I was a madman. I was on the verge of death, and I was asking how to get stronger? Shin Jingshu's pupils drifted. She stared at my distorted, sweat-soaked face, seeing the flickering, crazy fire in my eyes. Finally, she let out a long, heavy sigh, as if making a decision that weighed 1,000 pounds. I do know of a way, she whispered. The words were quiet, but they hit the room like a thunderclap. In the forbidden chapters of the Shun family medical texts, there is an ancient formula. It doesn't treat illness. It trades lives. Trades lives. When Ryu asked, confused, Shin Jingshu ignored her. She looked only at me, her voice dropping to a somber tone. The formula is called the soup of 9 deaths and 1 life. It changes a person in the most violent, most agonizing way possible. It would drain every ounce of potential from my body. It would crush every inch of my bone and burn every drop of my blood. Shin Jingshu explained that the process was designed to break a person completely so they could be reborn. If I survived, my body would be remade. My meridians would open, and my blood would roar like a dragon. I would never be trapped by this sickly, weak frame again. But then, her voice turned as cold as a winter grave. She told me the process would be 100 times, no, 1,000 times, more painful than what I was feeling now. In the Shun family records, no one had succeeded in centuries. Most died from the sheer agony. Those who didn't die had their wills completely shattered, turning into soulless, living corpses. Even the strongest men were broken by this torture. A deathly silence fell over the tent. Lu Hanyin gripped the hilt of her sword so hard her knuckles turned white. Wen Ryu, who usually only cared about profit and loss, looked paralyzed by fear. All eyes were on me. I didn't answer right away. The latest wave of bone-tearing pain had just passed, leaving me gasping for air. My lungs sounded like a broken bellows, wheezing and rattling with every breath. Sweat and blood stung my eyes, but I didn't even have the strength to wipe them away. Slowly, I forced my upper body up against the headboard. My joints creaked like rusted hinges, sounding like they might snap at any moment. I did it anyway. I even reached out to straighten my sweat-soaked collar. I had to maintain some dignity. "Second sister," I rasped. My voice sounded like rough stones grinding together. "When will the soup be ready?" "Xiao-chun," Lu Hanyin snapped, lunging forward as if to pin me to the bed. "Did you not hear her? She said it's 9 parts death and 1 part life. You're weak, but if you rest, you can at least stay alive. The Xiao family has lost too many men. We can't lose the last one." I slowly lifted my eyelids to look at her. Her eyes were red with emotion, but mine were as still as a frozen lake. "Live?" I asked quietly. "Live like a dog on a leash? Hiding in the back of the manor while you women bleed for me on the front lines? Watching that old fox Qin song tear the Xiao family's legacy apart piece by piece?" I managed a small, bloody smile. "Eldest sister, living like that is more painful than death." Lu Hanyin opened her mouth to argue, to call me reckless, but the words died in her throat. She saw the absolute finality in my eyes. I turned my gaze toward Shinjingshu. "Second sister, I'll drink it." She looked at me, her usually calm eyes swirling with emotion. She didn't try to talk me out of it. She just nodded. She was a doctor, but she was also a daughter-in-law of the Xiao family. She knew the Northern Army needed a wolf king to lead them, not a shivering pup hiding in a nest. "I'll go prepare," she said, her voice regaining its professional coldness. "The ingredients are in the storehouse. But this soup is incredibly violent. You must soak in it for 49 consecutive days. If you miss even one day, the medicinal power will reverse. Your meridians will shatter, and even the gods won't be able to save you." "I have a condition," I interrupted. Shinjingshu stopped. "Speak." "The treatment must happen at night," I said firmly. "Between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. Before the sun rises, you have to find a way to make me stand. I have to look human. I have to be able to go to the training grounds." Shinjingshu's pupils shrunk. Her composure finally broke. "You're insane," she cried out. "This medicine is a direct challenge to heaven. If we spread the dosage out over 24 hours, you might have a slim chance to adapt. You want to compress that bone-crushing, blood-burning agony into just a few hours." She stepped closer, staring into my eyes. "That's not just double the pain. You'd be experiencing a whole day's worth of torture in a single moment. The power will hit you like a tidal wave. It will kill you." "I can't fall down," I said, pointing toward the dark night outside the tent. "Out there, tens of thousands of soldiers are waiting." I gave them a spark of hope today. If they see their commander being carried out on a stretcher tomorrow morning, that spark will be pissed out in a second. Military morale is hard to build, but it only takes a moment to destroy. I gripped the edge of the bed, forcing my shaking legs to steady themselves. My spine stayed as straight as a spear. "I need them to see that I'm made of iron," I continued. "No matter what happens at night, when the sun comes up, I must be the first one on that field." As for the pain, I grinned, showing my blood-stained teeth. "If it doesn't kill me, I'll treat it like an itch." The tent went dead quiet. When Ryu looked at me, her throat dry, forgetting to even breathe. She was a businesswoman who lived by risk and reward. But the man standing before her was gambling his life as his only capital for a future that might not even exist. It was madness. Absolute madness. "Fine," Shinjingshu said, taking a deep breath to steady her shaking heart. She knew there was no point in arguing. She turned and walked out. Shinjingshu left the tent in a hurry, her movements sharp and decisive. "I'm going to prepare the medicine," she called out. "Eldest sister, fifth sister, get a large tub and several pots of boiling water. It has to be scalding, not lukewarm. Boiling." She paused at the flap of the tent, her voice dropping to a cold, hard edge. "And find a wooden stick. Wrap it in clean, soft cloth." "What for?" When Ryu asked, her face turning pale with a sudden realization. Shin Jingshu didn't look back. For him to bite on, she said, her words like ice hitting the floor. So he doesn't bite through his own tongue when the pain reaches the limit. Half an hour later, the bath was ready. Behind a tall screen, a massive wooden tub stood filled with a thick, shimmering black liquid. It looked like a vat of ink or a swamp from the deepest pits of hell. Dead centipedes, scorpions, and strange, dried poisonous insects floated on the surface alongside gnarled herbs. As the charcoal fire underneath heated the tub, the liquid began to bubble and pop. A foul, suffocating stench filled the air. It wasn't the smell of medicine. It was a mix of copper, spice, and rot. Just breathing it in made my nose and throat burn. This is the 9 deaths, 1 life soup. When Ryu covered her nose and mouth, backing away, her face was white. To her, this wasn't medicine, it was a witch's curse. She looked at me like I was about to jump into a vat of acid that would dissolve my bones. Shin Jingshu stood by the tub, stirring the toxic brew with a long wooden pole. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and her arms trembled from the effort. Preparing this medicine had clearly drained her. "Get in," she said. Her voice was flat, devoid of emotion. I stripped off my shirt. In the dim light, my chest looked thin and frail. It was still covered in red welts from my run earlier that day, mixed with fresh scratches from my own nails during my earlier struggle with the pain. I looked like a stiff breeze could break me. I walked to the edge of the tub and looked down at the roaring black water. The heat and toxic fumes hit me like a physical wall. I didn't hesitate. I didn't even blink. I lifted my leg and stepped inside. The moment the water hit my skin, my entire body went rigid. My muscles turned to iron. It didn't feel like water. It felt like I had jumped into a pit of molten lava and jagged blades. The black liquid felt alive, like millions of tiny parasites boring into my pores, scraping against my veins and grinding my bones into powder. It was a pain that defied description. It felt like every bone in my body was being shattered 1 inch at a time, then welded back together with a red-hot branding iron. It was as if my muscle fibers were being shredded, salted, and roasted over a ghostly flame. My head snapped back. The veins in my neck bulged like writhing worms. My face turned a deep, terrifying purple. I opened my mouth to scream, to let out the primal roar of a dying animal. Then, a hand shoved the cloth-wrapped stick into my mouth. It was Lu Hanyan. She stood over me, her hands clamping down on my shoulders to keep me from thrashing out of the tub. Her eyes were bloodshot, but her voice was a sharp command. "Bite down, Xiaochun. Hold on." I bit down. My teeth sank deep into the hard wood, making a sickening creak. My fingers clawed at the rim of the tub, so hard my fingernails cracked and bled. The blood trickled into the black water and was instantly swallowed by the darkness. When Ryu watched from the side, her body shaking. She had never seen anyone volunteer for this kind of hell. Her calculating mind couldn't put a price on the sheer willpower I was displaying. To her, I was no longer a man. I was a monster. "More charcoal," Shin Jingshu commanded. Her eyes were fixed on my pupils, watching for signs of total collapse. "More," when Ryu's hand shook, nearly dropping the shovel. "The water is almost boiling. You'll cook him alive. If the medicine isn't hot enough, it will backfire and stop his heart," Shin Jingshu barked. "At it now," when Ryu gritted her teeth and dumped a shovel of glowing red coals into the burner. The water began to churn violently. I thrashed in the tub like a dying fish in a frying pan. My skin turned a scorched red, and black beads of blood began to seep out of my pores, the toxins and impurities being forced out of my system by the sheer violence of the medicine. My consciousness started to fade. Everything turned blood red. In the haze of agony, memories of my past life surfaced, the days I spent as a Special Forces soldier, surviving 7 days in a freezing water cell. That pain was cold. This pain was fire. A dozen voices in my head screamed at me to give up. "Just jump out. It'll stop. You've done enough for the Shao family." I bit the wood harder. One thought burned through the fog. I am Yama. I've been to hell before, and this is just a bath. My father and brothers are dead. If I die now, who will settle the debt? Even if the king of hell comes for me, he's going to have to wait. Time lost all meaning. Every second felt like a year. Lu Hanyan never let go of my shoulders. Even as the steam scalded her palms and raised blisters on her skin, she held me down. She could feel the power vibrating through me, a terrifying, stubborn life force that refused to be extinguished. It was the strength of a soldier, the strength of a king. Eventually, the liquid in the tub began to change. The deep black faded into a murky, muddy gray. The stench of rot vanished. My body finally stopped seizing. I slumped forward, my chin resting on my chest. I looked dead. The wooden stick in my mouth was snapped in half, hanging from my blood-stained lips. "Stop," Shin Jingshu whispered. She reached out and pressed her fingers against my neck. After a moment, she let out a long, shaky breath. "He made it." Lu Hanyin and Wen Ruyu both collapsed to the floor, their legs giving out at the same time. The nightmare was finally over. I scrambled to the side of the tent, grabbing a support pillar as I retched violently. The scene I had just endured was 100 times more horrific than the bloodiest battlefield I had ever seen in my past life. It was a literal reconstruction of my body, a shattering and forging of bone and spirit. By the time the first light of dawn touched the camp, the heavy drums signaled the start of the day. I sat up from my bed. My movements were significantly smoother than the day before. The hellish torture of the previous night had left its marks, but Shun Jingshu's ointments and acupuncture had forcibly suppressed the agony. My bones still ached deep in the marrow, but I could finally stand and walk on my own. I pulled on my thin leather armor and buckled a standard-issue long blade to my waist. Pushing open the tent flap, I stepped out. The wind and snow had died down slightly, but the chill still bit deep into my skin. On the drill grounds, the soldiers were already lining up in loose formation. As I walked toward them, every pair of eyes snapped in my direction. The blatant contempt from yesterday was gone. In its place was a complex mix of emotions: awe, curiosity, and a hint of testing. That 40-mile run had sent a clear message. I wasn't here to play soldier or hide behind a title. I was here to bleed with them. Lei Lai strode over, his eyes scanning my face with worry. "Young commander, how did you rest last night?" I nodded, my voice calm. "Well enough." Lei Lai opened his mouth to say something more, then thought better of it. He knew that once I made up my mind, no one could talk me out of it. "What's the drill for today?" I asked. Zhao Hu stood nearby, gripping a wooden staff. He stepped forward quickly, reporting to the young commander. "Today is basic blade techniques and formation drills." "Begin," I said. I didn't head for the command platform. Instead, I walked straight into the ranks, taking a spot at the very end of the first row. Zhao Hu took a deep breath and roared at the top of his lungs. "All units, draw blades." A synchronized shing rang out as hundreds of blades caught the morning light. I drew my own weapon. It wasn't particularly heavy, but for this weakened body, just holding it steady was a struggle. "First move, cleave," Zhao Hu shouted. Every soldier raised their blade over their head and swung down with a fierce grunt. I followed suit. My movements were stiff, but the form was correct. Second move, parry. Third move, thrust. We repeated the motions over and over. These basics were second nature to these veterans, but for this body, it was a new world. The original Xiao Chun was a frail scholar who had never touched a weapon. My soul was that of a special forces king, but a master's mind is useless without a functioning tool. My hands shook, and the blade felt like lead, but I didn't stop. Sweat soon soaked through my clothes. My arms turned to jelly, and the friction of the hilt tore at the skin of my palms. I gritted my teeth and kept my mouth shut. Beside me, the soldiers stole glances, the respect in their eyes deepening with every swing. After an hour, Zhao Hu called for a break. He walked over to me and lowered his voice. "Young commander, your form is perfect, but your strength is lacking. This takes time. You can't rush it." I nodded without speaking. I knew I couldn't rush it, but time was the one thing I didn't have. After a short rest, we moved to formation drills. This was the pride of the Northern Army. On a battlefield, individual bravery meant nothing compared to a tight formation. Zhao Hu had us form 3 rows, practicing advances, retreats, and pivots. As I moved with the line, my mind was racing. These formations were mature, but to a modern soldier, they were full of holes. The spacing, the turn speed, the signaling, everything could be optimized. But now wasn't the time for suggestions. I had to become one of them first. I had to earn their trust before I could change their world. The drills continued until noon. Everyone was exhausted, but not a single man complained. They couldn't. Not while they watched their frail young commander standing right there with them, pale-faced and swaying, yet refusing to fall. Lunch was the same watery porridge and black mantu. I took my bowl and sat against a wall, eating in silence. Lu Hanyin walked over and sat beside me. She didn't say a word at first, just handed me a small paper bundle. I opened it to find several pieces of dried meat. "Eat," she said, her voice sounding a bit awkward. "Your second sister-in-law told me to give this to you." I glanced at her and didn't refuse, taking a bite. The meat was tough and salty, but it was heaven compared to the bland buns. Lu Hanyin watched me eat for a moment before finally speaking. "Why are you pushing yourself this hard? What are you actually after?" I swallowed the meat and looked at the horizon. "I'm after survival." "Survival?" She frowned. "If you keep this up, you'll kill yourself." "If I don't keep this up, I'll die even faster," I said, turning to look her in the eyes. "Eldest sister, how long do you think the Shao family can last like this? My father and brothers are dead. The imperial court is watching us like vultures. We have 100 days to prove we aren't obsolete." I took another bite of meat. "I know you look down on me. You think I'm just a scholar who talks big. But wars aren't won by hot blood alone. I have to show this army that I'm not a coward hiding in the back. I have to bleed and sweat with them. Only then will they truly follow my orders." Lu Hanyin stared at me, her expression unreadable. She had to admit I was right, but it still felt like madness. "Aren't you afraid of actually dying out here?" I let out a small, mocking laugh. "Of course I am. But I'm more afraid of living a useless life and dying for nothing." I stood up, brushed the dirt off my pants, and headed back to the field. Lu Hanyin stayed on the ground, watching my back. For the first time, she realized the man standing before her wasn't the brother-in-law she used to know. The afternoon was even more brutal. Zhao Hu ordered a weighted cross-country run. Each man strapped a 30-pound bag of sand to his back. 10 laps around the massive drill ground. The weight nearly crushed my shoulders the moment I put it on. I gritted my teeth and started running. By the second lap, I began to lag. By the third, I was at the very back of the pack. Lei Lai ran behind me, his heart aching as he watched me stumble. "Young commander, take a break. Just for a minute." I didn't answer. I couldn't. My legs felt like they were made of lead. Each step a monumental effort. My lungs burned like they were filled with acid, and the taste of blood rose in my throat. But I couldn't stop. If I stopped now, everything I had built would vanish. I had to finish these 10 laps. Even if I had to crawl, I would cross that line. Finally, as the rest of the army finished their run, I was still out there, struggling through the final lap. Every soldier on the field stopped what they were doing and turned to watch. No one laughed. No one jeered. Every soldier on the field stood in deathly silence, watching me. I could see it in their eyes, respect. I dragged my feet forward, one agonizing inch at a time. Every step felt like I was draining the last of my soul's energy. My vision blurred into a hazy gray, and the only sound left in the world was the ragged, heavy rasp of my own breath. But I didn't fall. When I finally crossed that finish line, the entire drill ground erupted. A thunderous roar shook the air, vibrating in my very bones. "Long live the young commander! Long live the young commander!" My legs turned to jelly. I started to collapse, but Lei Lai caught me before I hit the dirt. "Young commander, please, just rest," he choked out, his voice thick with emotion. I waved him off, gasping for air that wouldn't come fast enough. "No," I wheezed. "Continue the training." Zhao Hu walked over and looked at me. The skepticism was gone, replaced by pure admiration. "Young commander, that's enough for today. You've done more than enough." I nodded. I didn't argue this time. I knew I had hit my limit. If I pushed any further, I wouldn't just collapse, I would die. After dinner, I crawled back to my tent and fell onto the bed. My muscles were twitching uncontrollably. It felt like someone had stuffed crushed glass into my joints. Every tiny movement was agony. But the real torture was yet to come. When the hour of the pig arrived, Shen Jingshu appeared in the tent. Lu Hanyin and Wen Ruyu followed close behind him. "Are you ready?" Shen Jingshu asked. I nodded and struggled to sit up. He didn't waste time with small talk. He began mixing the medicine, and soon the large wooden tub was filled with a bubbling black liquid that smelled like rot and vinegar. I stripped off my clothes and stood by the tub. I took one deep breath and stepped in. Sizzle. The tearing pain hit me instantly. My body jerked tight, veins bulging across my neck and forehead. My face turned a deep, bruised purple. Lu Hanyin rushed forward and shoved a thick wooden stick into my mouth. She slammed her hands onto my shoulders, pinning me down. Bite down, she barked. I clamped my jaws shut. My teeth sank into the wood with a sickening, grinding sound. Shin Jingshu watched me calmly, tossing more herbs into the boiling brew. When Ryu stood to the side, her face deathly pale. She had never seen a man willingly walk into hell like this. Minutes felt like hours. My body thrashed in the liquid. Red droplets of blood mixed with black impurities began to ooze from my pores. My consciousness started to slip. Everything turned blood red. But I wouldn't let myself pass out. I knew if I closed my eyes now, I might never open them again. Finally, the liquid began to clear. Shin Jingshu exhaled slowly and looked at Lu Hanyin. It's done. Get him out. Lu Hanyin, and when Ryu pulled me from the tub with trembling hands. I slumped onto the floor, soaking wet and limp, looking like a dead fish hauled from the sea. Shin Jingshu drove several silver needles into my pressure points and forced a bowl of incredibly bitter medicinal soup down my throat. That's it for tonight, Shin Jingshu said. We continue tomorrow. They lifted me onto the bed and tucked me in. I lay there with my eyes closed, lungs burning. The pain hadn't faded, but I had survived another day. 47 days left. If I could just endure 47 more sessions, I would be free from this useless body. Only then could my real plan begin. Lu Hanyin sat by my bed, staring at my pale face. Are you really not afraid of dying? She whispered. I opened my eyes and looked at her. A weak, bloody smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. I'm terrified, I admitted, but I'm more afraid of living like a dog. She went silent. For the first time, she truly understood. I wasn't brave. I just hated losing more than I feared death. The next morning, the soreness was slightly better. I still felt like I'd been trampled by a herd of oxen, but beneath the ache, I felt a tiny, flickering spark of strength. That 9 deaths rebirth soup was brutal, but it worked. I threw on my leather armor and stepped out. The sky was a dull, heavy gray. On the drill ground, the soldiers were already lined up. There was no whispering, no complaining. When they saw me, their gaze was filled with genuine awe. The first day's run was a shock. The second day's weight training earned their respect. But seeing me show up for the third day, ready to kill myself all over again, that turned their doubt into total submission. This wasn't a show. I was literally gambling with my life. Young Commander, Lei Lai and Zhao Hu hurried over. They looked worried. Maybe you should just watch today? Your body. No need, I said, cutting Lei Lai off. I walked straight into the ranks. I knew I was walking a tightrope. If I showed a single moment of weakness, the foundation I'd built would crumble. Morale is a fragile thing. I had to stay until they couldn't imagine the army without me. Today was combat practice. Zhao Hu split us into groups for formation drills. I was put on the attacking side. Kill, Zhao Hu roared. The soldiers charged, wooden swords raised. I ran with them, trying to keep the pace. Thud, a heavy wooden shield slammed into my chest. The impact sent my blood racing and knocked the wind out of me. I flew backward, hitting the ground hard. Ninth brother, a voice screamed. Lu Hanyin was watching from the command platform. Her hand flew to her sword hilt, and she nearly leaped down. I lay in the dirt, feeling like my organs had shifted. A metallic taste flooded my mouth. Damn it, this body was still too weak. I bit my tongue hard, using the sharp pain to clear my head. I pushed myself up, shaking. I'm fine. Keep going. I roared at the soldier who hit me. The poor guy was white as a sheet. Young Commander. I didn't mean to. There is no meaning to on a battlefield. You did well. I wiped the blood from my lips and gripped my wooden sword. Again. The entire camp froze. It was too much. I was being too hard on myself. Lu Hanyin watched from above, her heart twisting. She had always believed war belonged to the strong and the glorious. Someone like me shouldn't have been there. But as she watched me get knocked down and crawl back up, covered in mud and blood with eyes burning brighter each time, her worldview cracked. Maybe strength wasn't just about muscles and martial arts. By noon, I had to be carried back to my tent. I was covered in purple bruises. I couldn't even lift a finger. When Shin Jingshu arrived and saw the state of me, even his calm eyes flickered with pity. "If you keep this up," he warned, "not even the 9 deaths rebirth soup will be able to save you in 10 days. Shin Jingshu applied the medicine to my skin. His movements were steady, but his eyes remained cold. "I know what I'm doing," he said, cutting off any protest. I kept my eyes closed, my voice sounding like it had been dragged through gravel. "Second sister-in-law, is my body a little better than yesterday?" His hand paused for a fraction of a second. He didn't answer, but we both knew the truth. Between the 9 deaths rebirth soup and the brutal physical limits I was pushing, my broken body was undergoing an impossible transformation. My blocked meridians were being forced open. My withered muscles were screaming back to life. It was a mad gamble. The stake was my life, but the prize was a new beginning. Suddenly, the tent flap whipped open. When Ryu charged in like a whirlwind, the calculated, business-minded look she usually wore was gone. Instead, her face was a mess of shock and pure ecstasy. "It worked. Ninth brother, it actually worked." She clutched a small porcelain bottle, her voice trembling with excitement. She rushed to my bedside and carefully pulled the stopper. Instantly, a scent so thick it was almost tangible filled the tent. It wasn't the sour, weak wine the soldiers usually drank. This was aggressive. Pure. It smelled like a roaring fire. Just one breath made my blood run hot. Shin Jingshu and Lu Hanyan leaned in, their faces full of wonder. "Is this the burning knife you talked about?" When Ryu held the bottle under my nose, her eyes shining. "I found the best master brewers in the manor. I had them work through the night using that drawing you gave me. At first, they said it was impossible. They called it nonsense. But then, they turned that sour swill into this liquid jade." She looked at me like I was a monster. I wondered if she was thinking about how many more secrets I was hiding. That messy drawing of mine had literally turned dross into gold. "Taste it," I said, smiling weakly. I gestured for her to go first. She hesitated, then took a tiny sip. Her eyes went wide. A line of fire traveled from her throat to her stomach, exploding into a wave of warmth that surged through her entire body. Even for a woman who rarely touched alcohol, she couldn't help but let out a long, satisfied sigh. "Good wine. Incredible wine." Her cheeks flushed red. "Ninth brother, we're going to be rich. I guarantee it. If we ship this past the border, those tribesmen will trade their best warhorses and cattle for this. Our army's food supply is saved." She knew exactly what strong liquor meant in the freezing north. It wasn't just a drink. It was life. It was currency. "Fifth sister, this is only the first step," I said calmly, watching her excitement. "Wine isn't enough. We need a plate big enough to hold all the wealth that's coming." "A plate?" She blinked, confused. My eyes sharpened with a light that made even her flinch. "I want you to establish a trading firm in the family's name. Call it the Northern Merchant Guild. We won't just sell wine. We're going to control all trade in the north. Grain, cloth, salt, iron. We're putting our hands on everything." When Ryu gasped, "Ninth brother, you're talking about declaring war on every merchant gang in the north. They have deep roots. Some are backed by high officials in the capital. That's why I need you," I said, my voice heavy with intent. "Your talent. Your routes. Your connections. Combined with my wine and the war bonds I have planned, we can move the wealth of the entire north. I want those merchants to know one thing: follow me and prosper, or oppose me and perish. I want their money flowing into the pockets of the Northern Army. I want our soldiers eating meat at every meal. I want them in new clothes. I want them strong enough to take the heads of our enemies." When Ryu was stunned, she looked at me, a man lying in bed, barely able to move, as I mapped out a plan so massive it bordered on insanity. Her heart raced. She had always thought of herself as bold and sharp, but compared to me, her business sense was child's play. I didn't just want to make money. I wanted to use money to forge an invincible army and seize the pulse of the North. This was the real gamble. "Fine." She took a deep breath, a fire igniting in her eyes that I hadn't seen before. "I'll take the deal. From today on, My dowry is your capital. Wherever you want to go, I'm with you to the end. She turned and marched out of the tent, her steps full of newfound purpose. What just happened? Lu Hanyin asked, looking completely lost. Shen Jingshu sighed softly. She found something more interesting than just making money. I smiled but said nothing. I had successfully tethered the most profit-driven woman I knew to my chariot. Now, it was time to use this first spark of gold to light a fire under the army's heart. The tent grew quiet after she left. Only the clinking of Shen Jingshu's medicine bowls and Lu Hanyin's ragged breathing remained. Are you really going to do this? Lu Hanyin asked. She looked at me like I was a stranger. She couldn't understand me anymore. Fighting for profit against merchant gangs? Eldest sister, what is war? I leaned back against the headboard. My body felt like paper, but my mind was a blade. At the end of the day, war is money and grain. Our soldiers can't even fill their bellies. How can you expect them to fight the Black Wolf tribe? On passion alone. Passion doesn't fill a stomach, and it doesn't stop a sword. The words were cold and honest. Even Lu Hanyin, who valued honor above all else, couldn't argue. She knew the state of the army. Their food was old, mixed with sand, and hard as rocks. There was no morale. Their honor was just a thin coat of paint on a starving face. But starting a merchant guild, competing with traders. She frowned. That isn't what a family of generals does. Is what a family of generals does watching their soldiers starve to death. I shot back. My gaze was sharp. Watching them get beheaded just so the imperial court can say a few kind words about their loyalty after they're dead? Eldest sister, the times have changed. My father's era is gone. We don't have the luxury of following useless rules anymore. Survival is the only rule. She choked on her words, her chest heaving, unable to find a single counterargument. Shen Jingshu listened in silence. He handed me a clean bottle containing a few black pills that smelled of herbs. These are 3 treasure pills, he said, to stabilize your foundation. This will help you recover some strength, but it only treats the symptoms, not the root cause, Shen Jingshu said softly. Her gentle eyes searched mine, filled with a physician's deep-seated worry. You pushed yourself to the limit again today. Tonight's medicinal bath will be even more intense. The power of the herbs will seep directly into your bone marrow. The pain will be far worse than yesterday. You need to be ready. I took the bottle from her, poured out a pill, and tossed it into my mouth. I swallowed it dry, like a piece of parched grain. I know, I said calmly. Second sister-in-law, thank you for your hard work. Shen Jingshu shook her head and said nothing more. She turned to pack her medical kit. She knew my temperament by now, once I decided on something. Even a team of oxen couldn't pull me back. The only thing she could do was exhaust her lifelong knowledge to give me a single thread of hope while I walked through hell. Lu Hanyin watched us, noting the silent understanding between us. A strange, sour feeling rose in her chest. She realized she was being pushed further and further out of the inner circle forming around me. Shen Jingshu, the second sister, had seen my transformation early on and became the trusted medic guarding my mad plans. When Ruyu, the fifth sister, had been fired up by a few of my words and was now ready to bet her entire fortune on me as my treasurer. And her, the eldest sister, the strongest warrior in the Shao family. She was still stuck agonizing over what a general's family should do, looking at me through an outdated lens. It was almost laughable. Lu Hanyin took a deep breath, stood up, and walked out of the tent without a word. She needed to be alone. Outside, the winter wind howled like a ghost. Driven by some strange impulse, she walked over to a weapon rack. She picked up a standard-issue long blade. The edge was covered in nicks, and the cord on the hilt was worn down to nothing. She moved to the archery targets. The wood was riddled with holes, and the centers were nothing but shredded straw. 2 patrolling soldiers walked past, their necks tucked into their collars against the cold. Their hushed voices drifted into her ears. Did you hear? Wang Air from the 3rd Battalion. He froze to death on the watchtower last night. Sigh. His wife just gave birth to a son. He never even got to see the kid's face. In this damn weather, without a thick coat, how is anyone supposed to survive? Lu Hanyin's heart felt like it was being squeezed by an icy hand. My words about passion not filling a stomach roared in her ears again. For the first time, She began to wonder if the glory and principles she clung to were really that important in the face of such brutal reality. That afternoon, news spread through the northern camp like it had wings. Did you hear? Dinner tonight. There's an extra dish. Meat. What? Meat? You're joking. Liurgu, you've gone crazy from hunger, haven't you? It's true. It came from the kitchens. The fifth young mistress personally escorted 2 wagons of mutton. They said it was the commander's direct order. Holy crap. Long live the commander. In an instant, the dead camp erupted like a powder keg hit by a spark. The soldiers who had been dragging themselves around like dying dogs suddenly looked like they'd been injected with chicken blood. Meat. To these men who hadn't tasted fat in months, that one word was more powerful than any rousing speech. At dusk, when the massive iron cooking pots were carried out, the men went wild. The lids were lifted, and thick white steam carrying the heavy scent of mutton swept across the drill grounds. It wasn't thin soup anymore. It was a thick, golden porridge made of millet and mutton bones. Large chunks of meat tumbled in the broth, topped with fresh green onions. It made everyone's mouth water. Leilai held the giant ladle himself. He shouted at the top of his lungs, his face glowing with excitement and pride. Don't push. Everyone gets a share. This is a gift from the commander. He made sure to dig deep into the pot, ensuring every man got a heavy chunk of meat and thick broth in his bowl. A young recruit, thin as a rail, stared at the fist-sized piece of mutton in his bowl. His eyes turned red instantly. His hands shook so hard he could barely hold the bowl. He didn't care about the heat. He shoved a piece of rock-hard black bread into his mouth and washed it down with the hot porridge. As the warmth spread from his stomach to his limbs, he let out a long, shaky sigh. He bit into the tender meat, the juices exploding in his mouth. He almost swallowed his tongue. It's good. It's so damn good, he sobbed while chewing. I almost forgot what meat tasted like. Follow the commander, and we eat meat. From now on, if anyone says a bad word about him, I'll be the first to break their teeth. The words were simple, but they were the most honest feelings of the heart. I didn't eat the mutton. Just like yesterday, I sat with a bowl of plain congee and a piece of black bread. I stood at a distance, watching the cheering soldiers, watching the genuine satisfaction on their faces. This was only the first step. I didn't just want to feed them. I wanted to forge every single one of them into an indestructible machine of war. Night fell again. Inside my tent, the massive wooden tub was prepared. The black medicinal liquid bubbled ominously over the charcoal fire, smelling even more pungent and burnt than the day before. Ninth brother, are you sure you want to go through with this? When Ryu asked, her face pale. She knew this was the only way for me to get strong, but the thought of the suffering made her heart tremble. The risk of this investment was a 99% chance of my death. Fifth sister-in-law, do you think there's anything in this world worth having that comes for free? I calmly stripped off my shirt, revealing a body covered in purple bruises that looked just a fraction tougher than yesterday. Without another word, I stepped into the tub. Sizzle. A pain 100 times more intense than yesterday's flooded my entire system. If yesterday was about crushing bones, a brutal physical destruction, then today was about grinding them into powder. It was a slow, agonizing torture of the nerves. The medicine didn't just hit me. It turned into a billion tiny poisonous needles, crawling through my pores into every nerve, grinding away deep in my marrow and my very soul. Ugh! My head snapped back. My eyes turned bloodshot instantly, a web of red veins covering the whites. The new wooden gag in my mouth groaned under the pressure, cracking as I bit down with everything I had. Lu Hanyin and Shun Jingshu stood on either side of me, pinning my shoulders down. Lu Hanyin felt the muscles beneath her hands, violently trembling yet locked tight. It was a level of willpower that surpassed anything she had ever seen in a martial artist. She was shaken to her core. Shun Jingshu stared into my eyes. They had lost focus, replaced by a wash of crimson that represented pure, unadulterated agony. She knew I was standing on the edge of a cliff, wrestling with the Reaper himself. When Ryu finally understood, perhaps only this man could lead the Shao family out of the abyss. Because he was more ruthless to himself than he would ever be to any enemy. He was a man who dared to throw his own life and soul onto the gambling table, betting it all on a sliver of a future. If there was anything I couldn't achieve, it wasn't for lack of trying. This investment was a gamble with hellish risks, but the return was the revival and glory of my entire family. 7 days passed in a blur of agony and steel. On the training grounds, wooden blades clashed, sending sparks flying into the cold air. A burly veteran from the vanguard felt his hands go numb as his wooden sword nearly flew from his grip. He stared in disbelief at me. A week ago, he could have sent me flying with a simple shoulder barge. Now, I stood my ground, firmly meeting his heavy strike. This was the 7th day. Every morning, without fail, I appeared on the field. I subjected myself to the same self-inflicted torture as the soldiers. I ran, I carried weights, and I fought. I didn't skip a single drill. My body was a roadmap of pain. Old wounds hadn't even begun to scab over before new ones were added. But every soldier in the northern camp saw it. Their young commander was transforming before their eyes. My thin frame was being hammered like raw iron in a furnace, the lines of my muscles growing hard and defined. My gaze became as sharp as a hawk's. At night, the lights in my tent burned until dawn. No one knew exactly what happened inside. They only saw my second sister-in-law, my fifth sister-in-law, and the formidable Lu Hanyan enter at the same time every night and leave with grim expressions. Rumors swirled, but the camp reached a silent consensus. I had shed my old skin. I was a young wolf finally showing its fangs. While I changed, the camp changed with me. Thanks to Wenryu's business mind, the first batch of burning knife spirit was produced. It was a liquor stronger than any blade. When it hit the black markets outside Yinmen Pass, it caused a total frenzy. The grassland merchants and tribal chiefs, who lived their lives battling the frost, went mad after just one sip. In the freezing north, a drink like this didn't just chase away the cold, it ignited the blood. The price skyrocketed. At first, one jar traded for 3 sheep. Soon, wealthy chiefs were offering top-tier warhorses for a single bottle. Wenryu's talent was fully unleashed. Following my instructions, she established the northern trading firm, hired guards, and scaled up production. The money flowed in and immediately turned into grain, mutton, medicine, new cotton clothes, and sharp weapons. The soldiers' meals went from a single bowl of watery gruel to 2 solid meat meals a day. Black bread was replaced by soft white buns. Ripped leather scraps were swapped for gleaming iron armor. Fed and warm, the spirit of these iron-blooded men, once eroded by poverty and despair, began to burn again. The shouts on the training ground grew louder every day, the air thick with the scent of roasted meat and the smell of cold steel. At noon, a hand whipped back my tent flap, bringing a gust of freezing wind. When Ryu walked in, clutching a thick ledger, the usual charming smile on her face was gone, replaced by a layer of killing frost. "Little brother, we have a problem." I had just finished my morning drills. I was shirtless, letting Shun Jingshu massage medicinal oil into my skin to keep my blood moving. There wasn't a patch of clear skin left on me. I was a mess of bruises and scars. But beneath the damage, my muscles were tight and full of explosive power. "What is it, fifth sister?" I took a water skin from Shun Jingshu and drank deeply. My voice was steady, despite my heavy breathing. Our caravan was intercepted 30 miles outside the city, when Ryu said, her voice like ice. "The liquor was stolen. A dozen of our men are injured. Manager Wong, who was leading them, had his legs snapped." "And the authorities?" I asked, my eyes remaining calm. "We reported it. It was useless," she sneered. "The governor of Yinmen Pass is a puppet of Prime Minister Qin Song. His men took one look and called it a common bandit raid. They told us to accept our bad luck." "Bandits?" I narrowed my eyes. A dangerous light flickered there. "There are bandits in the north brave enough to touch the northern prince's property?" "Of course they aren't bandits." When Ryu handed me a report. It was the Four Seas Merchant Guild. My people saw their mark. They're the biggest guild in the north, backed by Zhou Bapi, the vice minister of revenue. They've held a monopoly on liquor and salt for years. Our burning knife cut off their cash flow. They're desperate. Shin Jingshu frowned nearby. "They have a lot of nerve to lay hands on our people." "It's not nerve, it's calculation." When Ryu analyzed, her gaze sharp. "They know we can't afford to make a scene. The court is watching us. If we use the army over a business dispute, We give Qin Song exactly what he wants. Proof that the Shao family is using military power to bully civilians. They think we'll just swallow our blood and stay quiet. I looked at the report, a cold arc forming on my lips. Exactly. When Ryu nodded, her eyes flashing with suppressed rage. But I won't swallow it. Give me a squad. Just 50 elites from the vanguard. I'll lead them myself and smash their storefront to pieces. If there's trouble, I'll take the blame alone. I won't let it touch the family. When Ryu was no soft target. She was ready for blood. Fifth sister, using the army to smash a guild, is handing Qin Song the sword to cut our heads off. I shook my head and tossed the report aside. I stood up, my joints popping like firecrackers after 7 days of hellish training. Then what do we do? She asked, her chest heaving with frustration. Do we just let it go? The face of our firm, the face of the prince's manor. You're going to let them step on it. Let it go. I laughed. I turned to face her, my eyes glowing in the dim tent. The words, let it go, aren't in my dictionary. I walked up to her, my face covered in sweat and the smell of bitter herbs. A playful, bone-chilling smile spread across my lips. Fifth sister, you seem to have forgotten something. In their eyes, in the eyes of the whole world, I am still that useless, poetry-spouting, money-wasting ninth son. When Ryu blinked, startled, I leaned in, speaking in a whisper laced with a hint of malice. My father and brothers are dead. There's no one left to control me. A grieving, heartbroken brat who has lost everything and decided to go off the rails, taking a few loyal servants to go reclaim his stolen goods and demand justice? Doesn't that sound perfectly reasonable? I reached out and patted her shoulder, which was tense with anger. My smile turned even colder. Since they want to watch a play, I'll give them a grand performance. I just hope they can afford the price of the tickets. When Ryu and Shun Jingshu stood there, completely stunned, they stared at me like I'd grown a second head. I didn't care. I kept that look of calm entitlement on my face, letting a hint of a wicked smile play on my lips. Their brains couldn't seem to process the logic. A desperate, broken nobleman leading a pack of servants to go trash a shop? It was unheard of. Ninth brother, do you have a fever? When Ryu asked, she actually reached out to touch my forehead. I stepped back, dodging her hand without a word. Fifth sister, I've never been clearer. I walked over to the side of the tent and grabbed a clean linen robe. I pulled it on, covering the brutal bruises and scars from my week of hellish training. As I slowly tied my belt, I looked at her. Think about it. In the eyes of the court and the local governor, what am I? When Ryu hesitated. Hey, a sickly brat living off his ancestors' glory. A useless waste who only knows how to scribble poetry. She looked a bit embarrassed saying it, realizing I wasn't that person anymore. Exactly. A waste, I said, laughing. I wasn't offended. I was delighted. A waste whose father and 8 brothers are dead. The last man standing. Under the weight of such grief, wouldn't it be natural for him to snap? To become violent, arrogant, and reckless? Shin Jingshu was the smart one. She caught on immediately, her gentle eyes clouding with worry. Ninth brother, you're going to use that image as a disguise? To deal with the Four Seas Guild? It's more than a disguise, I corrected her. It's a perfect shield. If we move a single squad of soldiers to smash their shop, Prime Minister Qin Song will have a report on the Emperor's desk within 3 days. He'll accuse us of using the military to oppress civilians. The Emperor won't give us another chance to breathe. When Ryu's face went pale, she'd been so focused on revenge that she'd forgotten the vultures circling us from the capital. But, I continued, if I'm just the spoiled 9th young master, acting out because my family's caravan was robbed, if I take a few house servants to go demand justice, that's different. At worst, it's just a rich kid throwing a tantrum. Qin Song can call me uneducated or rude, but he can't use it to attack the prince's manor. When Ryu's eyes lit up, her sharp mind started crunching the numbers. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. You're using a low-class tactic to break a high-level political trap. It's like using a needle to deflect a sledgehammer. She looked at me with genuine wonder. I could see the respect replacing her usual suspicion. But your body, Shin Jingshu whispered, still worried. The training, the medicinal baths, you're exhausted. What if a fight breaks out? Who said I'm fighting? I smirked. I'm a frail scholar. I'll provide the insults. The servants will provide the fists. I turned toward the tent exit. Fifth sister, find out where the Four Seas Guild's biggest shop in Yinmen Pass is. Get me the map. And get me the manifest for the wine they stole. As for the value of that wine, you know what to do. When Ryu smiled, a dangerous, beautiful curve of her lips. I understand. I'll make sure the price they pay leaves them without their pants. I stepped out of the tent and headed straight for Leilai's quarters. My sisters-in-law watched me go, looking half amused and half terrified. I wasn't going to get justice. I was going to commit a daylight robbery. Inside the vanguard camp, Leilai was scrubbing his massive broadsword with a piece of rough cloth. When he saw me, he jumped up, his fists thumping against his chest armor. Young commander, what are your orders? Just say the word, and I'll be there. After 7 days, I had earned every bit of his loyalty. Leilai, I need to borrow some men to pick a fight, I said plainly. A fight? His eyes practically glowed. He stood up, his muscles bulging like small mountains. How many? Just say it. I'll call up all 5,000 brothers right now. I don't want soldiers, I said. Leilai blinked, confused. No soldiers? Then what do you want? I want house servants, I told him, enunciating every word. I want 20 men who don't look like soldiers. I want them to look like street thugs. Leilai scratched his bald head. Thugs? Servants. I sighed and explained. The kind of guys who guard a rich man's house. I need evil servants. Have them change into plain clothes. They need to lose the military discipline. I want them to look arrogant, mean, and ready to bully people because their master told them to. Do you get it? Leilai struggled with the concept for a second, then slapped his thigh. I got it. You want 20 guys who can fight, but look like total jerks. My boys are great at fighting. The jerk part? We might need to practice that. Good, I nodded. Pick them yourself. Have them in servant clothes and outside my tent in half an hour. 30 minutes later, 20 massive men were standing awkwardly outside my tent. They had swapped their iron armor for gray linen tunics. They looked excited but uncomfortable. Even Leilai was there, his muscles stretching his servant clothes to the breaking point. He looked less like a servant and more like a debt collector. When Ryu arrived with the shop location and the inflated bill for the stolen goods, I had changed too. I wore a snow-white silk robe with silver-trimmed sleeves that fluttered in the wind. In my hand, I held a white jade folding fan. Listen up, I said, scanning my new servants. Once we leave this camp, you aren't Northern Army soldiers. You are the 9th Young Master's personal thugs. Yes, 9th Young Master, they roared in unison. The sound nearly blew the roof off the tent. I winced. No, servants don't yell like that. You need to look smug. You need to look like you're better than everyone else because you work for me. Forget the army stuff. I'll teach you on the way. I snapped my fan open with a flick of my wrist and started walking. Let's go. Into the city. It's time to get some justice. At the gates of Yinmen Pass, the cold wind swirled dead grass across the stone road. I walked through the gate, casually fluttering my jade fan despite the freezing cold, looking every bit the arrogant, useless noble I needed the world to see. I looked at the 20 men standing before me. They were standing perfectly straight, chests puffed out, ready for a military inspection. My eyes narrowed and my mouth twitched. This wasn't going to work. Stop, 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 I snapped, closing my jade fan with a loud crack. I pointed the fan at Leilai, looking like a teacher disappointed in his slowest student. Commander Lei, are we going to war or a parade? Why is your chest out so far? Are you afraid people won't realize you're a career soldier? Leilai looked ridiculous. The gray linen tunic was stretched so tight over his massive frame that he looked like a black bear squeezed into a child's outfit. He scratched his bald head, looking genuinely hurt. Young master, this is how we always walk. If we don't stand straight, we're shaming the Northern Army. Wrong. I walked over and poked his rock-hard pectoral muscle with my fan. Today, you aren't the Northern Army. You are the Northern Prince's personal thugs. You are my lapdogs. Do you even know what a lapdog is? 20 hardened killers looked at each other and shook their heads in perfect unison. I sighed. These men were straightforward soldiers. Asking them to die was easy. Asking them to act was harder than climbing to heaven. Watch closely, I said. I'm only teaching you this once. I took 2 steps back. My upright posture suddenly collapsed. I let one shoulder drop lower than the other. My legs went soft, like I was walking on cotton. My sharp gaze turned into a vacant, arrogant stare. I swaggered up to Lei Lai, looking him up and down with a sneer that begged for a punch to the face. "What are you looking at?" I barked, my voice dripping with fake malice. "Look at me again, and I'll dig your eyes out and pickle them. Get out of my way." For a split second, Lei Lai looked stunned. He didn't see the iron-blooded commander who had led them through the snow. He saw a genuine, rotten-to-the-core, noble brat. "Did you feel that?" I asked, instantly dropping the act and returning to normal. "I need that. I'm number one, and if you touch me you die energy. Slump your shoulders. Widen your stride. Your eyes should be greedy. If you see a pretty girl, whistle. If you see someone you don't like, glare. Lei Lai, you try." Lei Lai took a deep breath. He slumped his waist, let his massive arms swing loosely at his sides, and scrunched his face into a terrifying grimace. It looked less like a thug and more like he was suffering from severe constipation. What are you looking at?" he growled. "Careful, or I'll. Enough, I said, rubbing my temples. "People will think you're rushing to find a bathroom. Forget the acting. Just remember one thing. No matter how big a mess we make today, even if we poke a hole in the sky, I'll back you up. Just be as unreasonable as possible." "Yes," they roared. "Don't say yes," I hissed. "Fix your stance." They quickly loosened up, standing in a messy, crooked line. They still looked a bit like elite guards in disguise, but it was close enough to a gang of thugs. "Into the city," I commanded, waving my fan. Yimin Pass was a different world inside the gates. While the camp was desolate, the city was a thriving trade hub. Shops lined the streets and vendors shouted their prices. But my eyes were sharp. I saw beggars lining the roads, men with the frames of soldiers, veterans who had been tossed aside. Meanwhile, merchants in silk robes walked past them with looks of pure disgust, ordering their servants to shove the trash away. The rich have wine and meat that rot, while the roads are lined with the bones of those who froze to death, I whispered. A cold, killing intent flickered in my eyes. This was the great Xia dynasty. The soldiers bled at the front, while the parasites at the back sucked them dry. Young master, Lei Lai whispered, leaning in. That 3-story red building ahead is the headquarters of the Four Seas Merchant Guild. I looked up. It was a magnificent building with carved beams and gilded signs that shimmered in the sun. The guests entering were all wealthy, and 2 rows of fierce-looking guards stood at the door. Compared to this den of gold, the Northern Prince's mansion, draped in white funeral banners, looked like a crumbling shack. "So this is the shop of that skinflint Zhou who stole our wine," I said, a playful smile dancing on my lips. "It's a beautiful building. It would be a shame not to smash it just to hear the sound it makes." I straightened my collar. My clear eyes became clouded and wild. I put on the face of a man who had lost everything and finally snapped. "Let's go," I said. "It's time to collect our goods." I marched toward the entrance. Lei Lai and the others exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and followed with mean looks on their faces. "Halt! What's your business?" 2 guards barked, crossing their arms. They looked at our group with suspicion. My men might have been in rags, but the scent of blood on them was too thick to hide. Before I could speak, Lei Lai stepped forward and delivered a massive backhand. Slap. Lei Lai had held back 99% of his strength, but that was still the strength of a man who fought barbarian cavalry. The guard didn't even scream. He spun like a top 3 times before collapsing, his face swelling up like a steamed bun. "You dare block my master's path?" Lei Lai bellowed. "Do you even know who he is?" He looked satisfied. I could tell he was starting to enjoy being a bully. The other guards turned pale and drew their swords. "Impudence! You dare cause trouble at the Four Seas Guild? Do you have a death wish?" A crowd began to gather, whispering as they recognized me. "Isn't that the 9th young master of the Northern Prince's house? Shoo, keep it down. I heard his father and brothers died, and he's gone crazy from the shock. He's looking for trouble with the Four Seas Guild. They have major backers in the capital. He's finished." I ignored them, my expression becoming even more manic. I walked up the steps, staring down at the guards. "Tell your manager to crawl out here," I said coldly. "A carriage of my finest wine was borrowed by your people at the 30-mile post." "Well, if you borrow something, don't you have to return it?" A set of hurried footsteps echoed from the main hall. "Oh, who is making such a fuss?" A middle-aged fat man in a silk robe walked out, spinning 2 walnuts in his hand. His small, beady eyes swept over me with pure contempt. This was Qian Wansan, the guild manager. He knew exactly who I was, the sickly waste of a falling noble house. I wondered who it was. So, it's the 9th young master, Qian Wansan said, giving a mock bow with zero respect. Shouldn't you be in the funeral hall mourning your father? Why have you come to my place of business to act like a wild dog? 9th young master, this isn't a place for someone like you, Qian Wansan sneered. I didn't feel like talking. I pointed my folding fan directly at his nose. Where's my wine? Wine? What wine? Qian Wansan played dumb, his face a mask of fake confusion. The 9th young master must be grieving too hard. You've remembered wrong. When has the Four Seas Guild ever taken anything from you? He was betting I wouldn't dare cause a scene. In his eyes, the Northern Prince's mansion was a dying lamp. My father and brothers were gone. We were just grasshoppers at the end of autumn, waiting for the frost to kill us. As long as he denied it, the theft would remain an unsolved mess. You won't admit it? I laughed. It was a bright, cheerful sound that didn't reach my eyes. I turned to Lei Lai and my men. He says he didn't take it. Lei Lai grinned, showing off his white teeth. Then what should we do, master? I closed my fan with a slow, deliberate snap. Search. How should we search? Lei Lai asked, his eyes dancing with anticipation. Tear this building down, I said calmly. Search brick by brick, tile by tile. If you can't find it in the walls, dig 3 feet into the foundation. I don't believe my wine just grew wings and flew away. Qian Wansan's face turned pale. Xiao Chun, you wouldn't dare. This is... Smash it. I warned. My voice drowned out everything else. It was pure, unadulterated rage, the sound of a caged beast finally snapping its chains. Lei Lai couldn't wait any longer. He trembled with excitement and charged forward like a human tank. Brothers, let's get to work. Lei Lai shouted. Master's orders. Tear this dump apart. The 20 elite soldiers from the trapped camp moved like tigers descending a mountain. They lunged into the magnificent hall. A sharp crash shattered the tension. Lei Lai kicked over a blue and white porcelain vase that stood as tall as a man. The priceless antique exploded against the stone floor, sending white shards flying like a rain of jagged glass. Oh, my antique. Qian Wansan's face wobbled in agony. He shrieked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Stop. Everyone stop. This is rebellion. The only answer he got was the sound of more things breaking. My soldiers were killing machines on the battlefield, but as a demolition crew, they were terrifyingly efficient. They didn't just smash randomly. They picked the expensive stuff. Jade ornaments on the shelves, famous paintings on the walls, carved rosewood furniture. Nothing escaped. One soldier grabbed a rare inkstone and slammed it into a gold-inlaid counter. The counter dented, and the inkstone shattered into pieces. That's a masterpiece by Master Su. Qian Wansan watched a soldier rip a scroll off the wall, use it like a rag to wipe some blood off his boot, and then stomp on it. His heart was bleeding. Stop them. Hit them. Kill them. I'll take the responsibility. The guild's guards, who were used to bullying people, rushed forward with blades and clubs. Good. Lei Lai laughed. He didn't retreat. Instead, he lunged forward. When a steel blade swung at his head, he didn't even flinch. He reached out with a calloused hand and caught the back of the blade. The guard's eyes went wide. His sword felt like it was stuck in a mountain. Get lost. Lei Lai twisted his wrist. The guard was sent flying, crashing into a counter and falling unconscious instantly. It wasn't a fight. It was a massacre. My men were survivors of 100 battles. They practiced the art of killing. Against these merchant thugs, it was like grown men beating up toddlers. Screams filled the hall. Guards flew backward with broken arms and legs, while my 20 men didn't even have a scratch on them. I stood by the door, waving my fan, watching the chaos with a cold, detached expression. In my mind, the King of Hell tactical map was running at high speed. This time, I wasn't calculating battle lines. I was calculating value. Blue and white vase, 500 silver taels. Destroyed. Rosewood chair, 80 silver taels. Destroyed. Landscape painting, fake, 50 silver taels. Destroyed. The numbers ticked up in my head. My sister-in-law's intel said the stolen wine was worth about 3,000 silver taels, including transport and emotional damages. Not enough? I whispered to myself. The interest is still too low. The hall was soon silent, save for the groans of the wounded. The air smelled of dust and copper. Qian Wansan was backed into a corner, shaking like a leaf as Lei Lai approached him. His silk robe was soaked in cold sweat. Don't come any closer, Qian Wansan yelled, his voice cracking. I work for Assistant Minister Zhou of the Ministry of Revenue. This guild is registered with the court. This is treason. You'll be executed. Treason. I walked over slowly. My boots crunched on the broken porcelain. I used my fan to lift his chubby chin, mocking him with my eyes. Manager Qian, watch your mouth. I'm just looking for my lost wine. Since you won't hand it over, I have to find it myself. Things get broken during a search. How is that treason? You're twisting words. Qian Wansan hissed. The wine isn't even in the shop. Oh, so you admit you took it? My eyes sharpened. Qian Wansan looked like he wanted to slap himself. He'd walked right into my trap. I didn't take it. I mean, there's nothing here for you to find. Nothing. I sighed, looking disappointed. I guess it's not on the first floor. Lei Lai, here. Search the second floor. If it's not there, go to the third. Remember, be thorough. Turn this building upside down. Don't miss a single corner. You got it, master. Lei Lai grinned and waved his hand. Brothers, upstairs. No. Wait. Qian Wansan broke. The second and third floors held the real treasures, items left by powerful officials for safekeeping. If these lunatics smashed those, he couldn't pay it back even if he sold his soul. He collapsed to his knees and grabbed my leg, tears and snot streaming down his face. Don't smash it. Please, I beg you. Let's talk. We can talk this out. I looked down at him with pure disgust. This was the true face of people like him. They only want to talk when the knife is at their throat. Talk. I leaned down, whispering into his ear like a demon. When you stole my wine and beat my men, why didn't you think about talking then? Qian Wansan choked on his words, his face turning a sickly shade of gray. Cold sweat dripped down Qian Wansan's forehead and into his eyes, stinging them, but he didn't dare move. Now he wanted to talk? It was too late for that. I straightened my back and kicked him square in the chest, sending him sprawling across the floor. I looked at my men and shouted, "Keep smashing. If I don't hear 10,000 taels worth of destruction today, nobody stops." 10,000 taels. Qian Wansan's eyes rolled back in his head, and he nearly fainted right there. Just then, the sound of heavy, rhythmic footsteps echoed from outside the doors. It was the unmistakable clatter of armor. "Stop right there," a voice boomed like thunder. A large squad of soldiers in black and red armor flooded into the hall, their long spears gleaming with a cold, lethal light. They instantly surrounded Lei Lai and my men. These were the Yinmen Pass City Guard. A tall commander with a face full of scarred flesh stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of a Yinling blade at his waist. He looked at the wreckage and the wounded men on the floor, his expression turning dark enough to drip ink. In broad daylight, you dare to trash a shop and assault people in the city? Is there no law left? The commander's eyes locked onto mine with murderous intensity. Men, arrest these thugs. If anyone resists, kill them on the spot. Qian Wansan saw the commander and reacted like he'd just seen his own father. He scrambled over on all fours, clutching at the man's boots. "Commander Zhao, save me. Xiao Chun has gone insane. He's trying to tear down Sihai Hall and kill me. You have to help me, Commander." This was Zhao Gang. He was the commander of the city guard, a trusted lackey of the governor, and more importantly, a nail driven into the northern border by the Prime Minister, Qin Song. He'd taken plenty of bribes from Sihai Hall over the years. Zhao Gang kicked Qian Wansan aside and looked at me coldly. "Ninth young Master Xiao, leading your servants to attack a merchant shop is a capital offense. Even if the old prince were still alive, he wouldn't let you get away with this nonsense." Lei Lai and the others tightened their fists. Their muscles were coiled like springs. One word from me, and they would tear these guards apart. To the veterans of the Shang Zhengying trapping camp, these city soldiers who had never seen real blood were nothing more than straw men. The tension in the room was a hair trigger away from a massacre. But then, I started laughing. I laughed so hard I doubled over, tears nearly pricking my eyes. Capital offense? Breaking the law? I pointed my folding fan at Zhao Gang, acting as if I'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. Commander Zhao, don't try to scare me. My father and brothers died for this country. My Xiao family is full of martyrs. My fifth sister-in-law started a small wine business just to keep us fed, yet my caravan was hijacked just outside Yanmen Pass. My men were crippled. I went to the authorities, and they ignored me. I came here to reason with this black-hearted shop, and they tried to break my legs. I walked right up to Zhao Gang until our faces were barely inches apart. I stared into his eyes, my voice turning raspy and manic. Now you bring your troops in here to arrest me without asking a single question. Tell me, Zhao Gang, whose law is this? Is it the law of Great Xia? Is it your personal law? Or is it the law of that old dog, Qin Song? Zhao Gang's face went pale. The name of the prime minister was a taboo. Hearing me call him an old dog in public made his soul nearly jump out of his body. Bold. Xiao Chun, you dare insult a high official of the court? That's an added crime. Men, seize him. Gag him. The guards hesitated. They looked at each other, unsure. Even though the old prince was dead, the Xiao family's 100-year reputation in the north was etched into their bones. Laying hands on the last male bloodline of the Xiao family felt wrong. I dare anyone to move. Lei Lai roared, stepping in front of me like an iron tower. His terrifying aura exploded outward, forcing the nearest guards to instinctively stumble back 2 steps. Rebellion. Is this a rebellion? Zhao Gang's face twitched with rage. Go. I'll take full responsibility for whatever happens. At that moment, I did something no one expected. I shoved Lei Lai aside and let my body go limp like a pile of mud. I collapsed straight onto the floor. Help! Zhao Gang is committing murder. The city guard is killing me. I rolled around on the floor covered in broken porcelain, wailing at the top of my lungs. I let the sharp shards tear my white silk robes and even leaned into a few pieces to make sure I drew blood. Red stains quickly spread across my clothes. I don't want to live anymore. Father, brothers, open your eyes and look. You're barely gone, and these people are already bullying our family. There's no point in living. My cry was so tragic, so gut-wrenching, that it would make a stone statue weep. The room went dead silent. Zhao Gang's hand froze on his sword hilt. He was stunned. Was this the same fierce man who just called the prime minister an old dog? How did he turn into a street thug in the blink of an eye? Even Lei Lai and my 20 brothers were confused. Was I overacting a bit? I didn't care what they thought. My current identity was a traumatized, mentally unstable noble son. If I was going to be a madman, I had to go all the way. Come on, Zhao Gang. Weren't you going to kill me? Do it. Right here. I tore open my collar and pointed at my neck, my eyes bloodshot as I screamed at him. I've had enough anyway. You're only brave because the Xiao family men are gone. When my brothers were alive, you wouldn't have dared to draw that blade. I'll die here today, and let every citizen in the world see how you hounded the descendant of heroes to his death. You're being unreasonable. The veins on Zhao Gang's forehead were throbbing. He had dealt with tough guys and suicidal warriors, but he had never met a high-ranking noble who was completely shameless. If I fought back, he could label it a rebellion and kill me. But me rolling on the floor, begging for death in front of witnesses? If the news got out that the only son of the Northern Prince was bullied into suicide, the 300,000 soldiers of the Northern Army would revolt instantly. Not even the Emperor could handle that kind of fire. This wasn't just a tantrum. I was using my life to blackmail him. Ninth young master. Please, just get up, Zhao Gang said, taking a deep breath to suppress his fury and a growing sense of dread. Let's talk this out. There's no need to degrade yourself. I'm not getting up. I barked from the floor. Not unless you hand over the thieves who stole my wine and pay for my losses. Zhao Gang looked at Qian Wansan. The shopkeeper was speechless. He'd been a businessman his whole life, but he'd never seen anyone play the victim this professionally. Commander Zhao, don't listen to his lies. We didn't take his wine. Qian Wansan stammered, still trying to bluff. Didn't take it? I stopped rolling and pulled a crumpled piece of paper from my robe. It was the manifest when Ruyu had prepared for me. I have proof. I held the paper high. This is my shipping manifest. It clearly states 500 jars of premium wine, valued at 50 taels each. Total value, 25,000 taels. It was hijacked by your Seahai Hall people at the 30-mile post. My people saw the Seahai Hall logo with their own eyes. I shouted, my voice cracking with feigned desperation. Are you still going to lie to me? 50 taels a jar? Qian Wansan's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. What kind of wine is that? Is it made of gold? That was just ordinary. He cut himself off, slamming his hand over his mouth. He realized his mistake instantly. He had just admitted to seeing the wine. I leaped up from the floor with a grace that didn't match my supposed injuries. I pointed a finger directly at his pale face and sneered. Ordinary what? How do you know it was ordinary wine if you claim you never saw it? Qian Wansan turned white as a sheet. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. Commander Zhao, did you hear that? I turned to Zhao Gang, my eyes sharp and demanding. He just confessed. I have the evidence, the witnesses, and now a confession. Are you going to do your duty and arrest this thief? Or will you keep protecting him until I'm forced to kill myself? Zhao Gang's expression was hideous. He stared at Qian Wansan, looking like he wanted to hack the idiot to pieces right there. The situation was a total deadlock. He didn't dare arrest me, but arresting Qian Wansan meant cutting off his own illegal income and offending the powerful officials backing the shopkeeper. Ninth young master, perhaps this is just a misunderstanding, Zhao Gang said, trying to smooth things over. How about this? We'll drop the matter for today. I'll go back and conduct a thorough investigation. If it really was Seahai Hall, I'll give you justice. Investigate? I wasn't buying it. By the time you're done, the trail will be cold. I want my money today. If I'm missing a single cent, I'll crack my skull open on that pillar. I made a sudden move to lunge toward the massive wooden pillar nearby. Stop him. Get him. Zhao Gang screamed, his soul nearly leaving his body. His men scrambled to grab me, and the shop descended into total chaos. Just as they reached me, I stopped. I looked at the frantic, sweating Zhao Gang and let a tiny, hidden smirk touch my lips. The heat was just right. If I pushed him any further, he might actually snap and do something desperate. My goal today was the money and a public performance. Fine, I said, smoothing out my blood-stained robes. Despite the mess, I carried myself with the arrogance of a prince. Since Commander Zhao wants to protect him so badly, I'll give you some face. Zhao Gang exhaled, looking relieved. The ninth young master is truly reasonable. However, I added, my voice turning cold. The wine is gone, so he must pay. According to the laws of Great Xia, theft requires triple compensation. 25,000 taels tripled is 75,000. Add in the emotional distress for my brothers, their lost wages, and the cost of my ruined clothes. Let's round it up. 100,000 taels. 100,000. Qian Wansan shrieked. You're robbing me. I am robbing you, I replied matter-of-factly. I stared him down with icy eyes. What? You don't want to pay? Everyone look. They're trying to bully the son of a fallen hero to death. I'll pay. I'll pay. Qian Wansan broke down completely. Losing 100,000 taels was like cutting off his own flesh, but it was better than letting this plague of a man die on his doorstep. But I don't have that much silver in the shop right now. That's fine. Write an IOU. I pulled out a brush and paper from nowhere and tossed them in front of him. Affix your official Seahai Hall seal and your thumbprint. Deliver the money to the Northern Prince's mansion within 3 days. If you're short a single coin, I'll bring a coffin and hang myself at your front door. Under Zhao Gang's murderous gaze, Qian Wansan tearfully signed the paper. I picked it up, blew on the wet ink, and gave it a satisfying flick. See? If you'd been this cooperative from the start, I wouldn't have had to get angry, I said. I tucked the note into my robe and gave the stone-faced Zhao Gang a mocking bow. Commander Zhao, thank you for upholding justice today. I'll treat you to a drink sometime. I snapped my folding fan open and waved to my men. Brothers, we're done here. Let's go home and eat meat. Yes, sir, Lei Lai and the others shouted, struggling to hide their grins. They crowded around me as we swaggered out of Seahai Hall like we owned the street. Behind us, Zhao Gang roared in fury. He drew his blade and hacked a heavy rosewood table clean in half. Commander, do we really just let them leave? A lieutenant whispered. What else? Zhao Gang spat through gritted teeth. You want to go arrest him? Once we rounded a street corner and confirmed no one was following, my crazed expression vanished. I leaned against a wall and let out a long, shaky breath. The blood loss and the exertion were making me pale. "Young master, are you okay?" Leilai asked, looking at my bloody clothes with concern. "It's fine. Just a flesh wound," I said, waving him off. "Where to next?" "Back to the camp." I shook my head and looked toward the southern part of the city, where the lights were brightest and the music was loudest. That was Yinmin Pass's premier den of luxury, the drunken immortal building. If I was going to play the role of a spoiled, useless noble, I had to go all the way. "Let's go to the drunken immortal building," I said with a wicked smile. "I heard they have a new top beauty. I think it's time I showed her some support." Night fell over Yinmin Pass, and the drunken immortal building was glowing. It was a 3-story palace of excess, the most expensive place in the north. Red lanterns hung from the eaves, and through the carved windows, I could see silk robes swirling and hear the sound of singing girls. I stood at the entrance, looking up at the gold-lettered sign. "Young master, are we really going in there?" Leilai whispered. His face was twisted in discomfort. This man could kill a dozen enemies without blinking, but the idea of a brothel terrified him. "What's the matter, Commander Lei? You scared?" I teased. "I'm not scared," he grunted, his neck turning red. "I just don't think this place fits us." "It doesn't." I laughed. "You forgot who we are right now. I'm a profligate son, and you're my thuggish guards. If a spoiled brat doesn't visit a brothel, can he really call himself a brat?" I adjusted my blood-stained robes. Even though I looked like a mess, I still held that aura of nobility. "Let's go. And remember, today, you aren't soldiers. You're my lackeys. Be as arrogant as possible." "Got it. Got it," the 20 men roared in unison. The sound was so loud it nearly gave the doorman a heart attack. I rubbed my temples. "Quieter. Your guards, not a marching band." They lowered their voices instantly. The doorman, a skinny old man with shifty eyes, watched us approach with extreme caution. The murderous aura coming off my men was too thick to hide. These weren't normal city thugs. "Welcome, masters. Please, come in," the old man chirped, though he took a half-step back as we passed. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of expensive powder and wine. The main hall was packed with wealthy merchants and officials. As we walked in, the music faltered and the chatter died down. Every eye in the room turned toward us. "Isn't that the 9th young master of the prince's mansion? The sickly one? I heard he wrecked Sihai Hall today. He's gone mad. His father just died, and he's already out chasing girls." I ignored the whispers and scanned the room. My eyes landed on the stairs, where a woman in a pale yellow dress stood watching us. That was Mama Huang, the boss of this entire operation. Mama Huang's eyes lit up the moment she saw me. She hurried over, her hips swaying with every step. "Oh, if it isn't the 9th young master. What a rare guest, a truly rare guest." Her voice was thin and shrill, and her smile was even more sycophantic than the doorman's. "What brings you to our humble establishment today? Quick, quick, someone get the private room upstairs ready." I didn't budge. I used my folding fan to point toward the 2nd floor. I heard a new top beauty arrived. What was her name? Hong Xiao? Mama Huang didn't miss a beat. "Ah, she is the star of our Zue Xian brothel. She's a master of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. A true national treasure." Her expression shifted, turning awkward. "But she's already been booked for the night." "By who?" I asked. "By the governor's son, young Master Zhao," she whispered cautiously. I smiled. "Perfect. I was looking for some excitement anyway." Mama Huang's face paled. "9th young master, that's against the rules. Young Master Zhao is." "Rules?" I cut her off, my voice rising sharply. "I came here today specifically to break the rules. Are you telling me Zue Xian brothel is going to stop me?" The entire hall went silent. Every head turned. They were waiting for a show. Cold sweat beaded on Mama Huang's forehead. On one side was the governor's son. On the other was the 9th young master of the prince's mansion. The Xiao family was weakened, but a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. If I snapped, her shop wouldn't survive the fallout. "Please, young master, calm down." "This way, please," she said, forced to lead the way. I nodded, satisfied, and led Lai and the others upstairs. The 2nd floor was even more decadent than the first. Famous paintings lined the walls, and the floors were covered in thick Persian carpets that felt like walking on clouds. Mama Huang led me to the very last room. Just as she reached for the door, a coarse laugh erupted from inside. Hongxiao, come, have a drink with me. Young Master Zhao, I cannot hold my liquor. Stop talking. It's your blessing that I even look at you. Drink. A sharp crash followed, the sound of a glass shattering, then a woman's scream. My eyes turned cold. I didn't wait for Mama Huang to knock. I kicked the door. The wood splintered and flew inward as the door slammed open. Inside, a fat man in silk robes was gripping a woman's wrist, trying to force wine down her throat with his other hand. A broken porcelain jug lay on the floor, wine soaking into the carpet. The fat man whirled around, his face turning livid when he saw me. Xiao Chun. Zhao Ming recognized me instantly. Back at Yinmen Pass, I was a bit of a celebrity. Not for anything good, though. I was famous for being a sickly, frail waste of space who couldn't even lift a chicken. Young Master Zhao seems to be having a grand time, I said, walking in. I glanced at the girl. She looked to be in her early 20s, wearing a pale green dress with hair like a waterfall. She was stunningly beautiful, but right now, her face was twisted in terror, her wrist red from his grip. None of your business. Zhao Ming let her go and stood up. He was tall and obese, rising like a small mountain. I booked this room. What are you doing here? I heard there was a new star in town. I came to see for myself. I sat down at the table, completely ignoring his exploding temper. You. Zhao Ming pointed at me, speechless. He'd had a bad day already, having been scolded by his father over some trivial matter. He'd come here to vent his frustrations on a girl, only to run into me. Xiao Chun, don't push it. I was here first. First, I laughed. In my world, there is no first come, first served. There is only whose fist is bigger. Zhao Ming choked on his words. He was the governor's son, but he didn't actually dare to go head-to-head with me yet. What? Not happy. I stood up and walked right into his personal space. I was half a head shorter, but my aura completely crushed him. If you don't have the strength, then get lost. Stop being an eyesore. You dare tell me to get lost? Zhao Ming laughed in fury. Xiao Chun, do you think you're still the 9th young master of the great northern prince? Your father is dead. Your brothers are dead. You're nothing but a stray dog. The temperature in the room plummeted. Lei Lai and the guard's eyes turned lethal. They stepped forward in unison. I held up a hand to stop them. My smile faded, replaced by a coldness that made the heart skip a beat. Say that again, I said softly. My voice was a whisper, like rain falling on a leaf, but the sheer killing intent made Zhao Ming instinctively flinch. I said you're a stray dog. So what? He shouted, trying to hide his fear, but his voice trembled. I didn't say another word. I lunged, grabbing his collar and yanking him forward. Zhao Ming was heavy, but I slammed his face onto the table with everything I had. The plates and cups flew into the air, and soup splashed all over his face. You dare hit me? He stammered, clutching his face. Hitting you would only dirty my hands. I let go and picked up a silk handkerchief to wipe my fingers. I did it slowly, as if I had just touched something revolting. I'm in a good mood today, so this is just a lesson. If I ever hear you running your mouth again, it won't be this simple. I turned to the girl, Hongxiao. She had retreated to the corner, watching me with wide, terrified eyes. Don't be afraid, I said, my voice softening. I'm not a bad man. She bit her lip and stayed silent. I didn't mind. I pulled a silver ingot from my robe and tossed it onto the table. I'm buying out the venue for tonight. Mama Huang, get some wine and food ready. I want to have a chat with Miss Hongxiao. Mama Huang was paralyzed. She couldn't afford to offend either side. Yes, 9th young master. Right away. She scrambled out of the room. Zhao Ming crawled off the floor, his eyes filled with venom. Xiao Chun, you wait. This isn't over. He turned and fled like a beaten dog. The room finally went quiet. I sat back down and looked at Hongxiao, who was still huddled in the corner. I sighed. Really, don't be scared. I might be a bit of a rogue, but I don't bully women. She looked up, a flash of confusion in her eyes. She had heard the rumors about the 9th young master, the lazy, sickly failure. But the man standing before her had an air about him that no spoiled brat could ever possess. Thank you for saving me, young master, she said. Her voice was clear and sweet, like mountain spring water. Don't mention it. I waved it off. I actually came here to ask you something. Please ask. I leaned in. This Zue Xian brothel. It's an asset of the Seeheim merchant chamber, isn't it? Hong Xiu froze. Her expression shifted into a struggle. I narrowed my eyes, tapping my fingers on the table. Her reaction told me everything I needed to know. This place belonged to that greedy bastard, Zhou the Skinflayer. No wonder Zhao Ming felt so comfortable acting like a king here. They were all part of the same rotten web. Hong Xiu looked like she was wrestling with a massive decision. She kept her voice low, barely a whisper. As you guessed, young master, Mama Huang only runs the Zue Xian brothel on the surface. The real owner is the Seeheim merchant chamber. Not many people know this. How did you find out? I have my ways, I said, cutting her off. I let my gaze linger on her face for a moment. Since you know all this, you aren't just some ordinary entertainer here, are you? Her expression shifted. She took a step back, her movements instinctive. Young master, you're overthinking it. I'm just a performer. A performer? I laughed. A simple performer wouldn't know the real owner of this place. You wouldn't know the connection between the Seeheim chamber and the governor's mansion. I might be a rogue, Hong Xiu, but I'm not an idiot. She bit her lip and stayed silent. Just then, footsteps sounded outside. Mama Huang walked in with a few servants carrying trays of food and wine. She wore a forced smile, but her eyes were searching, trying to read the room. Ninth young master, everything is ready. Is there anything else you need? No. Get out, I said, waving them away. I want to talk to Miss Hong Xiu alone. Mama Huang hesitated, glancing at Hong Xiu, but eventually bowed and retreated. The door clicked shut. The room was quiet again. I poured myself a cup of wine and downed it in one go. Don't be nervous, I said, setting the cup down. I didn't come here to make your life difficult. I just want to know one thing. Besides wine and smiles, what else does this place sell? Hong Xiu looked up sharply, fear flashing in her eyes. What do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. I stood up and walked to the window. The Seeheim chamber has been in Yinmen Pass for years. You don't get this much power just by trading goods. The governor, the commander of the city guard, even the vice minister of revenue in the capital, they're all backing them. If there isn't some dark business behind all this, I'll eat this folding fan. Her face turned deathly pale. She bit her lip so hard her nails dug into her palms. If you already know so much, why ask me? Because I want to confirm something. I turned around, my eyes sharp. This brothel, it's a spy hub for the Seeheim chamber, isn't it? Hong Xiu shuddered. For the first time, her clear eyes showed a mess of emotions. Terror, struggle, and a strange hint of relief. She gave a bitter laugh. You have a keen eye, young master. Since you've seen through it, I won't hide it. You're right. This place is the biggest intelligence outpost for the Seeheim chamber in the north. A spark of light flashed in my eyes. I knew it. No merchant chamber could monopolize the trade of wine, salt, and cloth in just a few years without a massive information network. And a place like this, where high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants gathered, was the perfect spot to harvest secrets. And you? I looked at her. What's your role in this? She was silent for a long time before she finally spoke. I am one of their eyes. My job is to extract secrets from the guests. Over the years, I don't even know how many military and business secrets have passed through these walls. I nodded. Since you're one of theirs, why tell me this? Aren't you afraid I'll turn you in? She looked up with a sudden, desperate resolve. I am, but I'm more afraid of living in this darkness forever. I was born into a good family. 3 years ago, disaster struck, and I was sold here. The Seeheim chamber used threats and bribes to force me into this. Every day for 3 years, I've lived in fear and guilt. Her eyes grew red. Today, you stood up for me. I'm grateful. Even if you have your own motives, I'm willing to take a gamble. If you can get me out of here, I'll tell you everything I know. I didn't answer immediately. I was calculating. Her story might be partially fabricated, but one thing was clear. She wanted out. And someone who knew the inner workings of their spy network was worth more than gold to me. How do you expect me to save you? I asked. I don't know, she said, shaking her head. Their power is too great. A weak woman like me can't escape them. But you're different. You're from the prince of Jinbei's mansion. You have the power. I laughed. You think too highly of me. I can barely protect myself right now. No. She shook her head firmly. I heard what you did at the Seihai chamber today. A man who can force Qian Wansen to sign a debt for 100,000 taels is no useless failure. I raised an eyebrow. Smart girl. Fine. I'll do it. But first, prove your worth. Tell me how big this network really is. She hesitated, then leaned in. They have 37 outposts across the north. Tea houses, inns, pawn shops. They have eyes everywhere, from high officials to street vendors. And where does the information go? The governor's mansion in Yinmen Pass, she whispered. Everything goes there first, then it's sent to the capital through a special channel. My blood ran cold. This ran deeper than I thought. What about the Northern Army? Have they infiltrated the camps? Her face changed. Yes, there are moles in the army. I don't know who they are, but I heard that the movements of the old prince and the young generals were tracked perfectly by the chamber. My fist clenched tight. My father and brother's deaths weren't just bad luck. Do you know who the mole is? I don't. That kind of secret is only known by the high-level leadership. I'm just a small link in the chain. I went silent. Finding the traitor would take time. One last question. Who is the real master behind the Seihai merchant chamber? The candle flickered, casting long, ghostly shadows on the wall. Hong Xiu looked at me, her eyes filled with a final, desperate gamble. On the surface, it's Vice Minister Zhou, but he's just a shield and a purse. I don't have direct proof, but every piece of high-level intelligence, it all flows toward one person. I held my wine cup steady, but my gaze dropped to hide the killing intent surging within me. In my mind, the map of power in the empire was already beginning to rearrange itself. I had connected the dots in my mind long ago. Through countless threads of intelligence and deduction, one name had been highlighted in blood red, marked as the highest level of threat. I didn't rush her. I just waited in the silence. I knew that saying this name required the kind of courage that came from gambling one's entire life. Hong Xiu took a deep breath, her nails digging so hard into her palms that I could see the skin turning white. She used every ounce of strength she had to squeeze the words through her teeth. The current Prime Minister, Qin Song. Bang! The wine cup in my hand shattered into dust. Porcelain shards sliced into my palm, and blood began to drip through my fingers, tapping rhythmically against the expensive sandalwood table. Asterisk drip. Drip. Asterisk damn it. I knew it. It was that old fox after all. I had run this scenario through my mental sandbox 1,000 times. In every simulation, he was the only option with a 99% probability. But hearing his name actually leave this woman's mouth hit me like a physical blow. A surge of bone-deep hatred and icy killing intent made my heart contract. I almost lost control of the raw violence screaming from the depths of my soul. A prime minister setting up such a massive intelligence network on the border? Even reaching his tentacles into the very heart of the Northern Army? What was he after? This wasn't just a political struggle to suppress the Shao family anymore. This was undermining the very foundation of the empire. My father and brother's final battle at Yinmen Pass. It should have been an even fight. Instead, it turned into a tragedy where 50,000 northern soldiers were nearly wiped out. I refused to believe it was bad luck. There was no way all 9 of them died without a traitor selling out our deployments and weaknesses. Qin Song, you old bastard. To eliminate your rivals, you actually gambled the safety of the entire northern border. Are you certain? I asked. My voice was terrifyingly calm. I let the bloody porcelain dust fall from my hand as if I hadn't been the one to crush the cup. That level of stillness made Hong Xiu shiver to her core. I can't be 100% sure, she whispered, speaking rapidly to mask her fear. But I'm 80% certain. All the intelligence gathered here is organized by Mama Huang and sent through a secret passage to Governor Zhao Defeng's study. He filters it and copies the most vital parts into a special ledger. Every 2 weeks, a rider from the capital comes to collect it. I once overheard Mama Huang talking to the governor's aide. They said the prime minister cares more about the northern military maps and grain movements than his own backyard. The prime minister. I repeated the title, my lips curling into a bloodthirsty smirk. I suddenly shifted my gaze, locking onto her like a hawk. You're telling me all this. Aren't you afraid I'm just using you? Or that I'll sell you out the moment I have the intel to get a better deal for myself? Hong Xiu trembled violently, But she didn't look away. Her eyes were filled with a desperate, tragic resolve. Since I chose to speak, I've already bet my life on you, ninth young master. Staying here is death. Taking this gamble is my only chance at life. I trust you. I trust that the loyal Xiao family would never side with a traitor to the country. She seemed to make a final decision. Reaching into the inner lining of her dress, she pulled out a small, warm brass key. Her hands shook as she placed it on the table. "This is my token of loyalty," she said, her voice breaking. "In Mama Huang's bedroom on the 3rd floor, there's a hidden compartment. This is the key. Inside is a ledger recording 3 years of illegal transactions between the merchant chamber and the officials of Yinmen Pass. Every bribe taken by Zhao Gang, the commander of the city guard, is in there." I looked at the small key but didn't pick it up yet. "Young master, please find an excuse to redeem me today," she pleaded, her eyes full of longing. "I've saved enough money over the years to pay for myself. Just take me away from here. Anywhere. Even if I'm just a lowly servant girl in your manor." "I can't take you now," I said, shaking my head. My voice was cold and rational. The light in her eyes died instantly, replaced by pure despair. "If you leave now, Mama Huang will notice the ledger is missing within the hour," I explained, standing over her. "A top-tier courtesan redeemed and a life-or-death ledger stolen at the same time? How long do you think it will take them to link you to me? Not only would you be dead, but the Shao Manor would be implicated before I'm ready." "Then, what should I do?" she asked helplessly. "Stay," I said. She looked like she'd been struck by lightning. "But staying is a death sentence." "No." I reached out with my blood-stained hand and gently lifted her chin, forcing her to look at me. "Staying is the safest move. From now on, you don't work for the merchant chamber. You work for me. I'll feed you useless information to give them so you stay safe. You keep your ears open. When the time is right, I will personally pull you out of this mud." "But how will we contact each other? There are eyes everywhere." I let out a wicked, playboy smirk. "On the 1st and 15th of every month, I'll come here to support you. The useless young master visiting his favorite girl. Nobody will suspect a thing. As for this," I picked up the key, tossed it in the air once, and then set it back on the table. "Keep it safe for now. Act like nothing happened." She looked at the key, then at me, and finally nodded. She knew there was no turning back. It was either ride this out with me or rot in this place. "All right, it's getting late. Time for me to go." I stretched my arms, tucked the key and my folding fan away, and slipped back into my role as the arrogant brat. I kicked the door open and shouted to my guards waiting outside. "Lei Lai, let's go." Lady Hong Xiu really lives up to her reputation. I'm satisfied. I'm definitely picking her again next time. Lei Lai and the others looked at each other, completely confused by my sudden change in mood, but they roared their agreement anyway. We headed for the stairs, but our path was blocked. Zhao Ming, the governor's son, was standing there. His face was still swollen and red, and he had brought about 30 thugs armed with clubs. They looked ready for blood. "Xiao Chun, don't you dare move." Zhao Ming screamed, pointing a shaking finger at me. "You dare to hit me? If I don't break your legs and make you kowtow until your head bleeds, I'll change my damn name." I looked at the 30 men and the furious brat in front of me. I wasn't worried. In fact, I started to smile. It was the kind of smile a hunter gives when the prey walks straight into the trap. "What's the meaning of this, young Master Zhao?" I fanned myself slowly, walking toward Zhao Ming with a relaxed stride. "I was kind enough to let you go earlier, yet here you are, blocking my path with a mob. Is this how you repay a favor?" "Repay a favor?" Zhao Ming's face twisted with rage. "You damn well hit me, and you have the nerve to talk about favors? If you don't get on your knees and kowtow 3 times right now, this isn't over." I stopped walking and tilted my head, looking at him like he was a curious specimen. "Kowtow? Are you sure about that, young Master Zhao?" "Cut the crap. If you don't start banging your head on the floor, you aren't leaving this building alive." Zhao Ming waved his hand aggressively at his men. "Get him. Break his legs. Make him crawl back to the Prince of the North's mansion." His 30 thugs roared, brandishing their clubs as they surged forward. Lei Lai and my guards instantly tensed, their muscles coiling like springs, waiting for my signal to tear these fools apart. But I raised a hand, stopping them. "Wait," I whispered to Lei Lai. "Commander Lei, tell me, what is my current identity?" Lei blinked, looking confused. Hey, a pampered silk pants brat, sir? Exactly. A pampered brat. I nodded. And when a brat like me encounters a situation like this, what should I do? Lei scratched his head. I don't know, sir. Let me teach you. I suddenly spun around, jabbed a finger right at Zhao Ming's nose, and started screaming at the top of my lungs. Zhao Ming, you son of a bitch. So what if your father is the governor? My father is the Prince of the North. Your old man manages one measly county, but mine defended the entire northern border. You dare touch a single hair on my head. I'll have my sisters-in-law lead an army to flatten your entire house. Try me. My voice was booming, echoing through the entire Zuasian restaurant. The crowd of onlookers downstairs exchanged worried glances. Was this really the sickly ninth young master? Some whispered that the shock of his father's death had made him lose his mind. But even if he was crazy, nobody expected him to be this arrogant in front of the governor's son. Zhao Ming trembled with fury. You dare curse at me? What if I do? I took a step forward, putting my face inches from his. I'm not just going to curse you. I'm going to hit you. What are you going to do about it? You don't like it. You. Zhao Ming flinched, overwhelmed by my sudden intensity. Before he could retreat, I moved. I grabbed him by the collar and yanked hard. His flabby body lost balance instantly, and he went face first into the floor with a pathetic thud. That's it. I looked down at him, my eyes full of disdain. I thought the governor's son would be something special. Turns out you're just a joke. What are you idiots waiting for? Kill him. Zhao Ming shrieked from the floor. The thugs finally snapped out of their shock and rushed in. Lei and his men didn't wait any longer. They moved like tigers descending a mountain. This wasn't a fight, it was a massacre. My men were battle-hardened soldiers who had survived the front lines. Against these local bullies, it was like a professional athlete fighting a toddler. In less than a minute, all 30 thugs were groaning on the ground. Lei clapped the dust off his hands and stepped to my side. All settled, young master. Good. I walked over to Zhao Ming and knelt down. Now, young master Zhao, do you still want me to kowtow? Zhao Ming stared at his fallen men, his face pale. He never expected the sickly Xiao Chun to have such terrifying bodyguards. Xiao Chun, don't be reckless, he stammered, his voice shaking. My father is the governor. If you touch me, he won't let you off. The governor? I laughed. I'm here to make sure you understand one thing. In Yinmen Pass, nobody bullies the Xiao family. I brought my boot down hard on the back of his hand. Zhao Ming screamed, cold sweat pouring down his face. Who was it that said they were going to break my legs? I asked conversationally. Me. I said it. He choked out, tears welling in his eyes. And now? I applied a little more pressure. I was wrong. I was wrong. He finally broke, sobbing and banging his head against the floor. Please, ninth young master, have mercy. I was blind. I'm a dog. Please, just let me go. I disgusted pulled my foot away and took out a handkerchief to wipe my soul. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let it slide. But if I hear you running your mouth again, it won't be this simple. Without another word, I led Lei and the others down the stairs. Behind me, I could feel Zhao Ming's hateful gaze burning into my back. He wasn't done, but he didn't see the smile vanish from my face the moment I turned away, replaced by a cold, calculating mask. Outside, the night air was crisp. Where to next, Commander? Lei asked. Back to camp, I replied. The show is over for tonight. Suddenly, I heard hurried footsteps behind us. I turned to see a middle-aged man in black robes approaching quickly. He bowed deeply. Ninth young master, please wait. Who are you? I narrowed my eyes. I am Zhang, the chief secretary of the governor's office, he said respectfully. My master heard that you had a disagreement at the restaurant. He has sent me to invite you to the manor to settle this over a drink. The governor is too kind, I said with a smirk. But I'm tired. Maybe another day. Zhang looked troubled. Young master, my master insists. He knows his son was out of line and wants to apologize personally. If you don't go, he might think you're refusing to give him face. I heard the hidden threat in his voice. It seemed Zhao Ming's second attack had been orchestrated by his father, Zhao Defong. They were playing the good cop, bad cop routine. I looked at the secretary and smiled. If the governor wanted to play, I'd play. Since the governor is being so sincere, it would be rude of me to refuse. Zhang looked surprised that I agreed so easily. Then please, Follow me. Wait. I turned to Lei Lai. You guys head back to camp. I'll be back soon. Young master, no, Lei Lai whispered. This feels like a trap. A Hongmin banquet. A trap. I patted his shoulder. Then I want to see what kind of dishes the governor has prepared for me. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Tell my sister-in-law I might be late. Lei Lai saw the determination in my eyes and finally nodded. Understood. Take care, Commander. I watched them leave before turning back to Zhang. Lead the way. The governor's manor wasn't far. Within 15 minutes, we were at the gates. 2 armored guards stood like statues, clutching their spears. As Zhang led me inside, I felt the atmosphere shift. The air was thick with the smell of old wood and hidden intentions. This wasn't just a dinner. It was a battlefield of a different kind. Zhang bowed low the moment I approached. Young master, please, come inside. I followed him into the governor's manor. The place was massive. Everywhere I looked, I saw luxury, elegant pavilions, ornate bridges, and artificial mountains with flowing water. As I walked, I didn't just admire the scenery. I was mapping the place. I noted the guard positions, the patrol routes, and every blind spot at every corner. In my mind, the Yinhuang tactical system began processing the data, creating a high-speed mental map. Target building, Governor's Manor. Area, approximately 3,000 square meters. Estimated guards, 40. Weapons, long blades and crossbows. Threat level, moderate. I already had my escape routes planned. The best option was scaling the wall in the East Garden, which led straight to the city defense camp. The backup was a forced breakout through the front gate, with a 60% success rate. A smirk played on my lips. With this information, I could walk out of any trap they set. Young master, we've arrived, Zhang said, stopping before a refined little building. The lights inside were bright. Through the silk curtains, I could see a table overflowing with food. I stepped inside. A middle-aged man in official robes sat at the head of the table. He looked to be in his 50s, with a long, 3-part beard and a kind face. But his eyes were sharp and calculating. This was the governor of Yinmin, Zhao Defang. The 9th young master honors me with his presence, Zhao Defang said, standing up to bow. Please forgive me for not greeting you at the gate. The governor is too kind, I replied, returning the bow. Actually, I should be the one apologizing for the trouble I caused your son at the restaurant earlier. Nonsense, Zhao Defang waved his hand dismissively. Children will be children. Don't take it to heart. Come sit. I didn't hesitate. I sat directly across from him. Zhang, go get that bottle of newer Hong, Zhao ordered. A moment later, Zhang returned with a wine jar. Zhao Defang personally poured me a cup. Young master, this is a vintage I've saved for 20 years. I brought it out today specifically to make amends. I picked up the cup and brought it to my nose. The aroma was rich and deep. It was high-quality stuff. I didn't drink it immediately, though. I just smiled. The governor is being so generous. I'm starting to feel a bit embarrassed. You joke, young master. Zhao Defang raised his own cup. I'll drink first to show my sincerity. He downed it in one go. I watched him finish before taking a small sip. The liquid was smooth and sweet as it hit my throat. Good wine, I praised. I'm glad you like it, he laughed. Eat, eat. Try these dishes. For the next while, we just chatted. We talked about the local customs of Yinmen Pass, the history of the Northern King's estate, and the current situation at court. I handled him easily, saying what needed to be said and keeping the rest to myself. On the surface, we were two friends enjoying a meal. In reality, we were testing each other's limits. After 3 rounds of drinks, Zhao Defang's tone shifted. Young master, I have something to say. I'm not sure if it's appropriate. Please, Governor, speak your mind. You know the situation the Northern King's estate is in, he said, his smile fading. I'm sure you've heard how the imperial court feels about the Northern Army. I stayed silent, watching him. I know you're a smart man, he continued. Smart men do smart things. Why stay on a sinking ship? It's better to make plans for the future early. What are you trying to say? I asked. He leaned in, lowering his voice. To be honest, I have connections with Secretary Zhou in the capital. He carries a lot of weight in the court. If you're willing, I can introduce you. You could join his faction. Riches, honor, power, it would all be yours. I finally understood. This wasn't an apology dinner. It was a recruitment pitch. He wanted me to defect. I appreciate the governor's kindness, I said, draining my cup. But I belong to the Northern King's estate. I am a man of the Shao family in life, and I will be a ghost of the Shao family in death. I will never betray my blood. The smile on Zhao Defang's face froze. Young master, why be so stubborn? He sighed. The Shao family is at its end. Why go down with the ship? A sinking ship? I laughed. Governor, you've got it wrong. The Shao family isn't a ship. It's a mountain. Even if the sky falls, this mountain will not move. You. All right, it's getting late. I stood up. Thank you for the hospitality. I should head back. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Defang's eyes. If you insist, I won't keep you. He clapped his hands. Zhang, see the young master out. I followed Zhang to the gates. Just as I reached the exit, Zhao Defang's voice echoed from behind. He was standing on the steps, looking down at me. Young master, a final warning. Yinmen Pass isn't safe at night. Be careful traveling alone. I stopped and looked back at him. Thanks for the concern, but my life is quite tough. Even the king of hell can't take it, let alone some petty thugs. I walked out without looking back. The night was deep, and the streets were empty. My footsteps echoed loudly on the stone pavement. I didn't head straight for the estate. Instead, I ducked into a narrow alley. Suddenly, I heard the whistle of wind behind me. I lunged to the side. A crossbow bolt hissed past my shoulder and slammed into the wall. They finally lost their patience. I turned around to see a dozen men in black standing at the mouth of the alley. They held steel blades, their faces masked, leaving only cold, murderous eyes visible. Kill him, the leader commanded. They charged all at once. My eyes turned cold. My current body was weak, but my instincts as a top-tier military instructor were still there. I didn't try to overpower them. I used the narrow space of the alley to dodge and weave. One man swung his blade. I stepped inside his reach, grabbed his wrist, and used his own momentum to slam him into the wall. He crumpled instantly. Another tried to sneak up behind me. I drove my elbow into his face. Bone cracked, and he hit the ground screaming. But there were too many of them. My stamina started to fail. My breathing grew heavy, and my movements slowed. Damn it. Just then, heavy footsteps thundered at the end of the alley. Commander! Lei Lai burst in with 20 men from the vanguard camp. When he saw me surrounded, his eyes turned blood red. You dare touch my commander? Die! He roared and dove into the fray. The soldiers followed like wolves among sheep. The men in black stood no chance. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, they were all lying on the ground. Commander, are you okay? Lei Lai ran to my side, his face pale with worry. I'm fine, I said, waving him off. How did you know to come? I didn't feel right about it, so I stayed nearby. Lei Lai scratched his head. Good thing I did. A warmth spread through my chest. You did well. I walked over to one of the downed assassins and stepped hard on his chest. Talk. Who sent you? The man gritted his teeth and said nothing. I didn't waste any time. I stepped down hard, crushing the assassin's fingers under my boot. A bone-chilling scream echoed through the alley. I'll ask one more time, I said, my voice flat. Who sent you? I'll talk, the man shrieked, his resolve crumbling instantly. It was the governor, Lord Zhao Defang. A cold light flashed in my eyes. I knew it. Zhao Defang was finally showing his hand. The smell of blood in the alley was thick enough to make a man gag. I stood over the trembling survivor, my expression unervingly calm. I knelt down slowly, pulled a clean white silk handkerchief from my robe, and began wiping imaginary dust from my fingers. I moved with the grace of a scholar strolling through a private garden. Governor Zhao Defang, I whispered, tasting the name. A playful, dark smile tugged at the corners of my mouth, but my eyes remained like shards of ice. The man on the ground shook like a leaf. He had seen me dismantle his comrades in seconds. To the world, the ninth son of the Shao family was a useless, sickly waste. But to him, I was a wolf in sheep's clothing. He looked at me the way a chick looks at a butcher. Young master, what do we do with this piece of trash? Lei Lai stepped forward, his heavy blade still dripping crimson. His face was flushed with lingering bloodlust. If you ask me, we chop him up and feed him to the dogs. These bastards have some nerve touching you. The assassin's eyes rolled back. He turned pale, and a foul stench filled the air as he wet himself right there on the pavement. I frowned in disgust, using my folding fan to cover my nose as I stepped back. Chopping him up would be such a waste, I said softly. Leilai blinked, scratching his head in confusion. Then what's the plan, Commander? Our Northern Prince's mansion is a place of etiquette and rules, I said, snapping my fan shut and tapping it against my palm. The governor went through so much trouble to send these men to look after me. If I don't return the favor, it'll look like I have no manners. I turned to look at the heap of bodies scattered across the alley. My gaze sharpened. Clean up these corpses. Make sure they're packed neatly. Very neatly, I emphasized. Then find a cart. Send these gifts, along with our living friend here, directly to the back gate of the governor's manor. Leilai's eyes lit up. A savage grin spread across his face. Young master, you mean? You catch on quick, I interrupted, a wicked curve to my lips. Just keep it quiet. Drop them off and leave. And hang a sign on the survivor's neck. 8 words. Which 8? Leilai asked. Courtesy demands a return. Our days are long. Leilai gave me a massive thumbs up. Brilliant. This will hurt that old dog more than a blade ever could. I'll get it done right now. I watched the soldiers move the bodies with practiced efficiency. My smile faded. Zhao Defang wanted to play dirty? Fine. I'd play. I couldn't wait to see the look on his face when he opened his back door tomorrow morning. Once the mess was cleared, I led the rest of my men back to the northern camp under the cover of night. As I approached the command tent, a wall of freezing air hit me. A tall, crimson figure stood like a spear in the middle of the falling snow. It was my eldest sister-in-law, Lu Hanyan. She was clad in dark red armor, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Her phoenix-like eyes, usually filled with pride, were fixed on me with terrifying intensity. Beside her stood my 5th sister-in-law, Wenryu, wrapped in thick furs. She was smiling, but the warmth didn't reach her eyes. Oh, our 9th young master is finally back, Wenryu said. Her voice was soft, but it carried a sting. I heard you were quite the hero tonight. Smashing shops, ordering the finest girls at the tavern, and even becoming a guest of the governor. I acted like I didn't hear the sarcasm. I forced a classic playboy grin onto my face and hurried toward them. Eldest sister, 5th sister. It's so late. Were you waiting for me? I rubbed my hands together, blowing on them to create a cloud of white mist. It's freezing out here. I'd be heartbroken if you two caught a cold. Save the silver tongue, Lu Hanyan snapped. Her sword slid half an inch out of its scabbard with a sharp clink. I can smell the blood on you from 10 paces away. I sighed, letting the fake smile drop. I knew I couldn't hide anything from her. I signaled for Leilai and the others to leave us. Once we were alone, my voice turned serious. I ran into some trouble on the way back. Zhao Defang sent assassins to kill me. What? Both women gasped. Lu Hanyan was in front of me in a heartbeat, grabbing my shoulders and checking me for wounds. Her voice was frantic. Where are you hurt? Let me see. That Zhao Defang. He actually dared to touch a Shao. I'll summon the cavalry right now and level his manor. She turned to grab her spear, her killing intent exploding like an enraged lioness. Sister, wait. Calm down, I said, grabbing her wrist. Her arm was slender but packed with power. When I gripped her, she froze, seemingly surprised by the strength and steadiness in my hand. She looked back at me, stunned. I'm right here, aren't I? I said firmly. Leilai handled the assassins. Zhao Defang only attacked because we hit him where it hurts today. If we charge his manor now, we're giving him exactly what he wants. When Ryu recovered from her shock, as the one who managed the family's finances, she was more calculating than Hanyan. She stepped forward and took Hanyan's other hand. He's right, sister. Attacking now plays into his hands. Her eyes burned with a cold fire. But we'll remember this debt. Anyone who touches our little 9 will pay. Even if I have to spend every coin the Shao family has, I'll make Zhao Defang regret being born. A wave of warmth rushed through my chest. In my past life as a special forces instructor, I was an orphan. I grew up in a cold, professional world. I had never known what it felt like to be protected by family like this. This body was weak, but it gave me something worth more than gold. Don't worry, I said, a confident smile spreading across my face. I already sent the governor a gift tonight. I think he's going to love it. Lu Hanyan stared at me. For a moment, she looked like she was seeing a ghost. the shadow of my late brother in my eyes. She took a deep breath, suppressing her rage, and sheathed her sword. "Since you're alive, get inside," she said, returning to her usual icy tone. "The second sister is waiting for you. Tonight, the dose of your bone-strengthening medicinal bath is doubled." My face twitched. That bath felt like being thrown into a meat grinder, a pain so deep it felt like my marrow was being crushed. Even with my iron will, the thought of it made my skin crawl. But I knew it was the only way to become strong enough to protect this family. "I'll obey the matriarch's command," I said, making a playful face at my sisters-in-law. I turned and ducked through the tent flap before they could react. The next morning, the sky was barely the color of a fish's belly. The giant drums of the northern camp hadn't even sounded yet, but my eyes snapped open. I lay on the freezing cot, motionless, feeling the aftershocks of the power surging through my veins. Last night was another descent into a never-ending purgatory. The medicinal bath Shin Jingshu prepared grew more potent every day. The pain that seeped from the marrow of my bones felt like it was grinding my very soul to dust. It was enough to make the toughest man crumble, but I endured. I could feel my body transforming. The blocked meridians were being forcibly flushed and widened by the aggressive medicinal power. My once frail muscles and bones, after being repeatedly destroyed and rebuilt, were growing a heavy, tempered strength, like compressed iron. "Damn, that hurt," I cursed under my breath. Despite the lingering sting, a grin tugged at the corners of my mouth. I sat up slowly and clenched my fist. A dull, heavy pop echoed in the quiet air. The wounds from the assassin's blades had already formed thin scabs thanks to Jingshu's treatment. As my muscles stretched, they pulsed with a satisfying itch. I rolled my shoulders, and my joints let out a sequence of sharp cracks like dry beans roasting in a pan. My body felt like it was falling apart, yet beneath that soreness was a raw power that fascinated me. This was the 11th day of the 9 deaths, 1 life, bone-strengthening treatment. If I could just keep holding on, I would finally have a body worthy of my King of Hell's soul. I pulled on my familiar leather armor and stepped out into the biting wind. The air smelled of cold snow and old blood. When I reached the training grounds, the atmosphere felt different. Usually, at this hour, the soldiers were sluggish and bleary-eyed. Today, tens of thousands stood as straight as pines. They looked at me with more than just respect. There was a frantic energy in their eyes, a mixture of excitement, worship, and the kind of obsession people have for an idol. "Morning, young commander." "Young commander, you were damn impressive yesterday." A few veteran soldiers grinned at me, their teeth flashing white in their weathered faces. One of them even exaggeratedly swayed his shoulders, winking as if to say he had already mastered the essence of my moves. I blinked, then it clicked. The scene I caused at the Drunken Fairy Pavilion and the governor's estate had already spread through the entire camp. Leilai marched toward me, his scarred face beaming with pride. There wasn't a trace of worry left on him. "Young commander, I told the boys all about your glorious deeds yesterday." He was gesturing wildly, spit flying in his excitement. "The brothers said it was incredibly satisfying. They said following a commander like you is what makes life worth living." My mouth twitched. "You and your big mouth. Didn't I tell you not to go blabbing?" I just couldn't help myself," Leilai laughed sheepishly. He leaned in close like a conspirator and lowered his voice. "But seriously, young commander, that lazy donkey roll move you used? I studied it all night. It was a stroke of genius." That Zhao Defang's face turned green with rage, and he couldn't do a damn thing. "You gotta teach me." "Get lost," I grunted. "That's a secret technique. I don't share it with outsiders." I turned my gaze to the rows of soldiers. "Where's Zhao Hu?" Zhao Hu ran over immediately. His face was flushed red, looking like he was desperately trying not to laugh. "Reporting, young commander. Today's training is weighted charging and coordinated defense." "Begin," I said simply, stepping into the ranks. The training was different today. The men were acting like they'd been injected with chicken blood. Their roars shook the sky, and their killing intent was palpable. They no longer saw me just as a leader who shared their hardships, but as the backbone of the family, the man who would get them even and reclaim their pride. The Northern Army had always been elite, but under my father's strict discipline, they never fought for local power. They had endured the arrogance of civil officials and wealthy merchants for too long. Yesterday, I showed them through the most shameless, unreasonable methods that the Shao family is not to be messed with. If you provoke us, we'll make you regret being born. Halfway through the drills, a lavish carriage practically crashed its way into the camp. When Ryu stepped out, her usual elegance replaced by frantic energy. She wore a fiery red dress under a white fox fur coat, looking like a bright flame in the snow. She didn't even stop to greet anyone. She ran straight for my tent. I finished the morning session and walked inside to find her pacing back and forth, clutching a silk handkerchief so hard she was nearly tearing it. "Fifth sister-in-law? What's the rush?" I asked, grabbing a water skin and taking a long gulp. When Ryu spun around. When she saw my calm face, she couldn't hold it back anymore. She rushed over, her eyes red and her voice trembling with excitement. "Little Nine. You're incredible. Are you some kind of immortal?" She pulled a thick stack of banknotes from her robe, her hands shaking. 100,000 taels. A full 100,000. That old fox Qian Manson sent someone to the manor first thing this morning. I counted it 3 times. Not a single coin is missing. The messenger's face was as white as a corpse. He said his boss begged for your mercy. She stared at me with eyes so bright they were frightening. She didn't look like she was looking at her brother-in-law anymore. She was looking at a walking, talking mountain of gold. "This is just the beginning," I said calmly. To me, 100,000 taels was no different than 10 copper coins. I took the notes and tossed them casually onto the table. I wiped the sweat from my face and looked at her. "Take half of this and put it back into the liquor production. I want our spirits to monopolize the entire northern frontier's black market within a month. Use the other half to buy grain and meat. I want my soldiers to forget what it feels like to be hungry." "Consider it done," when Ryu said. She was completely sold on me now. Yesterday, she thought I was making a fool of myself. Today, I had brought home a fortune. This wasn't making a fool. This was turning stones into gold. "But Little Nine," she said, her brow furrowing as she calmed down. "Money isn't everything." The Four Seas Chamber took a huge loss. The people behind them, Minister Zhou and Prime Minister Qin Song, won't let this go. What do we do next? I finally smiled and took another slow sip of water. I looked at her worried face and let the silence hang for a moment. "Next, we let them come." I let a wicked smile play on my lips. When Ryu looked at me, her eyes filled with confusion. 10,000 taels of silver sat on the table between us, the literal blood and meat of the Four Seas Chamber. We had officially torn the mask off our rivalry with Governor Zhao Defong. Usually, in this situation, you either double down on the attack or dig in for a siege. But I told her we weren't going to do anything at all. "Little Nine, do you have a fever?" When Ryu reached out to touch my forehead. "Zhao Defong is an old fox. He's sharpening his blade as we speak. If we don't expand the armory or cause more trouble for them now, we're just sitting ducks." I gently brushed her hand away. My fingers tapped a rhythmic beat on the table. "Fifth sister, you're the expert at business. But when it comes to psychological warfare, you have to listen to me." I stood up and walked over to the map of the northern frontier hanging on the wall. "What are Zhao Defong and Prime Minister Qin Song afraid of right now? It's not that I smashed their shop or took their money. They're terrified because they don't know what cards I'm still holding. If I keep picking fights, I'm showing my hand. They're probably waiting for us to jump into a trap right now." I turned back, my gaze sharp. "But if we do nothing? If we just eat, drink, and stay behind closed doors? They'll think we're plotting something massive. Fear grows in the dark. Let them guess. Let them panic. Let them destroy themselves with their own suspicion." My voice dropped to a low, magnetic hum. "While they're busy losing their minds, I'm going to do the one thing that actually matters." "What's that?" when Ryu asked instinctively. I looked down at my hands. They were pale and slender, though they had gained some strength over the last few days. I slowly clenched them into fists. "I'm going to kill this sickly version of myself. I'm going to turn this body into a blade." Over the next few weeks, the soldiers of the northern camp witnessed a transformation they called the Demon's Performance. The winter wind grew more brutal, freezing water the moment it touched the air. Yet, every single day, I was on the drill grounds at dawn. At first, I couldn't even keep up with the formation. Then, I was leading the entire army. I went from gasping for air after 100 swings of the blade to wearing 30 pounds of iron armor and swinging 2,000 times without blinking. I became a monster, squeezing every ounce of potential out of my marrow. On the 20th day, I collapsed during a cross-country run. Blood poured from my nose, staining the snow. When I woke up, I downed a bowl of ginseng soup and crawled back up to finish the last 5 laps. The entire army watched in dead silence. The only sound was my heavy, ragged breathing against the wind. By the 35th day, the medicinal baths prepared by Shen Jingshu turned a dark, ominous red. She had added lethal doses of centipede and scorpion venom. Every night, muffled roars of agony echoed from my tent, making the guard's skin crawl. Every morning, I appeared on time, my eyes colder and my aura more dangerous. Day 48 brought a blizzard. The world was a wall of white, the wind cutting like glass. The drill grounds were empty. Even the elite unit stayed inside to avoid the frost. But I stood in the center of the storm, shirtless. Steam rose from my skin. The snowflakes melted into mist before they could even touch me. I closed my eyes, my mind running through the tactical simulations of my past life's special forces training. Inside me, 48 days of accumulated medicine surged like a flooded river, slamming against the final barrier of my physical limits. Is the young master crazy? Leilai whispered, peering through a barracks window. Shut up if you don't understand. Lu Hanyan snapped from behind him. Her knuckles were white as she gripped the window frame. She hadn't looked away from me for a second. As a martial arts expert, she could feel it. My essence was changing. It wasn't just internal energy. It was a raw, primal awakening. Like a sleeping beast finally showing its fangs. On the 49th night, the atmosphere in the command tent was suffocating. Shen Jingshu stood over a massive tub filled with a blood-red liquid. This was the final stage of the 9 Deaths Rebirth brew. "Little Nine, this is it," she said, her voice trembling. She knew how brutal this was. This stage is called bone breaking and remolding. The medicine will seep into your marrow, destroy your fragile bone structure, and force it to regrow. The pain, it's worse than being flayed alive. 3 of my ancestors tried this. 2 died of shock in the tub. 1 went mad and bit off his own tongue. She stared at me. "Are you really ready?" I stood before the vat and stripped. My body wasn't the bag of bones it used to be. 49 days of hell had carved tight, functional muscle across my frame. I wasn't bulky, but I looked like a recurved bow pulled to its limit, crackling with explosive power. The scars on my skin looked like badges of honor in the candlelight. "Second sister," I said, my voice eerily calm. "Do you know about the eagle? When it reaches 40, its talons grow too long, and its beak curves toward its chest. It can either die or choose a painful rebirth. It flies to a mountain peak, smashes its beak against the rocks until it falls off, then uses the new beak to pluck out its own talons and feathers. Only after 150 days of agony can it fly again." I laughed, a wild, arrogant sound. If a bird has the guts to trade its life for strength, why wouldn't I? Without hesitation, I stepped into the boiling, blood-colored liquid. The moment the water hit my skin, a guttural, animalistic scream tore from my throat. It was a pain beyond description. It felt like 1,000 red-hot saws were rasping against my bones. It felt like millions of venomous insects were burrowing into my skeleton to feast. I bit down on a wooden block, the veins in my neck bulging like writhing worms. My body began to convulse violently, splashing the red water everywhere. "Hold him down," Shen Jingshu screamed. Lu Hanyan and Wen Ryu rushed forward, pinning my shoulders with all their might. "Little Nine, hold on," Hanyan cried, her eyes red. She could feel the hell I was going through. The violent tremors of my body vibrated right through her arms and into her own soul. My consciousness began to blur. Inside my mind, the King of Hell system was screaming. Alarms flashed red, warning me that my pain sensors were overloaded. My heart rate hit 220. My blood pressure reached a critical limit. The system suggested an immediate emergency shutdown to protect my brain. Disable the pain inhibitors. I roared in my mind. I couldn't faint. I absolutely could not lose consciousness. If I passed out now, my will would slacken, the medicinal power would spiral out of control, and I would become a true cripple. I wanted to feel every single second of this agony. I wanted to watch as these weak bones were shattered and rebuilt into steel. I was the king of hell. The Shao family's debt of blood hadn't been repaid yet. Time felt like it stretched for a century. Just as I thought my soul was being burned to ashes, a crisp crack echoed from deep inside my body. A sudden, cool current rose from my dantian, surging through my limbs. The tearing pain receded like a tide, replaced by a sensation of comfort I'd never known. It was power, pure, violent, and endless. I surged out of the water. The liquid, which had been blood-red moments ago, was now crystal clear. I had devoured every drop of the medicinal essence. Lu Hanyan and when Ryu jumped back, startled by my sudden movement. They stared at me, speechless. I stood naked in the tub, water droplets sliding down muscles that looked like they were carved from marble. The sickly paleness was gone, replaced by a healthy bronze glow. But it was my eyes that shocked them most. They were deep as an abyss, and when I blinked, it felt like lightning flashed in the dark. Little Nine, when Ryu covered her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. This wasn't the sick boy who gasped for air after a few steps. This was a god of war freshly forged in a furnace. I looked down at my hands and slowly clenched my fists. The feeling of absolute control made me want to laugh at the sky. I was finally back. Later, inside the central command tent, I stood with my back to the entrance. I stared at the massive map of the Northern Territory, my silhouette merging with the shadows. The 9 days of hell had crushed every bone in my body and recast them. Now, I could hear my own blood rushing through my veins. It wasn't a stream anymore. It was a river of molten lava. Every heartbeat pushed that scorching power through me, giving me a terrifying sense of dominance. I raised my left hand, fingers spread wide. With a single thought, I snapped my hand shut. There was a dull thud, not the sound of cracking knuckles, but the sound of the air itself being compressed and exploding in my palm. Lu Hanyan, who was busy cleaning her sword, Hongshou, red sleeve, froze. She looked up at my back. I was the same Shao Chun, but now I stood there like a black spear ready to pierce the heavens. The aura I radiated wasn't sickly anymore. It was cold, heavy, and metallic. It made even a martial arts master like her feel a shiver of genuine fear. She had practiced martial arts since childhood and reached the peak of her craft at 16. She had seen countless masters, including her father and my own father, the Prince of Jinbei. But the aura coming off me was something entirely different. It wasn't just martial cultivation. It was a primal, pure sense of danger. Sister-in-law, I said, finally turning around. Hanyan's pupils constricted. Her hand tightened on her sword hilt. My eyes were pitch black, bottomless, flickering with what looked like thunder and a sea of blood. Being stared at by me made her feel like she was being hunted by a prehistoric beast from an ancient battlefield. Her muscles tensed, and her inner energy began to circulate instinctively for defense. "Pass down my military order," I said. My voice wasn't loud, but every word hit like a hammer. "Issue the Black Feather Decree immediately. Tell the commanders of the West, South, and East camps to lead their personal guards here. They must arrive at the North Camp drill ground by noon tomorrow." "What?" Hanyan was stunned. Her proud eyes filled with disbelief. "Are you crazy? The Black Feather Decree? Little Nine, do you know what that means?" She took a sharp step toward me. "That is the highest military order, only used when the dynasty is at stake or the enemy is at our gates. It has only been issued 3 times since the founding of this country. Every time, it meant a mountain of corpses and a river of blood. Without the king's seal, calling troops like this is considered treason. What will the court think? What will the vultures watching our family do?" She was getting worked up, her chest heaving. "Besides, those old generals, they followed your father for decades. They only respect military merit and strength. Why should they listen to a 20-year-old who can't even?" She stopped herself, realizing she had gone too far. "You're right," I said, my voice eerily calm. "They've always thought I was a waste, haven't they? That's exactly why I want them to come." My voice suddenly rose, sharp and commanding. "I want them to see for themselves if the useless 9th young master is fit to lead these 300,000 men. Tomorrow, in front of the entire army, I am going to announce something." I stepped forward, closing the distance until we were less than a foot apart. something that concerns the survival of the Shao family and the future of every brother in this army. I leaned in, my eyes locking onto hers. You know as well as I do that the deaths of my father and brothers were no accident. The court's butcher knife is already over our heads. Prime Minister Qin Song wants us uprooted. And the Northern Army? It's scattered across 4 camps, each general acting like his own little king. Without my father's prestige to hold them together, they are just a pile of loose sand. Who is going to lead them now? You? Our grandmother? Hanyan was speechless. She knew I was telling the truth. Since my father died, the generals had only been paying lip service to the prince's mansion. In reality, they were already doing whatever they wanted. I am going to unify the Northern Army, I declared. Starting tomorrow. I spoke slowly, letting every word carry the weight of a death sentence. I wasn't going to lead through legacy or my family name anymore. I was going to lead through power. Absolute, undeniable strength that would force every mouth to shut and every knee to buckle. There's more, I added, my voice leaving no room for argument. Send word back to the prince's mansion. Tell the matriarch and all my sisters-in-law to be at the camp tomorrow at noon to witness the ceremony. Lu Hanyan swallowed hard. I could see her throat moving, dry and tight. She wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come. The man standing in front of her wasn't the sickly lamb she had spent years protecting. Have you really thought this through? She asked, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Once a military order is issued, there is no turning back. If the black feather token goes out, the entire Northern Territory will shake. The imperial court will. The court. I cut her off with a mocking laugh. Sister, what does it matter if we rebel now? Their butcher knife is already at our throats. Do we stretch out our necks and wait for the blade? Or do we show them if the Shao family's swords are still sharp before they try to take our heads? I leaned back, my gaze deepening. Besides, I'm calling the generals to discuss defense against the Black Wolf tribes of the grasslands. That is the duty of the Northern Army. Even if the court wants to find fault, they have no excuse. Hanyan blinked, the realization hitting her. The black feather token was the highest command, but as long as there was a valid reason, it wasn't an illegal mobilization. Using the threat from the grasslands was the perfect cover. But those old generals, she whispered, still worried. If they challenge you on the spot, your authority as commander will be destroyed. I believe they won't dare, I said, radiating a confidence that bordered on arrogance. I paused, then added coldly. Tell them this. Tomorrow at noon, at the appointment platform. Anyone who is late, I'll let the air grow frigid, will be executed. That one word, executed, hit like a block of ice from the depths of hell. There was no shouting, no bloodlust, just a cold, metallic certainty. Hanyan shuddered and took a step back, looking at me as if seeing a stranger. She realized I wasn't joking. I was ready to kill, and for the first time, I had the power to do it. You've changed, she said, her voice raspy. Maybe, I replied, turning my back to her to look at the tactical map. But in this world, if you don't change, you die. Hanyan remained silent for a long moment. Whatever protest she had left died in her throat. She spun around, threw open the heavy tent flap, and rushed out into the cold, her heart racing. Leilai, her voice boomed outside, startling the crows perched on the tents. Messenger, take the fastest horses. Send the commander's black feather token to the west, south, and east camps. All generals must lead their personal guards to the northern camp before noon tomorrow. Anyone who defies the order will be executed. A thunderous yes erupted from Leilai, followed by the frantic beat of hooves and boots. The entire camp began to boil. The soldiers couldn't believe it. The black feather token hadn't been used in 10 years, not since the grasslands sent 300,000 riders south. They wondered if another invasion was coming, but as soldiers, they had no choice but to obey. Inside the tent, I listened to the chaos outside. I walked to the map and traced my finger over Yanmen Pass at the northern edge. Father, brothers, watch me from the heavens, I whispered. The old era of the Northern Army died with you. A new era begins now. I clenched my fist, my eyes flashing with a lethal light. And tomorrow, I will use the blood of the defiant to lay the first stone of my foundation. As night fell and the wind howled, 3 messengers tore out of the camp like streaks of fire, heading in 3 different directions. A storm was coming that would change the fate of the Northern Army forever. The next morning, back at the Shao Prince's mansion, the usual sound of clicking abacus beads suddenly stopped. My 5th sister-in-law, Wenruyu, dropped her sandalwood abacus. Expensive jade beads scattered across the floor. "What did you say?" she gasped, standing up so fast her chair nearly tipped. Her sharp, calculating eyes were wide with shock. "He issued the black feather token? He's summoning all the generals to the northern camp? Is he insane?" She grabbed her cloak, her face pale. "If I couldn't control those battle-hardened men, the last shred of the Shao family's prestige would be gone. Get the carriage ready. I'm going to the camp." Meanwhile, on the training grounds, a 300-pound stone weight slammed into the dirt, cracking the earth. My 4th sister-in-law, Zhongli Yin, wiped the sweat from her muscled arms. When she heard the news, a wild, fiery light erupted in her eyes. "Good kid. He's got guts," she roared, her laughter shaking the weapon racks. "He's finally stopped acting like a coward. That's a true son of the Shao family. Let's go. If those old farts try anything, my hammers will be happy to break some bones." In a dark secret chamber, my 3rd sister-in-law, Su Mei, was much calmer. She held a secret report over a candle until it turned to ash. "The Prime Minister's spies are already moving toward the camp," she murmured, her face unreadable. "Is he trying to establish authority, or is he clearing the board?" She stood up, her black bodysuit hugging her lithe frame like a predator. "Deploy all agents. Blockade the camp for 10 miles. Anyone approaching without permission, kill them all." Carriages and horses thundered out of the mansion, all racing toward the eye of the storm. As the sun rose higher, the air at the northern camp felt like it had frozen solid. Tens of thousands of elite soldiers were gathered, their collective aura so suffocating that birds refused to fly overhead. But beneath the silence, there was a growing tide of resentment. Crack! A heavy whip lashed against a wooden post, sending splinters flying. It was Zhao Taizhan, the commander of the western camp. He was the first to arrive, and he looked like he was ready to tear someone apart. Zhao Taizhan was fuming. His face was bright red, and the veins on his neck looked like they were about to burst. This old veteran had followed my father into battle for 30 years, and right now, he looked like an enraged lion. "Xiao Chun, where is that little brat?" Zhao Taizhan roared as he flipped off his horse. His heavy armor clanked loudly against the frozen ground. He pointed a trembling finger toward the main command tent. "I was in the middle of drilling the pursuit formation. That's the key to crushing the Black Wolf tribe's cavalry. Then he sends out a black feather order to summon me? If this is for some trivial nonsense, I'll whip him to death myself on behalf of the late lord." Lei Lai rushed forward to meet him, a forced smile plastered on his face while cold sweat poured down his forehead. "General Zhao, please, calm down. The young commander has his reasons. He has a plan." "Plan? My ass." Zhao Taizhan shoved Lei Lai aside. The force was so great that even a seasoned warrior like Lei Lai stumbled back 2 steps. A kid who only knows how to read sour poetry and hang out in brothels? What does he know about the affairs of the state? "I'm only here out of respect for the old lord. Otherwise, that black feather order in his hands would be nothing but a sick joke." "Old Zhao is right," another voice added. Li Hu, the commander of the eastern camp, walked up with a dark expression and a sneer. "Our northern army is a great wall built of flesh and blood. Since when did we start taking orders from a frail scholar? I bet he's using that black feather order as a toy for a game of house." These veteran generals were proud men. Their achievements were carved out of mountains of corpses. My father and my 8 brothers were dead, and these men were suffocating under a mix of suppressed rage and absolute despair for the future. They weren't afraid to die. They were afraid of following a useless commander who would lead the 100-year glory of the Northern Army straight into a grave. Lu Hanyin stood below the commanding platform, listening to these harsh, painful truths. She gripped the hilt of her sword so hard I thought it might shatter. She wanted to defend me. She wanted to tell them I had changed, but she couldn't. I had given her a direct order. No matter if the sky fell, she had to endure until I stepped out. Everyone settled down. The voice was gentle but carried a firm strength. My second sister-in-law, Xin Jingshu, stepped down from a carriage. Her face was pale, the result of 49 days of exhausting herself brewing medicine, but her eyes were incredibly bright. She looked those murderous generals right in the eye. "You all watch my ninth brother grow up," she said. "If he used the highest level command token, he must have a reason. Even if you don't trust his ability, don't you trust the Shao bloodline? Don't you trust the matriarch?" Her words were soft, but carried the weight of a mountain. By bringing up my grandmother, she forced them to pause. Zhao Taizhan grunted. His expression was still ugly, but the urge to storm the tent faded slightly. After all, Shen Jingshu was the army doctor. She had saved countless lives in this camp. "Fine, we'll give the matriarch face." Zhao Taizhan plopped down on a stone block and slammed his helmet onto the ground. "I want to see what kind of crap this kid is going to pull. If he doesn't give us a real explanation today, I'll discipline this unfilial grandson myself." As the sun rose higher, the training grounds became more crowded, yet the silence grew heavier. Aside from the whistling wind, there was only the sound of tens of thousands of men holding their breath and the occasional nervous snort of a warhorse. Every eye was fixed on the empty commanding platform. In the center sat a grand chair draped in white tiger fur. That was my father's seat. It was the altar of the Northern Army. "The matriarch has arrived." The loud announcement shattered the deathly silence. The crowd parted like a tide, creating a path for a black carriage. The wheels ground against the frozen earth with a dull, heavy thud. The curtain lifted, and the old matriarch stepped out, supported by my eighth sister-in-law, Shaolinger. My grandmother wasn't wearing her usual clothes. She wore a black and gold formal robe of high rank, clutching a dragon-headed cane gifted by the former emperor. Her hair was white, and her wrinkles were as deep as the ravines at Yinmen Pass, but her eyes were terrifyingly sharp. They looked like they could pierce through a man's soul. "Greetings, matriarch." Clang. Whether it was a hot-headed general like Zhao Taizhan or the lowest-ranking soldier, everyone dropped to one knee in perfect unison. The sound of armor hitting the ground echoed through the sky. This was absolute respect for the pillar of the Shao family. "Everyone, rise," my grandmother said. Her voice was raspy but full of authority. She didn't sit in the tiger-skin chair. Instead, she had a smaller seat placed beside it. She sat down, her gaze sweeping across the field like a bolt of lightning before landing on the disgruntled generals. "Taizhan, your temper is still like a firecracker, just like the old days." Zhao Tieshan's face flushed. He cupped his fists, his eyes turning slightly red. "Matriarch, it's not that I'm being difficult. It's just the situation. The Northern Army can't handle any more turmoil. The ninth young master, he's never led troops. He's never even killed a chicken. If he hasn't led troops, he can learn," she replied, her fingers tapping rhythmically against her cane. "When my son went to his first battle, wasn't he just a green boy who nearly wet his pants? Nobody is born a god of war. But there's no time to learn." Zhao Taizhan slapped his thigh in frustration, his voice trembling. "The imperial court has a knife to our throats. The Black Wolf tribe is sharpening their blades outside the pass. We need a commander who can step up now. We need a wolf, not a student who needs to be taught how to hold a sword." The matriarch fell silent. Her grip on the cane tightened until her knuckles turned white. She knew Zhao Taizhan was right. This wasn't just his fear, it was the fear of 300,000 men. Her heart was racing. She had known I was busy in the camp these past few days, but she hadn't seen the results. Could I really do it? She had gambled the century-long glory of the Shao family and the lives of every surviving widow on me. "Chun'er," she whispered my name in her heart, her palms sweating despite her calm face. "Please, don't let me down. If we don't pass this test, the Shao family is truly finished." Just as the tension became suffocating, a heavy footstep echoed from the shadows of the main tent. Thud. The first step wasn't loud, but it was incredibly heavy. It felt like a sledgehammer hitting everyone's chest. The whispering stopped instantly. Thud. The second step had a strange rhythm. It wasn't rushed. It wasn't slow. The interval was perfect. It spoke of absolute calm and control. Thud. The third step. A long, powerful hand with distinct knuckles slowly pulled back the heavy tent curtain. The wind stopped. The northern gale that had been howling over the grounds seemed to be choked into silence by the sheer aura coming from that hand. It wasn't a soft, scholar's hand. It was rough, almost frighteningly so. The knuckles were wide, and the skin was a deep bronze, like it had been tempered in a furnace. The veins on the back of the hand looked like coiled dragons, twitching with every movement. Then, a black combat boot stepped firmly onto the frozen earth. Thud! That step seemed to land directly on everyone's heartbeat. I walked out. When my figure was fully revealed under the pale midday sun, the crowd of tens of thousands fell into a silence like death. The soldiers stared, their eyes wide. They were all thinking the same thing. Who is that? Zhao Tieshan's jaw dropped so low he could have stuffed 2 eggs in his mouth. He couldn't believe his eyes. Was this really the same sickly ninth young master? I stood before them, clad in heavy armor. This wasn't just any gear. It was the dark iron sour mud armor. It had belonged to my father, Xiaozhan, the king of the north. Forged from cold pool dark iron, the suit weighed 60 pounds. Without the strength of 1,000 men, you couldn't even take a step in it. But on me, the jagged black plates felt like a second skin. Every piece of iron clung perfectly to the lines of my growing muscles. As I moved, the metal ground together with a rhythmic, heavy clank. It was a suffocating sound, full of violent beauty. I hadn't put on a helmet. My ink-black hair was tied back casually with a simple grass rope, exposing my face. The features were the same, but the gloomy cowardice and sickly pallor were gone. In their place was a face that looked carved from stone, sharp, determined, and radiating a killing intent that made people shiver just looking at me. I stood at the entrance of the main tent, squinting slightly as my eyes adjusted to the winter sun. Deep in my mind, the Yama tactical map, a system only I could see, was spinning at high speeds. Data streams cascaded like waterfalls. Asterisk target group, Northern Army elites. Count, 53,200. Morale analysis, extremely low. War weariness, 60%. Anger, 30%. Contempt, 10%. Asterisk. I locked onto the core target, Zhao Taizhan, commander of the West Camp. Asterisk threat level, medium. Personality, hot-tempered, respects the strong. Asterisk. My strategy was clear. Suppress the leadership with absolute force and ignite the rank-and-file with extreme empathy. A faint, unreadable smile touched my lips. I moved. One step, then another. I walked slowly, but every step was rock solid. The 60-pound armor felt weightless. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, I climbed the steps toward the general's platform, the ultimate symbol of power in the Northern Army. As I passed Zhao Taizhan, I paused for a split second. He instinctively opened his mouth to bark a question, but when his eyes met mine, the curses died in his throat. His breath hitched. What kind of eyes were those? They were pitch black, like a bottomless abyss. For a moment, Zhao Taizhan felt like he wasn't looking at a young master, but at a god of death. He swallowed hard, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. I pulled my gaze away and kept climbing. Reaching the center of the platform, I turned toward the matriarch. In an instant, the suffocating aura around me vanished, replaced by the humble respect of a grandson. I dropped to one knee, my armor clashing against the wood with a sharp crack. Grandson Xiaochen is here. I've kept grandmother waiting. My voice was deep and resonant. It cut through the howling wind, reaching every ear in the camp. The matriarch's hand trembled violently on her dragon-headed cane. Tears welled up in her clouded eyes. He looked so much like his father. The build, the presence, the voice. It was as if Xiao Zhan had returned. Good boy, she choked out. She tried to stand up to help me, but Xiao Linger held her back. This was the general's platform. It was a military camp. Right now, I wasn't her grandson, I was the commander-in-chief. I stood up and turned around. This time, I let my full presence explode. I gripped the cold railing of the platform and leaned forward, looking down at the sea of 40,000 soldiers. I didn't speak immediately. I just watched them. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 seconds of absolute silence. This silence was more agonizing than any roar. It was like a bowstring being pulled tighter and tighter, right to the breaking point. Finally, someone snapped. 9th young master. Zhao Taizhan stepped forward, his voice gruff. If you called us here just to show off your new clothes, I don't have time for it. The horses in the West Camp need feeding, and the boys need to train. We don't have time to play house with you. The dead silence broke into a wave of murmurs. The soldiers were restless. We were starving, freezing, and now we were being forced to stand in the snow for a puppet in a fancy suit. The complaints buzzed like flies. Below the stage, my eldest sister-in-law, Lu Hanyin, turned pale. Her hand went to her sword hilt, ready to strike, but then she saw me smile. It was a cold, wicked smile. Playing house. My voice wasn't loud, but I used the vocal techniques I'd learned in the special forces. It boomed over the field like muffled thunder, instantly drowning out the noise. Zhao Taizhan, you think I'm playing? I drew the broken blade from my waist. Clang, the cold light flashed. I pointed the sword at the army, my eyes filled with pure contempt. Look at yourselves. Slumped shoulders, yellow skin and bones. You can't even stand straight. Is this the #1 army under heaven? Are these the Shao family Iron Riders who made the Black Wolf tribes tremble? I don't see wolves. I see a flock of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. I see a bunch of trash who only know how to complain and wait for death. The crowd exploded. These men lived with their heads on the line every day. They could endure hunger and cold, but they couldn't endure an insult, especially from someone they considered a weakling. What did you say? Shao, don't think we're afraid of you just because you're the commander. I was killing men while you were still wetting your bed. The fury was palpable. If looks could kill, I would have been torn into 1,000 pieces. This was exactly what I wanted. Are you angry? I suddenly stopped smiling. My expression became deadly serious, even tinged with a hint of sorrow. You should be angry. I slowly lowered my blade, my gaze sweeping over their twisted, furious faces. My voice dropped, becoming raspy and heavy with emotion. I know you haven't been paid in 3 months. The field went silent. I know you eat stale rice every day, sometimes even moldy vegetables. I know the cotton in your coats is so thin the wind freezes your very bones. I pointed to an old soldier in the front row. His hands were covered in frostbite, oozing pus. I know you have wives and children to support, but you can't send a single penny home. I know you've watched your brothers die one by one, while the government's compensation is nowhere to be found. With every "I know," the angry faces began to stiffen. The rage turned to confusion, then to a deep, aching bitterness. It was the bitterness of men who had been suppressed for far too long. They were heroes. They bled at Yinmen Pass to protect the empire. So why? Why couldn't they get a full meal? Why were they treated like trash by the officials in the capital who sat drinking warm tea? The cold wind howled, kicking up red dust that stung our faces. Many of the veteran soldiers' eyes grew red. They lowered their heads, biting their lips to keep from breaking. I looked at them and took a deep breath. I gathered every ounce of strength in my body and roared the question that had been buried in their hearts for months. I had one question for them. Just one. Are you suffocating? The words hit the training grounds like a thunderclap. My voice tore through the heavy snow, slicing into the hearts of 30,000 men who had long since gone numb. I didn't use fancy logic or poetic words. I kept it simple. I kept it raw. Are you suffocating? Down in the front, an old soldier's eyes turned blood red instantly. He thought of his starving child back home. He thought of his wife's letters, every single line asking if the military pay had arrived yet. He was a man of the North, a giant who wouldn't flinch if a blade cut his chest, but now his shoulders shook uncontrollably. They were suffocating. The rage had been bottled up so long it was burning their insides. They were soldiers of the Prince of Jinbei. They were the shield of the great Xia dynasty. They gave their lives to guard Yinmen Pass so the people behind them could sleep safely. And what did they get? They got budget cuts from the imperial court. They got ignored by the fat officials in the capital. They got to watch their brothers freeze and starve to death. Zhao Taizhan, the commander of the West Camp, felt the color drain from his face. He wanted to argue, but my question was like a thorn driven deep into his soul. Wasn't he suffocating too? He had begged the governor for grain, only to be told it wasn't, according to regulation. He had sent blood-stained reports to the capital, only for them to vanish like stones dropped into the ocean. Are you angry? I roared, stepping to the very edge of the platform. Do you feel wronged? Do you want to curse their ancestors? I looked at their faces, angry, grieving, and broken. I'll tell you the truth. I'm suffocating too. I pointed toward the horizon, toward the graves of my kin. My father, Xiao Zhan, guarded this border his whole life. He died on the battlefield and was brought back in a horse hide. My 8 brothers followed him since they were boys. Every single one of them had scars of glory on their bodies. And in the end, they all died right here under Yinmen Pass. We couldn't even find all their bodies to bring them home. I slammed my fist into the frozen stone railing. The dull thud echoed in the silence. The Xiao family bled until we had nothing left. And what did the world give us in return? They sent a decree to strip us of our military power. They sent a pack of wolves to my 8 sisters-in-law, wanting to divide them up like cargo. And they gave us this, 30,000 of the finest men in the Northern Army, and you can't even get a damn full meal. I threw my head back and screamed at the sky. My voice was hoarse, filled with a bitterness that had no end. By what right? I was screaming for my dead father. I was screaming for my brothers. I was screaming for every soldier standing in the snow. By what right do the heroes who protect the country go hungry, while the parasites in the capital live in luxury? By what right do we bleed on the front lines while they plot how to steal our pay and drive us to our deaths? By what right? The silence finally snapped. By what right? Someone in the crowd roared back. Then it happened. A wave of sound erupted, a mountain-toppling roar that shook the very earth. We don't accept it. I don't damn well accept it. Kill them all. Thousands of hardened men were crying like children. They shook their fists, shouting the filthiest curses they knew, letting out months of suppressed despair. Below the stage, Lu Hanyin watched with red-rimmed eyes. She had always believed a soldier's duty was to obey and swallow their grievances. But today, I had ripped the scab off the wound and let the blood flow into the sunlight. It was painful, but it was the only way to heal. Even the matriarch, sitting in her chair, let a silent tear roll down her wrinkled face. Her grandson had finally woken up. The Qilin of the Xiao family was back. I didn't stop them. I let the resentment wash over the field like a tide. You can't build something new until you clear out the rot. When the noise finally died down, the soldiers were panting, their eyes no longer dull. They were glowing like hot coals. They looked at me differently now. Before, I was just a young master they respected for his grit. Now, I was one of them. I was the voice for their pain. I know slogans are useless, I said, my voice dropping to a steady, iron-cold tone. From this day on, I, Xiao Chun, take command of the Northern Army. I don't care if the court gives us money. I don't care what the officials think. I promise you 3 things. I held up one finger. First, starting this month, everyone's pay is doubled. The compensation for our fallen brothers will be paid 10 times over. I will find the money. Even if I have to rob the capital or sell every piece of property the Xiao family owns, I will make it happen. The crowd gasped. Double pay? 10 times compensation? It sounded like a dream. I held up a second finger. Second, the food in the North Camp is now the standard for the entire army. I want every single one of you to eat meat at every meal. I want you in new clothes. I'm going to feed you until you're strong enough to lop off an enemy's head with one swing. Meat, the men roared. For these rough soldiers, that one word was more powerful than any god. I held up my third finger. The air around me turned ice cold. Third, I promise you this. Every enemy who killed my father and brothers, every parasite who stole your pay, every piece of trash that thinks they can ride on the backs of the Northern Army, I will lead you to them. We will twist their heads off with our own hands. We will use their blood to toast our dead brothers, and we will use their skulls as our chamber pots. The training ground went insane. Kill, kill, kill. Long live the young commander. We will die for you. 30,000 voices merged into a single killing intent that pierced the clouds. At this moment, imperial decrees and laws didn't matter. To these soldiers, the man who fed them, paid them, and led them to revenge was their only god. I stood on the platform, facing the storm of their loyalty, and I knew. The army was mine. I slowly raised my heavy blade. The steel caught the pale sunlight, sending a chilling flash across the training grounds. I felt it then. The soul of this army was finally in my grip. The wind seemed to freeze. The deafening roars of the soldiers vanished the moment I lowered my left hand. Silence fell, absolute and heavy. Only the great commander's flag snapped violently in the northern gale, sounding like a funeral shroud whipping against a mast. Thousands of eyes watched me. The contempt was gone. The doubt was gone. In its place was a fanatical, terrifying reverence. They looked at me, this thin, black figure standing like a spear on the platform, and they didn't look away. I held my blade in one hand, the tip pointed at the frozen earth. The blood groove on the metal reflected a cold, sickening light. It looked hungry. We talked about money, I said. My voice wasn't loud. It was almost lazy, like I was taking a stroll, but every word was wrapped in ice, piercing through the wind and into their ears. We talked about food. We talked about the humiliation you've swallowed. I lifted my gaze. My eyes cut through the ranks of the commanders standing below. The small talk is over, I whispered. Now we talk about killing. Killing. Zhao Taizhan stepped forward. His face was dark with battle lust. Young commander, do you mean the Black Wolf tribes outside the pass? Give the order. Old Zhao here will lead the western camp and tear them apart. I won't come back until I've taken 1,000 heads. No rush, I said. A cruel, jagged smile touched my lips. I didn't look at him. My eyes moved like a lone wolf surveying its territory, drifting slowly over the line of commanders. The wolves outside must die. But first, we kill the fleas hiding in our coats. The ones sucking our blood while we sleep. The air turned sharp. I took a sudden step forward and slammed my blade against the stone railing. The metallic clang echoed like a death knell. If there was no traitor, how could my father, a man who knew every blade of grass in the north, fall into a death trap at White Wolf Valley? I warred. If there was no leak, how could my 8 brothers, each a match for 10,000 men, be surrounded and slaughtered without even a chance to send word? The questions hit the crowd like thunderbolts. The commanders turned pale. A wave of shocked murmurs rippled through the ranks. A traitor? In the Northern Army? Who? Who would do something so vile? Zhao Tieshan's face turned a deep, angry red. He pointed a thick finger at me. Young commander, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. These men fought beside your father for years. They put their lives on the line. Saying there's a traitor is like stabbing us in the heart. Where is your proof? You want proof? I let out a cold laugh. My eyes, usually dark as smoke, suddenly turned piercing. I activated the underworld tactical sandbox. My vision shifted. The world lost its color, turning into a gray and white data model. Thousands of beating hearts appeared as glowing red dots. The wind vanished. All I heard was the rhythmic thump-thump of 1,000 pulses. Asterisk target lock. Front row. Commanders, asterisk. My gaze scanned them like a radar. Asterisk, Zhao Taizhan. Heart rate, 110. Emotion, anger, agitation. Verdict, loyal, asterisk. Asterisk Li Hu. Heart rate, 105. Emotion, shock, confusion. Verdict, loyal, asterisk. Green safety markers flashed in my mind, one after another. Until I stopped. My eyes locked onto a man at the front of the southern camp. He was middle-aged, slightly plump, with a face that looked naturally honest. In the army, they called him the old, good guy. He was known for sharing his rations with new recruits. Right now, he was bowing his head, looking like a man mourning his fallen lord. But in my god vision, he was glowing. He wasn't just red, he was turning black. Target, Qianzhen. Commander, Southern Camp. Heart rate, 142 beats per minute. Extreme panic. Pupils dilated 35%. Adrenaline spiking. Back sweat glands hyperactive. Body language. Hands pinned to his sides, fingertips trembling. Neck muscles stiff as iron. Eyes scanning for escape routes every 0.5 seconds. He was terrified. Found you. I gripped my blade and began to walk. I stepped off the platform, my heavy black boots thudding against the frozen dirt. I moved slowly, but each step landed in sync with their heartbeats. The pressure was suffocating. I walked straight through the crowd, ignoring Zhao Tieshan's confusion and Li Hu's attempts to speak. I stopped right in front of Qianzhen. Commander Qian, I said. My voice was eerily soft, like a nephew greeting an uncle. It made the skin crawl. Are you hot? Qianzhen flinched as if I'd stabbed him. He looked up, his honest face twitching uncontrollably. He forced a smile that looked more like a sob. Young commander, you're joking. It's freezing out here. How could I be hot? Not hot. The smile vanished from my face. I reached out like a lightning strike and grabbed his wrist, hoisting his hand high for everyone to see. If you aren't hot, why is your palm dripping with cold sweat? I roared the question. Qianzhen's hand was slick, moisture dripping from his fingertips. I'm just unwell, he stammered, his eyes darting wildly. Unwell? A fine excuse. I stepped into his space, my red-rimmed eyes staring into his soul. 3 months ago, the Black Wolves bypassed our main defense and hit our supply line with surgical precision. Only commanders knew that route. We lost 30,000 stones of grain and 800 men. Tell me, how did they know? Qianzhen opened his mouth to lie, but I didn't give him a second to breathe. My killing intent crashed over him like a tidal wave. 2 months ago, at White Wolf Valley, my father changed the route at the last minute to ambush the enemy's flank. No one knew that order except the inner circle. And yet, my voice broke, turning raspy with pure, unadulterated hate. The enemy main force was already there waiting. It was as if they'd planned it all in advance. At White Wolf Valley, the enemy had opened their trap and simply waited for my father and brothers to walk right in. That day, Qianzhen was the one in charge of communications for the Central Army. I leaned in closer, my voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Tell me, Qianzhen, besides you, who else could have sent that message out? How long are you going to keep up this act? Commander, I am being framed. Qianzhen collapsed to his knees instantly. He let out a piercing cry, sounding like a man crushed by the weight of a massive injustice. Young commander, please be fair. If I ever did anything to betray the prince or the Shao family, let heaven strike me down with lightning. Let me rot in the 18th circle of hell. He sobbed as he spoke, snot and tears streaming down his face. His whole body trembled. He looked so innocent, so pitiful, that anyone watching would think he was a loyal officer being bullied by a cruel superior. Down below, the fire in the hearts of the tens of thousands of soldiers began to flicker. A bucket of cold water had been thrown over their rage. Many of them started to feel pity. A tide of whispers rose through the ranks. It doesn't seem right, one soldier muttered. General Qian has always treated us well. Yeah, another added. Last winter when supplies were short, he took off his own coat to give to a frostbitten recruit. My mother was sick 2 years ago, and I had no money for medicine, a third whispered. It was General Qian who secretly gave me 5 silver taels. Did the young commander get this wrong? The seeds of doubt were growing fast. These men had followed my father for 20 years. They couldn't connect this weeping, kind-hearted old man with the traitor who murdered their king. Zhao Taizhan, the commander of the West Camp, was turning purple with rage. The veins on his neck bulged like twisting earthworms. To him, I was just a brat playing games, trying to destroy a veteran's reputation just to flex my new authority. Xiao Chun, do you actually have evidence? Zhao Taizhan roared, stepping forward. If you can't produce it, I'll be the first to stand against you today. I watched Qianzhen grow up. I trust his character. If he's a traitor, I'll pay for it with my own life. His voice was like a heavy bronze bell, shaking the snow off the training grounds. Li Hu from the East Camp stood up too. He wasn't as loud, but his hand was gripped tight on his sword hilt. Young commander, there is no room for jokes in the army, Li Hu said coldly. We need proof. If you execute a commander without ironclad evidence, you'll lose the heart of every soldier here. The atmosphere turned electric. It felt like a mutiny was seconds away. Off to the side, Lu Hanyan's palms were slick with cold sweat. She stared at me, wondering what I was thinking. She knew that if I failed to produce evidence now, the Shao family's last breath would be snuffed out forever. Even when Ryu was clutching her ledger, so hard her nails dug into her palms. She was praying for me to have a hidden card to play. Only Su Mei stood in the shadows, watching with a cold, amused curve to her lips. She knew the real show was just beginning. General Zhao, calm yourself, I said. I remained eerily calm, as if I couldn't hear the accusations or see the shifting tides of the mob. I even took a moment to slowly adjust the plates of my black armor. My composure was so absolute it made the generals feel a sudden chill. I turned around slowly and looked toward the empty space behind me. I gave a small, meaningful nod. My smile was like a summons from the king of hell. Third sister-in-law, I said. It's your turn. Before my voice even faded, a black shadow appeared in the center of the platform like a ghost. There were no footsteps. Not even the air seemed to move. It was Sume. She was dressed in her tight black night suit, her body lean and powerful like a leopard. 2 daggers glittered at her waist, and a black veil covered everything but her cold, star-like eyes. As the leader of the Wind and Rain Pavilion, Sume was a legend among the high-ranking officers. She ran the Shao family's most secretive and feared intelligence network. The moment she appeared, Qianjun's wailing stopped abruptly. His body gave a tiny, violent shudder. It was gone in a second, but I caught it. Qianjun. Sume's voice was like ice. She walked toward him slowly. I have a question. Every month, you disguise yourself and visit the Zuatian brothel in the south of the city 3 times. Each time, you call for a girl named Chunner, but you never stay the night. You spend exactly half an hour in the room and then leave in a hurry. Is that correct? Qianjun flinched as if he'd been electrocuted. He gritted his teeth. I go there to listen to music. I'm a man. What's wrong with relaxing at a brothel? Is that against the laws of Great Xia? To listen to music? Sume's eyes were full of mockery. Does music cost 100 taels and tips every time? The most famous courtesan in that house only costs 50 taels for a whole night. You pay double for 30 minutes of music. She stepped closer, her voice cutting through him like a scalpel. Tell me, Qianjun, where does a commander get that kind of money to throw away? Did it fall from the sky? Qianjun was drenched in sweat now. It poured down his spine. He looked like he'd been stripped naked and thrown into the snow. Every secret was being dragged into the light. Can't speak. Sume's voice suddenly turned sharp and piercing. Because you weren't there for music. You were meeting a contact for the 4 Seas chamber, the madam of the house. You sold our intelligence to her. 3 times a month, you gave them our troop deployments, our grain reserves, and our generals' movements. You traded the lives of your brothers for blood money. This accusation hit harder than anything that came before. It was a death sentence. Treason. That single word was enough to make Qianjun die 10,000 deaths and be pinned to the pillar of history's shame forever. The training ground exploded. A wave of fury surged through the ranks, nearly flipping the tents. What? Treason. That backstabbing dog. No wonder the Black Wolf tribe always found our weak spots. It was like they had eyes inside our camp. I knew it. Last time we moved the grain along that hidden route, they were waiting for us. How else could they have known? The soldiers' roars rose one after another. They wanted to rush forward and tear Qianjun into bloody pieces. Those who had once accepted his favors felt sick to their stomachs, wishing they could spit out every cent he'd ever given them. I didn't. You're framing me. Qianjun shrieked like a madman. He snapped his head up, his eyes bloodshot and his face twisted like a ghost. Do you have proof? Do you have proof, Sume? Don't think you can just slander a loyal officer because you're the leader of the Wind and Rain Pavilion. Without evidence, this is a frame-up. His voice had lost its tone, replaced by a high-pitched, hysterical edge. It was the struggle of a cornered beast. Evidence. A flash of pity crossed Sume's eyes. It was the pity one felt for a dead man. She reached into her robe and slowly pulled out a plain, blue cloth ledger. It looked old, the corners worn down, but it had been well preserved. It even carried the faint, lingering scent of cheap makeup. Qianjun, do you recognize this? Sume held the book up and gave it a slight shake. The moment he saw it, Qianjun's pupils shrunk to pinpricks. Every drop of color drained from his face, leaving behind a deathly gray. His lips trembled violently. His eyes were full of disbelief and pure despair. That was it, Madame Huang's secret ledger. The book she had always wanted to destroy, but kept as a life-saving charm, a shackle that had dragged Qianjun further into the dark. It recorded every filthy transaction between him and the 4 Seas chamber. How? How was it here? Madame Huang told him she had hidden it in a place even a ghost couldn't find. How did it fall into the hands of the Wind and Rain Pavilion? It was over. Everything was over. I see you recognize it, Sume said, watching his soul leave his body. A cold curve formed on her lips. She slowly opened the ledger. Her long fingers traced the yellowed pages. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly across the entire field. Every word sounded like a final judgment. Great Xia calendar, year 119, 7th day of the spring month. Received from Southern Camp Commander Li Jin, 1 copy of the Northern Army's spring training plan. Payment, 500 taels of silver. Great Xia calendar, year 119, 23rd day of the summer month. Received from Southern Camp Commander Li Jin, 1 rotation schedule for the Yinmen Pass Guards. Payment, 800 taels of silver. Great Xia calendar, year 120, 9th day of the autumn month. Received from Southern Camp Commander Li Jin, 1 inventory list of the Northern Army's grain reserves. Payment, 1,000 taels of silver. With every entry Su Mei read, Qianzhen's body slumped further. The despair on his face grew heavier. Below the stage, the generals and soldiers grew colder and angrier. Their every move had been mapped out. While they were bleeding and dying in the light, someone was selling their lives in the dark for a few hundred pieces of silver. Great Xia calendar, year 120, 3rd day of the winter month. Su Mei paused. She looked up, her cold eyes locking onto Qianzhen. Her voice turned even icier, almost trembling with rage. Received from Southern Camp Commander Li Jin, 1 defense map of the northern slope of Yinmen Pass, and 1 operational plan for the Northern Prince's surprise attack on the Black Wolf tribe's royal court. Payment, 10,000 taels of silver. Su Mei closed the ledger. Her gaze was like shards of ice. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. Even the wind seemed to stop. Everyone was stunned by that number, by the staggering truth. 10,000 taels. That was enough for an ordinary family to live on for generations. And Qianzhen had used that money to sell out my father's battle plan. He had sold the very soul of the Northern Army. Qianzhen, that defense map was the route my father and 8 brothers took for their final raid, I said. My voice broke the silence. I walked slowly to the edge of the platform, looking down at the heap of mud that was Qianzhen. I didn't shout. But my words were like a heavy hammer, slamming into the hearts of everyone present. Because of you, because of your 10,000 taels, the Black Wolf tribe set an ambush at White Wolf Valley 3 days in advance. Because of you, my father and brothers walked right into a trap. My 5,000 elite soldiers marched into a pocket like fools and were wiped out. Because of you, I couldn't even find my father's or brothers' bodies. They were trampled into the mud by enemy horses. Qianzhen, you piece of filth. When you look at the memorial tablets of your dead brothers, can you even sleep at night? What do you have to say for yourself? I roared that last sentence. It carried a bone-deep hatred and a sky-piercing fury that felt like it could tear the world apart. The silence returned, heavier than before. The truth was too much to process. Tears began to flow silently down the faces of those iron-willed men. The defeat at Yinmen Pass wasn't because they weren't strong enough. It wasn't because the enemy was invincible. It was because they had a traitor. Their prince and young commanders had been murdered by one of their own. No, no. Qianzhen collapsed on the ground. His eyes were vacant. He started muttering to himself like a lunatic. I didn't mean it. I just wanted some money. I didn't think it would happen like this. I didn't think the old prince would die. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. His voice grew smaller and weaker, like the whimpering of a dying animal. Suddenly, a beast-like roar shattered the air. Zhao Tieshan's eyes turned blood-red. Tears mixed with fury as he drew his combat saber. The blade flashed with a murderous light under the sun. I'll kill you, you son of a bitch. Zhao Taizhan charged onto the platform like a mad bull. He raised his saber high, the blade whistling through the air. The old prince treated you well. The young commanders treated you like an uncle. And you sold their lives for 10,000 taels? Are you even human? Today, I'll clean house for the prince and offer your dog head to the spirits in heaven. Zhao Tieshan's roar reached the clouds. That saber, carrying a lifetime of rage and regret, swung down toward Qianzhen's neck. The blade cut through the air with a mournful cry, as if weeping for the 50,000 souls buried in White Wolf Valley. Just as the edge was about to touch Qianzhen's throat, a desperate, crazed howl erupted from the traitor's lungs. His deathly gray face twisted into something monstrous. Qianzhen's face twisted. The look of a cornered animal was gone, replaced by a sick, manic sneer. His body, which had been collapsed on the ground, suddenly snapped upward with a burst of desperate energy. He didn't try to block Zhao Tieshan's killing blow. He didn't even look at the other generals. His target was clear from the start. He lunged toward the side of the platform. He was going for the matriarch in her formal robes and my 8th sister-in-law, Xiao Linger, who was standing beside her, pale and trembling. This was his last and only chance. If he could grab either of them, he might actually live. Qianzhen poured every ounce of his lifelong cultivation into his legs. He shot forward like an arrow. No, like a rabid dog making a suicidal charge. He was fast. His body moved so quickly, he left a faint blur in the air. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. His hands, twisted by greed and terror, looked like claws. His nails seemed to grow as he reached for Linger's fragile shoulders. Linger, protect the matriarch. Lu Hanyin and the others screamed from the side. They drew their weapons at the same time, desperate to help, but they were too far away. It was too late. Zhao Tieshan's saber swung through empty air. He watched helplessly as Qianzhen slipped past his blade and pounced toward the matriarch. The color drained from Zhao Tieshan's face. Pure horror and despair flooded his heart. It was over. If anything happened to the matriarch or the 8th lady, he wouldn't be able to atone for it even if he died 10,000 deaths. On the drill grounds, tens of thousands of soldiers held their breath. Time seemed to slow down to a crawl. Xiao Linger's eyes widened in terror as that hideous, distorted face zoomed in on her. Her mind went blank. She forgot how to scream. The matriarch instinctively pulled Linger behind her and raised her dragon-headed cane. Her cloudy eyes showed no fear, only a grim resolve to die. In that spark of a moment, I moved. I had been standing with my back to the chaos, acting as if none of this concerned me. I didn't even turn around. My body, clad in heavy black armor, simply leaned back at an impossible angle. Then, my right boot snapped out like a hidden dragon striking from the depths. It was a lightning-fast back kick, driving upward with lethal precision. It was fast. So fast that even a master like Lu Hanyin only saw a flickering shadow. So fast that the 50,000 soldiers watching didn't even realize what had happened. Thud! A heavy, sickening sound echoed across the square. It wasn't the sound of snapping bone. It sounded like a massive sledgehammer slamming into a rotting wooden plank. Qianzhen's momentum stopped dead less than half a foot from Xiao Linger. The madness on his face froze. It was replaced by endless shock and fear. He looked down with great difficulty. My black boot was buried deep in his chest. It hadn't just hit him, it had sunk in. His chest, hardened by years of battle, collapsed inward, forming a horrific crater. The sound of his ribs shattering like dry twigs reached everyone's ears. Every single bone in his chest was pulverized instantly by an unstoppable, terrifying force. Qianzhen opened his mouth to scream, but only a spray of blood mixed with bits of internal organs erupted from his throat. A second later, he flew backward like a discarded sack of trash. He soared 7 or 8 meters through the air before slamming into the hard stone steps of the platform. Stone fragments sprayed everywhere. The solid green rock of the stairs cracked into a massive spiderweb. Qianzhen lay in the center of that web, his body twisted at a grotesque angle. His limbs twitched uncontrollably. He made a wet, wheezing sound as blood pooled around him, staining the ground a deep crimson. He wasn't dead yet, but he wished he was. He could feel that his internal organs had been turned into mush by that single kick. He stared at my back as I slowly retracted my foot. His eyes held more than just terror. They held a deep, unshakable disbelief. One kick. Just one. A peak-level master like him didn't even have the right to make me turn around. Silence. The entire northern camp fell into a deathly hush. Over 50,000 men stood frozen, locked in various states of shock. Zhao Taizhan stood there with his saber raised, his eyes wide enough to pop out, his mouth hanging open. He looked at the twitching traitor in the blood, then at me. His entire worldview had been shattered by that kick. Was this really the sickly 9th young master? That power, that speed, that timing, was that even human? At the side of the stage, Lu Hanyin's hand trembled on her sword hilt. She was a daughter of a general, a master in her own right. She asked herself if she could have dodged that kick. The answer was no. She couldn't have even seen it coming. That wasn't martial arts anymore. That was pure, crushing, unreasonable violence. For the first time, as she looked at my back, her eyes didn't hold contempt or pity. They held a deep, bone-chilling respect. The soldiers below were even more stunned. Their brains had stopped working. From the moment Qianzhen lunged to the moment I kicked him took less than a second. All they saw was the traitor attacking, their young commander kicking backward without looking, and then the traitor flying away like a pile of mud. It was simple. It was brutal. It was impossibly strong. After the brief silence, someone finally snapped out of it and roared at the top of his lungs. "Hail the young commander!" Boom. The suppressed emotions of the crowd exploded. A wave of cheering like rolling thunder shook the entire Yinmen Pass. Hail the young commander. The young commander is invincible. If their previous cheers were because of my words, these cheers were different. This was the raw, fanatical worship of absolute power. In the army, nothing conquers iron-blooded men faster than unmatched strength. Facing the deafening roar that seemed ready to flip the heavens, I finally turned around. The murderous aura that had made me look like a god of death vanished instantly. It was replaced by a look of soft concern. I walked over to the trembling Xiaolinger and reached out. With the same hand that had just crushed a man's chest, I gently ruffled her hair. My voice was as soft as water. "Eighth sister-in-law, did I scare you?" Xiaolinger stared at me blankly for a long moment before she burst into tears and threw herself into my arms. I patted her back gently, then looked toward the matriarch. "Grandmother," I asked quietly, "are you all right?" The matriarch looked at me. One moment I was a god of death, the next I was a warm grandson. A complex flicker of emotion crossed her clouded eyes before settling into relief and pride. She nodded firmly. She told me she was fine. She told me I had grown up. The warmth on my face vanished instantly. It was replaced by a frost that could freeze the blood. I turned around. Step by step, I walked toward Qianzhen. He was still there, gasping in a pool of his own blood. Don't kill me," he whimpered. He stared at my black combat boots as they drew closer. His eyes were wide with terror and a desperate plea for mercy. "I'll give you all my money. I have so much. Please." I stood over him. I looked down at him with eyes that held no ripple of emotion. To me, he was just an ant beneath my heel. I didn't say a word. I simply lifted my right foot. "No, no." His scream was cut short. My heavy black iron boot, weighing dozens of pounds, came down with the force of a falling mountain. A sickening crack echoed through the air. His chest cavity completely collapsed. His eyes remained wide, staring at nothing in his final moment of death. I pulled my foot back. My expression didn't change. It was as if I had just stepped on a cockroach. I turned to face the 50,000 soldiers standing in the training grounds. They were dead silent. My voice rang out, cold as a judgment from the depths of hell. "Hear my command. From this day forward, in the Northern Army, rank does not matter. Relationships do not matter. Anyone who colludes with the enemy or sells military secrets, anyone who embezzles pay or withholds pensions, anyone who deserts or shakes the morale of this army." I paused. My dark eyes swept across the field. I spoke each word like it was being carved into stone. Once proven, they will be executed without mercy. On the platform, Qianzhen's body lay twisted and broken. A deep, terrifying crater marked his chest where my boot had landed. Blood mixed with bits of internal organs continued to bubble out. The commander of the South Camp was dead. An hour ago, he was a high-ranking officer with immense prestige. To the soldiers, he was the kind general. Now he was just a pile of crushed meat. The wind stopped. The shouting stopped. A silence more terrifying than death settled over the camp. Over 50,000 battle-hardened men stood like statues. They even forgot to breathe. There was no more doubt in their eyes. There was no more contempt. There was only a bone-deep awe and a fear that seemed to freeze their souls. They couldn't take their eyes off my silhouette. I stood by the corpse with total indifference. It was as if I hadn't just crushed a man's ribs, but had merely ground an annoying bug into the dirt. Someone in the crowd swallowed hard. In that silence, it sounded like a gunshot. Below the platform, Zhao Taishan, the commander of the West Camp, was shaking. His hand gripped his saber so hard it rattled against his armor. His face was pale. His mouth hung open, but no words came out. He finally understood. I wasn't some sickly weakling. I wasn't some spoiled brat. I was a tiger in human skin. A monster crawled out from the underworld. That kick, that cold indifference to life. Zhao Taishan had spent 40 years at war and seen countless deaths, but compared to me, he felt like a nursing babe. Li Hu, the commander of the East Camp, looked just as bad. He took a half-step back. His hand was on his hilt, but the thought of resisting was gone. He felt an aura coming off me that only existed in commanders who had spent their lives rolling through mountains of corpses. It was the aura of the King of Hell. Good, good, good. The matriarch sat on the side, leaning on her dragon head staff. Tears finally rolled down her face. She looked at me, standing tall like a mountain, and repeated that word 3 times. These weren't tears of sorrow. They were tears of pride. The Shao family finally had a successor. I ignored the reactions. I looked down at the dead traitor at my feet with a gaze that was almost pitying. Then, I looked back at the army. Qianzhen was a commander of the Northern Army. He took a salary from the court. He held the lives of thousands in his hands. And yet, he conspired with the enemy. My voice wasn't loud, but it hit every soldier like a hammer to the chest. In the Battle of White Wolf Valley, my father, my 8 brothers, and 50,000 of our brothers in arms were buried in a foreign land. All because of him. Because of the secrets this piece of trash sold. You tell me, does a man like this deserve to die? After a brief, heavy silence, a roar erupted like a volcano. Kill him. He deserves to die. Cut him to pieces. The suppressed rage and grief of the soldiers finally exploded. Their eyes turned red. They pumped their fists and screamed. If Qianzhen were still alive, those 50,000 men would have torn him into scraps with their bare hands. I raised my hand. The noise died down instantly. I let my cold gaze drift over the front row of officers. They were trembling like chilled birds. Money is a good thing, I said softly. But some money is stained with blood. You cannot take it. The words were casual, but to some, they sounded like a thunderclap. At least a dozen officers turned ghost white. Sweat broke out on their foreheads. Their legs went weak. They thought they had been perfect. They thought that with Qianzhen dead, the evidence was gone. How could this new young commander know? In my mind, the Yama tactical map roared to life. A secondary bioscan locked onto high-risk targets. The heart rates, adrenaline levels, and muscle tension of those dozen officers appeared as red data boxes in my vision. They were like fireflies in the dark. I know some of you took money you shouldn't have. I know you said things you shouldn't have said. My voice was like a devil's whisper in their ears. But my father and brothers just died. The Northern Army cannot handle more chaos. And I am not a man who loves mindless killing. I shifted my tone, adding a hint of mercy. So, I will give you one chance. Starting now, you have 3 hours. Anyone who has dealt with the Sea Trading Company, taken bribes, or leaked non-core secrets, report to the main tent and register with Lei Lai. Hand over every cent of that blood money. I swear to the heavens and to the 300,000 men of this army. If you step forward, I will let the past go. I will strip your rank, but I will let you stay to redeem yourselves. If you perform well on the battlefield, you may even get your rank back. The pale officers looked at each other. Hope flickered in their eyes. There was a way out. But then, my next words turned their blood to ice. Of course, you can also choose to gamble on your luck. Go ahead and gamble that I won't find you, I said, a cruel curve touching my lips. I glanced sideways at the black-clad shadow standing near me. But let me be clear. In 3 hours, I'm checking the records from my third sister-in-law, Su Mei's Wind and Rain Pavilion. If I see a single one of your names in those files, your end will be 100 times worse than Qianzhen's. I leaned in, my voice dropping to a terrifying whisper. I will make you taste every torture the army has to offer. You will beg for death, but it won't come. Then, I'll carve your names and your crimes onto stone tablets. Your children, your grandchildren, and every generation after will carry the shame of being sired by a traitor. Killing the man wasn't enough. I had to destroy the heart. My words shattered the last of their resolve. On one side was a chance to redeem themselves and live. On the other was a fate worse than death and eternal infamy. Even a fool knew which path to take. I stopped looking at them. I had bigger things to handle. Lei Lai, I barked. Lei Lai flinched, then dropped to one knee. Present, his voice boomed like a bronze bell. Drag that dog Qianzhen's body outside the gates, I commanded. Prepare 5 horses. In front of the entire army. Execute him by dismemberment. Tear him apart. A collective gasp rippled through the camp. Dismemberment by horses was one of the most brutal punishments in history. Understood. Lei Lai didn't hesitate. A flash of bloodthirsty excitement crossed his eyes. He stepped forward, grabbed Qianzhen's ankle like he was handling a dead dog, and dragged him off the platform. The body left a long, jarring streak of crimson against the gray stone steps. The soldiers in the square parted automatically, carving out a path. They watched the mangled corpse pass with zero pity. Only rage and satisfaction remained. Death to traitors, someone screamed. Avenge the prince. Avenge our brothers. As the roar reached the heavens, I slowly turned back around. The square fell silent again. Every eye followed my movement. I didn't look at the kneeling Lei Lai or the terrified officers. My gaze traveled through the crowd, past the awestruck faces, and landed on an old general. He was still standing there, his blade raised, frozen in shock and shame. The atmosphere turned to ice. Zhao Taizhan, I said. The name wasn't loud, but it carried across the field. Zhao Taizhan, the commander of the West Camp, looked like a tower made of iron. His weathered, bronze skin was now paler than the snow. He held his position, a statue of a man, but the heavy war blade in his hand, his partner for 40 years, was shaking violently. His mind was a storm of noise. Not long ago, he had roared that if Qianzhen was a mole, he would pay with his life. Now, those words were like a red-hot iron searing his soul. His face burned with a shame no physical blow could match. He had been blind. He had vouched for a traitor and nearly started a mutiny against his own commander. He had failed my father. He had failed the Shao family. Most of all, he had failed the 50,000 brothers who died in White Wolf Valley. Clang. The heavy blade slipped from his fingers and hit the stone floor with a mournful ring. The strength left his massive frame. Under the gaze of tens of thousands, the old general who had never bent his back on a battlefield crashed to his knees before me. The impact cracked the stone beneath him like a spiderweb. Young commander. His voice was a raspy mess of regret. He didn't offer a single excuse. Instead, he drew a short suicide dagger from his waist and held it high above his head with both hands, the tip pointed at his own throat. I, Zhao Taizhan, was blind. I nearly caused a disaster. I have no face to live in this world. I asked the young commander to take my head to uphold military law. He squeezed the words out through gritted teeth. Then he closed his eyes and bared his neck, ready for the strike. The other officers trembled. Li Hu, the commander of the East Camp, was the first to react. He threw himself to his knees. Young commander, please reconsider. General Zhao was just confused. His loyalty is known by the heavens. Please, have mercy, another cried. He has 37 scars on his body. Every one of them bled for the Shao family. He doesn't deserve to die. In an instant, a dozen high-ranking officers were kneeling, pleading for his life. They knew Zhao Taizhan was a pillar of the Northern Army. Killing him would uphold the law, but it would break the hearts of the veterans. I watched the data stream through my tactical map. Asterisk target, Zhao Taizhan. Shame, 95%. Regret, 90%. Will to die, 85%. Loyalty, unchanged, asterisk. The system gave me 3 options. Kill him to show power, forgive him and look weak, or win his heart and forge a soul for this army. The choice was obvious. I stepped down from the platform. My black boots clicked against the stone, the sound echoing like a ticking clock. I ignored the pleading officers and walked straight to Zhao Taizhan. I didn't take the suicide dagger. Instead, I bent down and picked up his heavy, notched warblade. The cold steel hummed in my hand. Good sword, I muttered. I held the hilt out to him. Zhao Taizhan opened his eyes, confused. He expected a cold edge, not his own weapon. You want to die? I asked, my voice flat and emotionless. You think dying is loyalty? You think dying is atonement? Bullshit. I pointed a finger right at his nose and barked. That is what cowards do. Zhao Taizhan flinched as if I'd struck him. Zhao Taizhan looked completely stunned. He raised his head and stared blankly at me. In my dark eyes, he saw no person, no killing intent, and no contempt. Instead, he saw a flame that looked like it could burn the entire world to ashes. I looked down at his weathered, wooden face and spoke. My voice wasn't loud or aggressive anymore, but it carried a weight that shook the soul. Zhao Taizhan, I said slowly. You are old. Those words hit him like a heavy hammer to the chest. He froze. It was true. He was old. His hair was white, and his back was starting to slouch. The war blade he used to swing with ease now felt heavy in his grip. A wave of bitter sorrow, the sadness of a hero in his twilight years, washed over him. But my next words were like a bolt of lightning cutting through the dark. I moved my gaze from his face to the notched blade in my hand. I spoke every word with the force of a tolling bell. But this blade, is it still sharp? Can it still kill? Does it still have strength? Those three questions thundered in Zhao Tieshan's mind. He looked down at the weapon that had been his companion for 40 years. The surface was covered in nicks and scars, each one a record of a life-or-death struggle. The edge still shimmered with a cold, murderous light, silently telling the story of the blood it had tasted and the heads it had claimed. A dormant fire in his heart suddenly roared back to life. Yes, he was old, but as long as this blade existed, and as long as he could hold it, he was still the commander of the West Camp. He was still the fiercest tiger of the North. Roar! A primal, beast-like growl erupted from deep in his throat. His cloudy eyes turned bloodshot. In an instant, it looked like he had aged backward 20 years. He slammed his feet onto the ground and stood up straight, tall as an immovable mountain. He gripped the hilt with both hands, raised the blade high above his head, and screamed toward the snowy sky. His voice drowned out the wind. It is, young commander, I report. This blade is still strong. It can still kill. It can still drink blood. He looked like a madman possessed. He spun around, his eyes burning, and dropped heavily onto one knee before me. He slammed the blade into the stone floor with a metallic clang. I, Zhao Taizhan, swear to the heavens. I will fight for the young commander for another 30 years. Wherever the blade points, I will go, even if it means my death. I looked at the awakened tiger before me and let a satisfied smile touch my lips. I knew that from this moment on, the sharpest old blade in the Northern Army was firmly in my hand. After a brief silence, the drill grounds exploded into a deafening roar. Thousands of voices joined together in a wave of sound. Victory to the young commander. Victory to the old general. Fight! 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 The soul of the army had been reignited. The smell of blood still hung in the air, but the atmosphere had shifted. Zhao Tieshan's submission was more important than the execution of a traitor. It meant the most stubborn, respected, and difficult veteran in the army had been tamed. The other officers looked at the kneeling old man, and then at me, standing there with my hands behind my back. Their last doubts vanished. I didn't look at Zhao Taizhan again. I turned toward the 50,000 silent soldiers. The air was thick. They knew the traitors were dead, and the elders were humbled. Now came the moment that would decide the fate of the 300,000 men of the Northern Army. Lei Lai, I called out. Present, Lei Lai, who had been kneeling the whole time, looked up with a voice like thunder. From this day on, you remain the commander of the North Camp. I obey. I will die for the young commander. He slammed his forehead against the stone floor with a dull thud. I nodded and turned my gaze. Li Hu, the commander of the East Camp, tensed up and dropped to one knee. Present, you remain the commander of the East Camp. Li Hu let out a massive sigh of relief, a heavy weight finally lifting from his chest. Finally, I looked at Zhao Taizhan. He stiffened, his expression complex. His lips moved, but he stayed silent and dropped to one knee again. Zhao Taizhan. Present, he rasped, his voice thick with shame. You remain the commander of the West Camp. Zhao Taizhan snapped his head up, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had openly defied me and nearly started a riot. Not only had I spared his life, but I hadn't even taken his rank. Young commander, I am guilty, he stammered, his face turning bright red. Your crime was being stupid, I said bluntly. But I saw your loyalty. Your service offsets your mistake. Don't let it happen again. In the future, use your blade to win back the dignity you lost today. It was simple, harsh, and honest. Zhao Tieshan's entire body shook. His eyes turned red. He looked at me, a man younger than his own grandson, with a mix of emotions that finally settled into 2 words. I obey. With the 3 commanders back in place, the heart of the army was stable. The tension began to melt into excitement. But then, I dropped a bombshell. Qian Jun, the commander of the South Camp, has been executed for treason. His position cannot remain empty. I paused, my eyes drifting to the side where a beautiful figure stood in red light armor, her hand resting on her sword. From this day forward, my eldest sister-in-law, Lu Hanyan, will take over as the commander of the South Camp. The entire field went dead silent. 50,000 pairs of eyes swung toward her. They were shocked, confused, and utterly baffled. A woman? Leading a main camp of tens of thousands of soldiers? Was this a joke? Even Li Hu and Lei Lai looked at each other, wondering if they had misheard. Young commander, you can't. The shout came like a crack of thunder. Everyone looked over to see Zhao Taizhan standing up again. His face was purple with rage, and the veins in his neck were bulging. He pointed toward the platform, spitting as he spoke. I don't doubt the lady's bravery, but since ancient times, there has never been a woman commander. This is a matter of national security. You can't play games with the army. It's against the rules. Rules? I turned my head slowly. My dark eyes locked onto his, and a cold, sharp smile spread across my face. Zhao Taizhan, you tell me something. A terrifying aura exploded from my body, heavy as a mountain, crushing down on him. Zhao Taizhan gasped, feeling as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat. The words died in his mouth. My father and brothers are dead. The court withholds our supplies. The Northern Army is starving. Tell me, I hissed, are those the rules? Corrupt officials run the court. Traitors hide in our shadows. 50,000 loyal souls are buried in a foreign land. Tell me, is that the rule? I scanned the faces of the 30,000 brothers standing before me in the Northern Army camp. I let the silence hang for a moment, heavy and suffocating. From now on, in this camp, my words are the rules. My people are the rules. And my blade? My blade is the ultimate rule. I stepped toward Zhao Taizhan. I didn't stop until I was inches from his face, looking him dead in the eye. I spoke slowly, letting every word sink in. Do you have a problem with that? The sheer pressure of my gaze sent him stumbling back. His face turned ghostly pale, and beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. He opened his mouth to argue, but the words wouldn't come. He knew the truth. In this world, under this government, there were no rules left to follow. I ignored him and turned back to the army. My voice boomed like thunder across the field. I know what you're thinking. You think a woman has no right to lead you. Fine, I'll tell you exactly why she does. I pointed a finger at Lu Hanyan behind me. In the year 118, beneath the gates of Yanmen, this woman rode out alone. She charged a formation of 100 enemies. She personally took the heads of 3 centurions of the Black Wolf tribe and slaughtered over 100 of their curs. Tell me, which one of you has killed more than her? Silence fell. It was a tomb-like quiet. I saw the older veterans in the crowd lower their heads, their faces flushing with shame. They remembered that battle. Furthermore, I continued, she is the eldest daughter-in-law of the Shao family. My father and brothers are gone. She represents the honor of my house. Her orders are my orders. Is that reason enough? In terms of bravery, she outmatched any man there. In terms of status, she was the mistress of the prince of the North's mansion. My eyes, sharp as daggers, swept across the officers. Who else thinks she's unqualified? Not a single person spoke. Zhao Taizhan looked at the ground, utterly humiliated. Li Hu and Lei Lai exchanged shocked glances. They had forgotten that before she married into our family, Lu Hanyan was a legendary warrior in the capital. Her spear was famous throughout the empire. Lu Hanyan, take your post. I barked. She moved with a cold, steady grace. She didn't look at the soldiers. Instead, she walked to the front of the platform and dropped to one knee before me. Her voice was clear and firm. Lu Hanyan accepts the command. No wasted words. No hesitation. I nodded, satisfied, then turned back to the crowd. The position of vice commander of the South Camp will be filled by my 4th sister-in-law, Zhongli Yan. She will assist the eldest sister in rebuilding the unit. Wait me. Zhongli Yan had been watching the drama with excitement from the side. When she heard her name, her eyes went wide. A massive grin spread across her face. She let out a wild yell and grabbed her massive Thunderdrum gold hammers, weapons taller than she was. She sprinted forward, her heavy steps making the platform tremble as she slammed down onto one knee. Zhonglian accepts. Thanks, little commander. Hee hee, if anyone steps out of line, I'll flatten them with one swing. The officers' faces twitched. They were speechless. Between a cold-blooded goddess of war and a girl with the strength of a titan, the South Camp was about to become a living nightmare for anyone who crossed them. But I wasn't finished. I had one more announcement, the most important one of the day. One last thing, I said, and I felt the tension in the air spike again. I am selecting 500 of the absolute best elites from each of the 4 main camps. 2,000 men in total. This new unit will not be part of the 4 camps. They will report to no commander but me. My voice grew cold and absolute. They will be called the Yamahal, and I will train them myself. The crowd exploded in murmurs. This was a bigger shock than appointing Han Yan. Zhao Taizhan, Li Hu, and Lei Lai looked like they had been punched in the gut. 500 elites from each camp? Those weren't just soldiers, they were the backbone of the entire army. Taking them was like cutting off a limb. Young commander, you can't. Zhao Taizhan blurted out, his face turning a deep purple. I shot him a look that froze the blood in his veins. What? Am I, Xiao Chun, unable to move my own troops now? The words choked him. He looked like he was about to burst, but he stayed silent. I turned my attention to the thousands of soldiers in the field, my voice dripping with ambition. I know your generals don't want to let you go. But let me tell you this. Joining the Yamahal will be the greatest honor of your lives. I will give you the best rations. You will eat meat every single day. I will forge the finest armor and weapons in the north for you. In 3 months, through the most brutal training this world has ever seen, I will turn you into meat grinders. I want the name Yamahal to be the nightmare that haunts the barbarian's dreams. I leaned forward, shouting at the top of my lungs. Tell me, do you want in? After a heartbeat of silence, a roar erupted that shook the very mountains. Yes, we will die for the young commander. The soldiers' blood was boiling. The hesitation of their generals was drowned out by a wave of fanaticism. I watched them, a small smile tugging at my lips. I held up one finger. I'm giving you the time it takes for 1 stick of incense to burn. Each camp will deliver a list of 500 names to me. I paused, letting my gaze drift back to the 3 commanders. Of course, if the lists aren't ready by then, I'll just go into your camps myself and take 1,000 men instead. My voice was quiet, but it hit them like a sledgehammer. 1,000 men. That wouldn't just be a wound. It would be a death blow to their units. These weren't green recruits. These were the veterans who held the army together. Zhao Tieshan's throat moved as he swallowed hard. He wanted to negotiate. He wanted to beg. But when he looked into my eyes, he saw a bottomless abyss. There was no room for discussion. He knew that if he said no, I would follow through on my threat and strip his camp bare. The wind and snow seemed to stop. The entire field was breathless. Eldest sister, I said softly. Lu Hanyan understood. She pulled a slender stick of purple sandalwood incense from her sleeve and walked to the burner at the front of the stage. With a flick of her fingers, she ignited it. A thin trail of blue smoke rose straight into the air. 1 stick of incense, I announced. When it burns out, I expect to see 2,000 men standing before this platform. Zhao Taizhan didn't hesitate any longer. He gritted his teeth, a look of tragic resolve crossing his weathered face. He turned to Li Hu and Lei Lai and growled, "Let's go. Pick the men. Damn it, if he wants our blood, we give it to him." Lei Lai cursed and stomped his foot, his heart clearly aching at the loss of his best troops, while Li Hu simply sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. They turned and ran toward their camps. The clock was ticking. The 3 commanders ran toward their camps like cornered tigers. They didn't just walk, they bolted. Seeing their leaders flee in such a rush caused the soldiers below the stage to explode into a frenzy of whispers. 2,000 men. And not just any men, but the absolute elites? The name, Palace of the King of Hell, sounded terrifyingly powerful. I could hear the soldiers wondering if they even had a chance to be picked. They saw Zhao Tieshan's face. He looked like he was mourning his own father. It was a massive bloodletting for his unit. If any of them were in his shoes, losing 500 of their best fighters at once would break their hearts. Amidst the excitement and longing from the crowd, there was a thin layer of sympathy for the commanders. Ninth brother, my eighth sister-in-law, Xiao Linger whispered. She tugged at my sleeve, her eyes tracking the retreating backs of the three men. Are you worried they'll hold a grudge? I looked back at her. The cold, murderous edge on my face melted into a soft smile. I reached out and gently patted the back of her hand to calm her. A grudge? Of course they will, I said. I'm cutting meat off their bodies. How could it not hurt? Xiao Linger's worry deepened. But they won't stay angry for long. I continued, my eyes flashing with confidence. Soon, they'll only be looking forward. They'll want to see what kind of god-tier weapon I can forge out of these 2,000 pieces of fine iron. When the palace of the King of Hell finally shows its fangs, they'll only regret one thing, that they didn't grit their teeth and shove more men into the unit. She nodded, though she only half understood what I meant. Behind us, the matriarch sat silently in her grand chair. Her clouded, old eyes suddenly erupted with a golden light I had never seen before. She saw it all. She saw the ruthlessness in my decisions and the way I understood the human heart. Kindness mixed with authority, the soft and the hard-working in perfect balance. This was the blueprint of a true commander. Grandmother, you should go back to the manor and rest, I said, walking to her side. The wind is too strong here. I'm not going, she said, planting her dragon-headed cane firmly into the ground. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was unshakable. These old bones aren't that fragile. I want to see this with my own eyes. I want to see the Qilin son of my Xiao family reshape the soul of this army. I didn't argue. I simply took a thick fox fur cloak from a guard and draped it over her shoulders. Time crawled by. The purple sandalwood incense burned slowly in the wind and snow. The thin trail of smoke drifted upward while everyone's hearts hammered against their ribs. We watched the stick grow shorter and shorter. When the incense was a third of the way gone, a heavy, rhythmic thumping echoed from the west. Thousands of boots hit the frozen ground at once. We all looked. Zhao Taizhan was leading the way. He marched toward the field with a line of men so long I couldn't see the end of it. His face was still dark, caught in a complicated mix of agony and intense pride. Behind him, 500 soldiers in heavy iron armor marched in a perfect square. They didn't say a word. They just stood there, but the aura of blood and slaughter they brought from the battlefields hit us like a physical wave. The ordinary soldiers nearby instinctively took a few steps back. Young Marshal, 500 elites of the West camp reporting for duty. Zhao Taizhan shouted. He dropped to one knee, his voice booming like a bell. I let my gaze sweep over those 500 hardened faces. In my mind, the tactical system activated. I scanned them instantly. Average age, 32. Average combat power, 78, compared to a 30 for a standard soldier. Their loyalty to the Xiao family sat at 82%. These men had survived an average of 47 battles each. They were perfect. They were the foundation I needed. A small smile played on my lips. I looked at Zhao Taizhan and spoke two simple words. Good soldiers. That was it. But those two words were like a warm current flooding into Zhao Tieshan's bleeding heart. He snapped his head up, his weathered face flushing with uncontrollable pride. Thank you for the praise, young Marshal. Soon after, Li Hu from the East camp and Lei Lai from the North camp arrived with their own elites. Before long, 1,500 iron-blooded warriors were gathered in one place. 3 massive formations stood like walls of steel. Not a single man spoke. The sheer pressure of 1,500 veterans standing together seemed to tear a hole in the falling snow. Even the veteran generals felt their hearts skip a beat. They couldn't imagine what kind of terror this unit would become once I finished polishing them. I stood high on the platform, looking down at the prototype of my ace army. I was satisfied. Zhao Taizhan, Li Hu, and Lei Lai remained kneeling at the front. The pain of their loss was still there, but a fierce expectation was starting to take root in their chests. The incense was half burned. Everyone thought the show was over. But then, I slowly turned my head. My eyes landed on my eldest sister-in-law, Lu Hanyan. She was standing there in her red light armor, trying to remain inconspicuous. The noise of the camp died instantly. Every eye followed my gaze, focusing on the legendary beauty of the Northern Prince's manor, the new commander of the South Camp. Under the gaze of tens of thousands, I spoke. My voice wasn't loud, but it reached every ear. We're still missing 500 men.